Chapter 51. Riding. The dust of the Gobi sprinkled down upon the highway, and roads that had not seen a vehicle pass for a long time had grown somewhat grey and murky. Tao Yu could leave footprints just by stepping on them. Following the highway towards the direction of the city, one could see several gaunt zombies in the middle of the road. The handful of zombies wandered the highway at a considerably slow pace. Still able to move after 7 months without food, what kind of version is this? After strapping the assault rifle on his back, holding the MP5-style gun at his waist with his left hand, Tao Yu's right hand was already gripping the crook-bladed knife. As he drew closer, one of the withered zombies seemed to have noticed Tao Yu, sniffing the air and heading in his direction. Smell. Tao Yu raised an eyebrow and casually slapped the abandoned sedan next to him with the crook-bladed knife, producing a clang. The next moment, several nearby zombies surged towards the sound. Their speed was faster than an ordinary human walk but slower than a jog. Whoosh! With a swift motion of the hand, the blade fell, and the first zombie to approach was decapitated without the slightest hitch. Meanwhile, Tao Yu moved through the zombies with leisurely crane steps, smoothly taking care of them all. 5-form boxing was not just about practice, the movements and techniques of some of the forms, when broken down, were also very practical. It wasn't about sticking to bare hands. With basic blade-modified LV2 at hand, once the techniques for exerting force were in place, mastery and integration came naturally. A flick of the wrist was enough to unleash full power with ease. The plasma was in a semi-coagulated state, so there wasn't much bleeding. Tao Yu looked down at his crook-bladed knife. Although he had beheaded a zombie, it had only left a tiny, inconspicuous nick, as if the bones were more fragile than normal. He wasn't sure if it was due to weathering or virus erosion. Approaching the corpse of a zombie, Tao Yu crouched down and waited for the Yuan Force to condense. Teeth again, and it's a molar. He tapped the ground with the tip of his knife in resignation, as if he was performing a wisdom tooth extraction. With a slap on the flat of the blade and a slight shake to channel his internal force, the zombie's decayed tooth was knocked out, followed by the removal of the Yuan Force tooth. He processed the other zombies in the same manner and absorbed their essence. Great, less than 1 unit of Yuan Force, and all it contained was some chaotic information with no hint of a skill. Confirmed, it's not worth wasting time extracting teeth. Tao Yu sniffed. Perhaps due to the quick drying, aside from the foul stench that burst out when killing them, the overall smell was somewhat better than he had expected. Having endured the harsh environment of the outsider city, he could easily adapt. Having initially faced pythons and aliens, zombies posed no threat now that his strength had increased. However, this is because there are fewer of them outside the city. Inside, it must be quite a mess. The most troublesome thing about zombies was always their numbers. Clang clang. The sound of impact rang out. Tao Yu saw a zombie, strapped in with a seatbelt inside an abandoned pickup truck. It seemed to be struggling to get out due to the noise outside and appeared gaunt, obviously unable to free itself. Uninterested in bothering with it, Tao Yu continued walking on. He had spotted an overturned motorbike further ahead from his vantage point on the prairie. Given the road conditions, something on 2 wheels was more convenient. Reaching the downed heavy-duty motorcycle, Tao Yu picked it up. The brand was unfamiliar, with a scarce logo but with Kawasaki written in English letters below. After a successful start following an attempt, the engine roared to life. Checking the fuel gauge, there was more than half a tank left, which should suffice. Tao Yu didn't ride motorcycles, but he had ridden motorbikes before. Relying on his current physical condition, becoming proficient was simple. After briefly getting accustomed, he twisted the throttle and instantly sped off. The roar of the motorcycle drew the attention of the nearby zombies, but by the time they reacted, Tao Yu was already serpentining through the deserted vehicles, racing towards the city. The noise is a bit loud, I still need an electric one, but the feeling of power is truly exhilarating. Tao Yu understood why there were ghost riders. It was indeed thrilling as the speed ramped up. His body now surpassed human limits, yet even running at full throttle, he was easily left behind by the bike, a simple twist of the throttle away. Unexpectedly, as he snaked through traffic on the bike, approaching the city district, a skill orb slowly emerged. Riding LV1, the ability to drive a motorcycle. What struck Tao Yu as odd was that this freely given auxiliary ability also required 100 points of Yuan Force to enhance. Even though only 300 Yuan Force points remained after purchasing Qi replenishing pills, Tao Yu still went ahead and completed the enhancement. Riding modified LV1 improves your adaptability to mounts, when you hold the reins of any mount, you'll intuitively know how to control it, able to sync intentions with any tamed beastly mounts. Meanwhile, Tao Yu also felt a different sensation from the motorcycle beneath him, as if controlling it became as easy as moving his own hands and feet, like an extension of his body. As long as it didn't defy the laws of physics, it seemed he could control the bike to do anything. Man, this was no ordinary riding skill. Those 100 points were well spent. As Tao Yu's will changed, the name of the skill also changed, directly becoming riding. Oh snap! After whooping with excitement, Tao Yu lifted the front wheel, balancing solely on the rear wheel, enjoying the fun of being a reckless rider. Then, relying on his excellent physical fitness, he forcibly pulled and maneuvered the motorcycle to ride over a car. It was incredibly smooth. The abandoned cars on the road seemed like mere mounds that Tao Yu occasionally played with as he passed. This mount, he definitely needed to get one. Tao Yu even thought about riding back to the grasslands to catch an alien and see if it could serve as a mount. But then he thought, although he was physically strong and had surpassed human limits, and the alien looked relatively slender, the strength of such Yuan Force creatures was naturally far superior to that of humans. Subduing one through violence seemed impossible, let alone alive. Moreover, aliens usually moved in groups, and he didn't have enough Yuan Force left to recover, so he decided not to take the risk for the time being and to save more money before considering. It would be best to find a horse or something, see if I can develop some taming technique to go with riding. Although Tao Yu was engrossed in his new toy, he wouldn't recklessly charge into the city. If he got surrounded by a horde of zombies, even the current Tao Yu would only consider escaping into the shadows, and if the horde was too large, he might not have the stamina to make it out. These crappy, disgusting zombies, better to avoid them if I can instead of wasting time on them. Having had his fill of fun, Tao Yu slowed down the motorcycle, and the roaring noise reduced significantly. Even so, as he playfully drove the motorcycle onto the roof of a pickup truck, he saw a zombie horde slowly moving in his direction from the city, clearly awakened by the previous noise. A vast, dark mass, the number was shockingly large. It's just too much trouble picking up teeth, otherwise using fire seems like a good idea. Tao Yu coldly observed the zombie horde while his keen vision also noticed someone peeking through the curtains at the end of the street. It was probably a human, aside from the possibility of an intelligent zombie being born. It was just unclear if it was a pioneer or one of the original inhabitants of the world fragment. Still, it would be better to have a newspaper or find an original inhabitant to ask. If he could get sufficient information from the locals about the initial outbreak, he might be able to confirm whether it was a biochemical crisis or not. If it wasn't biochemically related, a typical zombie world would indeed be quite barren. Tao Yu casually parked the motorcycle on top of the pickup and yanked out the keys before jumping off the highway and sneaking into the city at a diagonal approach. With no landmarks, it's probably not a famous city, and 7 months have passed, so it's unlikely to have been bombed. In a zombie world, the greatest risk might actually come from disinfection. But this world seemed safe for now. Watching the zombie horde slowly move along the highway towards the noise source, Tao Yu, who walked past them without bother, didn't even bother to knock down a few stray zombies with his blade. Anywhere and tear was still damage, and it was easier to walk around. If an ordinary person were dropped here on Awakening Day, the risk wouldn't be small, considering the random range of the drop zones. Some might indeed be unlucky. There were pythons in the rainforest, and now aliens, although they were relatively sparse. Being dropped inside the city among zombies would be quite unfriendly for newbies who had to stay for 15 days. On the other hand, if it was a second entry choosing this place, it would be relatively safer, second only to the new world where one only needed to stay warm. Tao Yu sidestepped a zombie, incidentally tripping it, causing the skinny creature to face plant, while numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. There must have been plenty of pioneers entering this area, and due to the way intelligence was described in reports, some may have even entered this city. He had learned skills for half a month before coming back, and some of the more daring ones, or those who woke up here on Awakening Day, might have already started delving deeper. But considering the general abilities of outsiders, entering a city full of zombies was at best enough for self-preservation, mapping, and scavenging resources, and stirring up any significant reaction was difficult. Let alone ordinary outsiders, Tao Yu himself also found it difficult to make any real waves. There were just too many zombies. His strong bursts were great for beheading, but his endurance was indeed lacking. As for the inner city people, who knows how many would be interested in the mission rewards here. Chapter 52, Some Deviations from the Plan. The sense of smell is mainly responsible for capturing targets at close range, while hearing is relied upon for detecting distant ones. Eyesight is probably akin to severe nearsightedness, assisting the sense of smell in the hunting process. Tao Yu bypassed several zombies and arrived beside a wine-red building on the outskirts of the city. This building was about 6 or 7 stories tall, with metal fire escape stairs and railings on the side, and garbage bins reeking of rot below. Tao Yu looked up to see a zombie stuck in the metal railing of the third-floor walkway, though it was the only one visible up there for the moment. With a forceful push from her feet, she jumped up, reached out her hand to hook on, and easily flipped herself onto the fire escape railing. The metallic creaking sound caught the attention of the zombie on the third floor, but before it could react, Tao Yu kicked it down from the stairs. She then swiftly made her way up to the roof of the building. There was a corpse on the rooftop, and upon closer inspection, one could see the gaping gunshot wound on the head, though it was nearly mummified by the wind, attracting not even flies. It must be from a long time ago. I should check out the place where the curtain is fluttering first. It would be best to find a native to talk to. If it wasn't a fragmented indigenous person, either intelligent zombies or pioneers would be acceptable as well. It would also be possible to exchange some information with the pioneers. After estimating the gaps and distances between these buildings, Tao Yu made a quick dash. Her formidable physical abilities, coupled with the dismantling actions of 5-form boxing, turned her into a highly compressed spring. Easily carrying a backpack, she leaped over the alleyways between buildings, landing on the opposite side. Once she got the hang of it, she began to accelerate continuously, moving as if practicing parkour. The alleys between ordinary buildings posed no obstacle, and the zombies she encountered en route were simply slapped away with a raised hand. Her palm, clad in puncture-resistant gloves, struck like a bear's paw, flinging the zombies aside like rag dolls. Running, vaulting, sliding, jumping, rolling even with 50 kilograms of supplies on her back, Tao Yu showed much greater agility than seasoned parkour practitioners. 7th floor, to the right front. As Tao Yu sped across rooftops, she felt the strong whines at her ears, intermittently scanning the buildings she had committed to memory beforehand. Throughout her journey, someone at the window continued observing the street at intervals, yet failed to notice Tao Yu on the rooftops. This rules out the inner-city pioneers at least. Comparing her own movements across rooftops to the capabilities of Jose and Wino, Tao Yu made a quick judgment. Even though she was moving atop the buildings, if they were newcomers from the inner city, they should have been able to detect her easily. Even if the inhabitants of the inner city had previously seemed uninterested in the spoils here, being able to further eliminate them as possibilities added a measure of controllability. Even now, compared to the former capabilities of Jose and Wino, she still lacked the strength for a direct confrontation. Shush! The friction of her tactical boots slid against the surface, and Tao Yu suddenly came to a stop at the edge of the rooftop. In front of her was no longer the alleyways she had been traversing, but instead a 4-lane road forming a T-intersection with the road she had come in on. The room where Tao Yu had confirmed someone's presence was in a hotel diagonally across from the highway. As soon as Tao Yu stepped to the very edge of the rooftop, fully exposing herself, the shadow that had been peeking through the curtain finally spotted her. Tao Yu locked gazes with the figure in the shadows for an instant, prompting them to hastily leave the window in panic. Not long after, it seemed another person came to the window, opened the curtain, and met Tao Yu's gaze. It was a muscular, tattooed, bald man. At that moment, Tao Yu was clad in a full tactical suit with a tactical helmet, backpack slung over her shoulders, and fully armed to the teeth. Based purely on appearances, she was quite imposing, and upon seeing her, the man simply opened the curtain fully and then made several hand gestures. However, Tao Yu couldn't understand the abstract gestures he was making. After realizing they couldn't communicate, the burly man pointed up, then placed a finger on his lips, making a universal shushing gesture, before he walked away from the window. This time, Tao Yu more or less understood what he wanted to convey. He was likely getting ready to come up to the rooftop and was asking her to keep silent. Sure enough, it wasn't long before 3 figures made their way onto the roof. Although each had a different attire, Tao Yu could fairly confidently assess that they were unlikely to be outskirts pioneers. It wasn't that the pioneers from the outskirts didn't have good clothing, but most of the time, they would be clinging to their backpacks and belongings, creating a haphazardly patched-together appearance with whatever they had. Such an aura was easy to discern. The 3 people who came up included a bald, muscular white man, a tall black man, one with a shotgun and the other holding a pistol, and it seemed they were also carrying a crossbow on their backs. But what was most unusual was that the person leading them was an Asian man with a scar on his face and a pronounced nose, who appeared to be the leader of the trio. The crucial thing was that Tao Yu's vision was clear enough from this distance to recognize the Asian's face, which surprisingly seemed very familiar to him. What's going on? The big-nosed Uncle Dragon from the furniture store? Did he star in a zombie movie? Even though the Asian man's face bore a deep scar that made him look somewhat ferocious, it was undoubtedly the big-nosed Uncle Dragon. This was the first time Tao Yu had encountered a local in the Abyss fragment, and he had not expected that his first encounter would be with such a significant figure. After seeing the big-nosed Uncle Dragon, Tao Yu had an ominous premonition in his heart. This world is not just a simple zombie world. This guy definitely hasn't acted in a zombie movie. Thinking about the python that had been parasitized by an alien, Tao Yu also formulated some guesses in his mind. By now, the three people on the roof had likewise jumped over a small alley and landed on the rooftop opposite Tao Yu's highway, after which the Asian man with Uncle Dragon's face kept waving at Tao Yu, signaling him to move back. Tao Yu then saw the tall black man pull out a crossbow bolt from behind him, which was attached to a rope, making the meaning clear to him. Looking down at the street, which wasn't densely populated with zombies, as well as the width of the road and sidewalks, which added up to over 20 meters. Tao Yu actually felt that it would be faster to go directly down and climb up himself. But after some thought, he decided against it. The crossbow bolt shot over, piercing through the rooftop water tank. The bald, tattooed white man on the opposite side also made a pulling gesture to Tao Yu. Tao Yu went over to check, and seeing the knot wasn't very tight, he simply pulled out the arrow and tied the rope around the water tank's frame in a hitch that resembled a trailer's latch, then pulled it tight and signaled to the others to pull from their side. Soon the rope was taut, and it was also tied down on the other side. Without any hesitation, Tao Yu grabbed the rope with both hands and began to quickly alternate his grip, moving across. However, during the crossing, Tao Yu remained vigilant of the other side. Most of the time, Uncle Dragon's characters were strongly associated with justice, but Tao Yu would not completely entrust his safety to others. Now focused, even if the opposite side decided to take a surprise shot, he could rely on bullet time to maneuver. If he fell from this height, by throwing out his backpack he could adjust his trajectory to land on the roof of a car. As Tao Yu reached the opposite side, the things he had braced for didn't happen. It was just that both the tall black man and the bald white man were holding their guns with wary expressions. With Tao Yu's armed appearance and the strength he exhibited by easily crossing over with the rope, it was understandable that they would be on their guard. In this post-apocalyptic world, sometimes humans are more frightening than zombies. Hello, my name is Jack, I'm currently the leader of this survivor's base. Friend, your gear is quite impressive, where did you get it? Uncle Dragon began with an introduction in English, probed with a question, and as he spoke, the scar on his face twisted, making him look somewhat fierce. Jack? Tao Yu had little recollection, it was a purely attractive name, likely from a Hollywood movie. Compared to names like Chen Jiaju, it felt somewhat unfamiliar. But he quickly responded in fairly fluent English. I come from the south, what exactly is the situation here? Tao Yu didn't know if they had had contact with the pioneers, but based on the radio information, it was apparent that this area had become aware of the grasslands and rainforest in the south. The pioneers didn't actually have any requirements about keeping secrets from the locals within the fragments, but most of the time they would still try to maximize the advantage of their information. Chapter 53. Malice. South. Jack, wearing Uncle Long's face, was a bit surprised. As for Tao Yu's English with a noticeable accent, it didn't seem strange to him at all. Many people in this area had heavy accents. Something seems to have happened in the south, a prairie and rainforest appeared. At this time, the bald man also seemed a bit puzzled. Using his binoculars atop the roof, he could almost make out the abnormality over there. But because of the zombies, nobody had the energy to go and check it out. I'm Tommy, former Marine Corps. The bald man extended his hand to Tao Yu and gave him a firm handshake. Brother, your equipment and abilities are pretty impressive, and that gun of yours isn't bad either. The tall black man carrying a crossbow and holding a shotgun seemed a bit silent and reticent. Zhang Wei. Tao Yu blurted out a random name. You're also of Chinese descent? Can you tell us about the situation down south? What are your plans now, to join our settlement or? Jack took the opportunity to ask. The south is complicated. There are creatures even more terrifying than the zombies. I advise against going there. I want to investigate some information on the zombies and will likely leave after staying here a short while. Tao Yu was dressed in standard combat gear, devoid of any affiliation markings, but it was easy to associate him with members of particular special statuses. His talk of investigating zombie information was somewhat abrupt, but not unacceptable. Still, it was somewhat remarkable for a person to dare undertake such a task alone. More terrifying than zombies. Jack frowned, his large nose becoming more prominent as the scar on his face twitched. Zombies aren't much of an issue, it's mainly their numbers. The bald man, Tommy, wasn't surprised. After all, they were in an apocalyptic world and they had a high acceptance level for change. Zombies were already a reality, so what if new creatures appeared? After all, things couldn't get any worse. As they had just met, they didn't want to interrogate him too much. Sometimes it's better to wait until you're more familiar before asking too many questions. There's also a type of python. Pythons aren't a big deal. When we were training in the Amazon, we hunted ones that were 7 or 8 meters long. With weapons, it's easy to kill them alone. Without weapons, 2 people can still take them down with their bare hands. The silent black man Senkei chimed in. Senkei used to be a part of the Delta Force, and I guess I was a former CIA agent, though my memories are a bit mixed up, Uncle Long Jack stated simply. It was no wonder that these 3 were the martial force in this end of the world scenario, nor was it surprising that they had become the leaders. And Tao Yu, upon hearing what Jack said, began to slowly realize who he was and from what world he came. Who am I? A meteorite of high research value had fallen, a CIA task force went to retrieve it, then the team was wiped out, and Jack, one of the survivors of the failed silence operation, lost his memory. Because so much time had passed, all Tao Yu could roughly recall were these details. It seemed like the meteorite could also be used to create weapons, but it should be the kind that explodes on the physical side. How did it turn into a zombie world? The abyss, indeed, was quite chaotic. All right, let's head back and talk. If you want to know information about the zombies, we can tell you about that too. I actually do have some understanding of the cause of this crisis, Jack sighed, seemingly lost in memories for a moment. Then he looked up at the sun and decided to lead everyone back first. They went over the alley from rooftop to rooftop, heading back toward the hotel, as Jack shared along the way. Later it seemed all the water sources were contaminated. Someone was deliberately poisoning them, and the viruses, which had long incubation periods when transmitted through drinking water, meant that by the time our investigation teams understood the truth, it was too late. Only a few with resistance managed to avoid the initial infection, and everything descended into chaos. I was betrayed by my superiors during a secret mission, and after I retired, I received a request from a friend to investigate a new virus. Initially, the impact of these viruses wasn't significant. Although the zombies looked terrifying, they weren't enough to affect the entire world. Tao Yu nodded as he listened. If zombies could only spread through blood, then indeed they wouldn't have much ability to spread given modern weaponry. It's very likely that the virus originated from another world. Later it seemed all the water sources were contaminated. Someone was deliberately poisoning them, and the viruses, which had long incubation periods when transmitted through drinking water, meant that by the time our investigation teams understood the truth, it was too late. Only a few with resistance managed to avoid the initial infection, and everything descended into chaos. Hearing this, Tao Yu felt a stir in his heart, then he spoke up. So is the water still contaminated? The broadcast said it's not anymore, no idea why, maybe it passed the survival period. But now we can't receive official broadcasts anymore, only the ones from the neighboring radio station, Jack casually mentioned. Back at the hotel rooftop, they opened the metallic door and walked inside one after the other. The stairway had no lights, but with the sunlight coming in from outside, it didn't seem dark. We managed to get a diesel generator, but because it attracts zombies with its noise, we don't use it much. As they descended the stairs, Jack continued to explain, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, buddy, seeing how you moved effortlessly and dared to investigate this alone, does killing zombies make you stronger? He asked. At these words, Tao Yu felt bemused. What was that about? Killing zombies to get stronger? What kind of nonsense was that? Even if the zombies possessed a weak Yuan Force, after killing them one would have to take their teeth, which would waste more time than just practicing directly. Then, Tao Yu keenly noticed the word also. This Jack, with Uncle Long's face, could get stronger by killing zombies? Can you do it? He immediately asked back. I only discovered it after a long time. My companions grew weaker and weaker, but my physical condition kept improving. It's pretty strange, and that's why I became the leader, Jack replied without hiding anything. Tommy, the bald man, also interjected. We're pretty envious of the boss's situation, but we only found out that he can do it. Can you, brother? Sort of, Tao Yu did not deny it, but his mind kept speculating. What was going on? As an outsider, Tao Yu didn't have much access to information or intelligence. Although he made an effort to catch up on some things, there were still significant gaps. However, that didn't prevent Tao Yu from making some guesses. Only Jack could do it, and it was very likely that he was the child of destiny Tao Yu had vaguely heard about. In some world fragments, there were always some individuals who were very special, but previously Tao Yu only knew so much. He had heard that there were some of these people serving the company at its old gathering places. Now it seemed that these key players, after killing Yuan Force creatures, could also automatically gather Yuan Force and then naturally use it in their daily enhancements. Over time, this had given them a certain sensation. It appeared they didn't need to absorb any Yuan Force objects, nor did they have any choice in actively enhancing or using it. Thinking of his own world's will to save itself, Tao Yu faintly felt that this might be a self-rescue method of some of the fragmented worlds. Even for a short time, Tao Yu had some tempting thoughts, such as leaking a skill related to being proficient in home furnishing. But he then suppressed them. Tao Yu didn't think of himself as a good person, but he also didn't want to become a slave to interests. If he were to die and also become someone he disliked, what was the point of having such abilities? Perhaps because he was somewhat astounded by Jack's development, Tao Yu seemed a bit distracted as he followed them all the way to the hotel's 7th floor lobby. The hotel now looked somewhat disordered, with various supplies stacked up in the lobby in front of the elevator, and the corridors leading to the rooms were also filled with numerous items. Many people dressed in various clothes were languidly sitting on sofas and various chairs that had been moved out. Most of their expressions were numb, with faces filled with worry. It was not until they saw Tao Yu coming down with a large backpack that quite a few people's eyes lit up. Do you have food? What supplies do you have? Looking at those gazes, Tao Yu frowned slightly. He himself was not short on food, if necessary, he could even go back. As a person with 21st century thinking, he didn't mind lending a hand to others when it wouldn't affect himself. But, he did not like moral coercion. What are you looking at? This belongs to someone else, don't embarrass yourselves, Jack, still holding some credibility as a leader, rebuked them and managed to quell some of the restlessness. Just then, a somewhat abrupt voice with a Cantonese accent speaking in Mandarin suddenly came from the corridor of a room on the side. Brother Jack, those 3 who attacked us have disappeared, all gone, without leaving any traces of escape. Soon after, Tao Yu saw a person with an ordinary-looking face hurry over. Well, another familiar face. Although what he said was a bit disconnected, Tao Yu still pieced together the information, guessing that it might be 3 pioneers who had attacked them and had been captured, and they managed to escape back to the real world through meditation. This kind of thing happened from time to time, but since the returned location was still the same, whether they could truly escape was a matter of luck. Since this face was here, it probably wasn't just some minor character. Jiang Wei had said earlier that only Jack could absorb Yuan Force, so couldn't this guy do it? Or was he holding back? Or did Tao Yu get it wrong, and it wasn't who am I? Tao Yu pondered in his mind, but the information he knew was indeed not enough. Gone. Jack seemed to have a hard time understanding what he meant. If they were locked up and tied up in a room, how could they disappear? He then turned to Tao Yu to explain. His English isn't good. He's an undocumented worker who came here for a job. Previously, there were a few arrogant guys who attacked our stronghold, all very strong, with very accurate shooting. If they did not hold back from killing us, probably many of us would have died at the first encounter. He helped with a sudden attack, killed one, otherwise our losses could have been significant. After explaining to Tao Yu, Jack turned back and continued to ask the newcomer in Mandarin. Shaolin, what exactly happened? Tao Yu, who had been listening with a smile on the side, suddenly stiffened when he heard Jack call out the newcomer's name. Then, he slowly removed his helmet and said with a smile in Mandarin. I understand too, we're all our own people here. After speaking, he also looked at the newcomer with a beaming smile. You're quite handsome, young man. May I know your esteemed name? Tao Yu himself possessed a very high level of attractiveness, even more so than the newcomer, and removing his helmet also took people aback. Then the newcomer subconsciously said, "Oh, no need for formalities. My surname is Cao, my name is Cao Shaolin, and I'm an undocumented worker." Cao Shaolin's face also showed a smile, but the smile seemed somewhat forced. And the spirit perception that came with Tao Yu's deification in the form of a crane immediately let him sense an incoming wave of malice. Okay then, no escape now. Although the disguise was well done, it must be that Cao Shaolin. What the hell, why did he come here? There were not many villains played by the newcomer, but Tao Yu had a very deep impression of this one. The scene of "I don't eat beef" was vivid in his memory. Most importantly, when that wave of malice hit, Tao Yu even felt a sense of crisis as if a thorn was on his back. Was this guy a threat to him? He was supposed to be just a character with a twisted personality, a spoiled rich kid. Considering what Jack said, if Cao Shaolin came from another world, then it was unknown what he might have experienced along the way. This was someone who could easily gamble with his own life for the sake of his fun in the game. He was truly well suited for this abyssal environment. Tisk. His fingers twitched, but Tao Yu still suppressed the urge to attack immediately and simply nodded with a smile. Nice name. Chapter 54. Unexpected. The fleeting sense of crisis had prevented Tao Yu from taking any action. From Jack's attitude towards Cao Shaolin, it seemed that for now, the newcomer had started to be accepted. If Tao Yu were to target Cao Shaolin suddenly, he would face resistance from the whole community. It would be better to look for an opportunity at night and avoid arousing his suspicion and alertness for now. So on the surface, Tao Yu also showed a warm and friendly smile to Cao Shaolin. Let's go, I'm quite curious about how they vanished into thin air. Yeah, let's check it out together. Jack translated for Tommy and the others. The community had over 20 people, but not many were capable of using weapons or combat, and there were about 10 elderly, frail, and sick among them. In this post-apocalyptic environment of 7 months, having 10 such individuals in a team, and a third of them being women, was telling of Jack's overabundant sense of justice in both character and personality. As a former CIA Special Operations member, it would not be accurate to call him a saint, but as a partner, he was more trustworthy than most pioneers. While Tao Yu made this assessment of the community, the group walked down the corridor to the room where the captives had been held and entered through the door. The room had been cleared out once before, with boards nailed over the windows. Other than that, it was just a regular hotel room, and the bed's mattress appeared messy and unmade. They were all tied up, usually just sitting on the bed. We're short on food ourselves, so we only gave them some nearly expired food to keep them alive. But now we've found they've disappeared, even the ropes they were tied with are gone, and there were no signs of escape. Everything looks so normal. Cao Shaolin seemed quite astonished as he said this. Is Brother Cao in charge of food? Tao Yu casually asked. I have to do whatever is within my power. I can't fight like Brother Jack, so I have to contribute by handling the logistics. Cao Shaolin showed a shy smile. Just vanished like that. Jack stood in front of the boarded-up window, looking perplexed, unable to comprehend how this could happen. They had never encountered such a bewildering disappearance before, so it was definitely beyond their understanding. Did these 3 people say anything? Did they leave any other clues, or why did they attack you? Tao Yu also timely posed his question. They had a strange accent, and they had plenty of food, which relieved a lot of our pressure. Jack began to reminisce. Moreover, they had a strong will to survive. When captured, they kept begging us for a chance. Now that I think of it, they must have planned ahead and were confident they could get away. As for the reason they attacked us, they said they wanted to coerce a few ordinary people to scout for them, which is why they didn't kill anyone. They found a well-stocked gas station and even told us the location. Hearing this, Tao Yu pondered quickly. A strange accent was normal, as it must have cost them Yuan Force to communicate. As for the supplies, for an average outsider pioneer, transporting goods to sell and drawing maps for profit was a common practice. The gas station might indeed have plenty of supplies, like a truck, but lots of zombies as well. Or it could be a temporary gathering place for a small group of pioneers. They have no weapons now, so just increasing the vigilance should be enough. Unable to figure it out, Jack decided not to overthink it. He had enough daily worries already, enough to make his hair fall out. Is Brother Zhongwei still planning to rest up before leaving? Jack turned back to ask Tao Yu. Yes. Can I ask who you gather zombie information for? Are there any formal forces still out there? The official broadcasts are gone, and now we only have some local broadcasts that have lost contact. Seeing the right moment, Jack too posed his inquiry, wishing to understand if there were still places that could arrange for people to investigate. They were barely surviving, whereas some places could send out people for investigations, a stark contrast. I'm serving a company. The company is currently planning to establish a community in the nearby area, and I think you guys could join us if the conditions are right. Tao Yu gave some information after careful consideration. Incorporating fragments of the native population into the community was one direction of development. After all, most outsiders could be seen as ordinary people, and early pioneers were too few in number. Someone like Jack could stand out in times of need. A community? That's a big project. Cao Shaolin appeared surprised at this moment, his face revealing an excited expression, seemingly quite interested. Jack and his group were all ears, but hearing is one thing, trusting is another. Only they knew how much they believed. Yes, we are actually looking for a suitable location now, and I personally think this place is pretty good. Tao Yu wasn't just making it up, they had already discovered the icebound world in other directions, obviously not suitable, the rainforest required immediate development, and the prairies had black water. This place was full of zombies, but the buildings were ready-made. Especially knowing that this was a city called Henderson in Nevada, about 10 kilometers northwest of the famous Las Vegas. Chapter 55. Although they were all surrounded by zombies, compared to the likes of Blackwater and extreme cold, these ordinary zombies were far less troublesome. Adding to that, the meteorite that could be used to create weapons was obviously an item of great Yuan Force, making Tao Yu feel that just this information alone could fetch him a few thousand units of Yuan Force if he went back now. So, you think this place is good? Jack was somewhat puzzled. Relatively good, and I can't rule out those three guys as being mercenaries on a company task either. Tao Yu took the initiative to mention this. In fact, without saying it, people would surely suspect his connection to the three individuals ahead, and so far, it had always been Jack and his two combat companions following him, never letting their guard down. Better to be candid. Mercenaries? There's still such a thing happening now. Bald Tommy was somewhat surprised, as he had been with the Marine Corps and also spent some time as a mercenary. And in these haunting days, they really weren't too bothered by Tao Yu's words. They were all adults with their own judgments, not inclined to judge the whole by an individual. Right now, it's actually hard to clarify the company's situation all at once, but once they start to establish gathering places, you'll probably understand. Tao Yu gave out some information again, then hesitated before directly asking. Besides zombies, I'm actually investigating something else. You all have or had some connection with the military, I wonder if you are clear on it. Go ahead. Jack was also considering what Tao Yu had said. It's a meteorite that can be used to manufacture weapons of mass destruction. The company wants to use it to clear out the hordes of zombies. Different environments make things work differently. If it were peacetime, Jack would definitely be very wary, as he was the one who nearly got silenced because of this mission. However, later, because his superior wanted to sell this item, it wasn't strange for some large corporations to be privy to this information, some even approached to pay for it. And now, with the world ending, there's indeed a need for something that can clear out zombies on a large scale. When the infection was first getting out of control, some had even proposed disinfecting with nuclear bombs, but unexpectedly found that nuclear bombs had become ineffective. And then, there was no after because there was no time left to research. Tao Yu first provided some information, and now asked back, causing Jack to hesitate before he actually revealed a few details. I'm aware of what you are talking about. Actually, the location of that meteorite isn't too far from here. It should be about 100 kilometers northwest of Las Vegas, at a military base. Hearing this, Tao Yu's eyes lit up slightly. Originally, he was pondering simply using this information to hand in for a task to exchange for some Yuan Force to spend. But now, perhaps he could try finding it himself. 100 kilometers might seem long, but if there were suitable transportation and a route, it really wouldn't be much. In this world, aside from people like Jack and Cao Shaolin, the majority were ordinary humans and zombies, perfect for him to make his move. Mr. Jack is aware? Then I wonder if Mr. Jack is willing to personally take me there. I have a lot of food here, willing to offer it as compensation, and I can promise to facilitate connections with the company afterward. Tao Yu looked eagerly at Jack, making Jack hesitate for a moment. As a former CIA Special Operations Team member, and having been betrayed by his superior, hearing that Tao Yu wanted those meteorites, his initial thought was that another inherently evil company wanted to create weapons. Only after considering the current environment did he divulge some information. Now, Tao Yu's sincere willingness to leave behind food, a commodity of great importance in the apocalypse, regardless of the amount, was commendable in attitude. He wasn't saying he trusted Tao Yu completely regarding the company gathering places and cleaning up zombies, but at least he thought he could give it a try. He would make his judgment by observing during the journey. I can try. Hearing Jack's response, Tao Yu felt a rush of joy. Having someone like Jack who had a strong sense of justice, could be generally trusted, and was capable of taking action guide him could indeed save a lot of trouble. But after glancing at Cao Shaolin, Tao Yu fell silent for a moment. This profligate who took delight in killing, if left alone here, might have them all killed by the time he and Jack returned. Strike first at night. To maximize the cost efficiency, he should wait until Cao Shaolin made his move, then expose and stop him in front of Jack and the others. Reminding others of a pit in their path doesn't have as much effect as giving them a hand when they've already fallen into one. But Tao Yu didn't want to do that. There's more new food. It's all high-energy products, enough to last a few more days at least. Though Tao Yu had brought a lot of food, meant to replenish his strength as needed, it was still just around 30 kilograms for a person to carry. Yet even so, this batch of food still brought a wave of joy to the people at this small gathering place. In such a situation, nobody objected to Jack leaving for a few days. I also heard a radio station when I was coming here, there should be a small gathering place there as well, right? Tao Yu watched Bald Tommy lock the supplies in the warehouse, then turned to ask Jack beside him. There are actually quite a few small gathering places in the city, usually centered around hotels, apartments, supermarkets, but that radio station you mentioned is from the next door, Las Vegas. Chapter 56. Jack let out a sigh as he saw the delight in everyone's eyes. Now there are even attacks and looting between settlements, sometimes humans are more terrifying than zombies. Ha, aren't you afraid that I'm a spy sent over? Hearing Tao Yu's words, Jack rolled his eyes. Do I not know the situation in the city better than you? How could we possibly arrange a spy like you? He paused for a moment here. Besides, even if it were true, as long as you can provide food, we'll take it, but you'll have to sleep alone in a room at night. Shaolin is doing the same right now. Though Jack spoke as if everything were fine, he couldn't afford to let down his guard. Just as the three combatants were always following Tao Yu, they weren't as naive as they appeared. Shaolin had also just entered the settlement not long ago and was now also living alone in a room, which prompted a warm smile on Tao Yu's face as he amiably addressed Shaolin. Little brother Shaolin, we're going to be neighbors after this. That's right, brother Zhang, please look out for me. Shaolin, too, put on a fake smile. That night, Tao Yu, who had been leaning against the wall, silently peered through the cracks of the wooden planks nailed to the window, gazing at the darkness outside. The sky seemed to be covered with clouds, and the moonlight was obscured by the dark clouds, turning everything pitch black. Sliding his hand across the cracks on the window, Tao Yu estimated their size. The wooden planks served as a defense from the outside and also as a precaution against Tao Yu, but overall, they were just to prevent something the size of a human body, as the planks had to ensure ventilation. The cracks were not small. Should be enough. Tao Yu waited until 3 in the morning, then he took out 2 qi replenishing pills and held them in his mouth. Afterward, he suddenly dove into the shadows, instantly entering that mottled world of shadows and quickly squeezed through the cracks in the wooden planks, swiftly making his way to the side and into Shaolin's room. However, what nearly caused Tao Yu to lose his composure was that, just as he had entered the room, the supposedly sleeping Shaolin on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, looking around alertly. Even Li Hui, the deputy captain of the outer city security team, had not been aware of Tao Yu at all. This was also the source of Tao Yu's confidence. Yet who would have expected that this precaution would lead to such a situation? No wonder he felt malicious intent and a sense of crisis simultaneously. Who goes there? Shaolin's demeanor completely changed from his gentlemanly daytime appearance, his face turned cold as he stepped violently towards the approximate direction Tao Yu was in. The standard Beiji fist style brought a chill to Tao Yu, as he instantly entered bullet time. It was supposed to be his ambush, but now the opponent had seized the initiative. What incredible perception! However, Tao Yu could see clearly that the other person did not actually see him, but seemed to sense this direction through some unknown means. Under bullet time, Shaolin's once ferocious and brutal rapid punches slowed down immensely. The grimace on his face due to the force of the punch, the vacant pupils, seemingly turning his head to sense something, and the twisted air caused by the punch all played out in slow motion before Tao Yu. Using the strength depletion from bullet time to accelerate his body, Tao Yu felt all his chi blood energized. With his powerful physique, he felt a tearing pain. His chi blood spurred the explosion of force, and in conjunction with the crane-style's crisp movements, Tao Yu sidestepped the punch and with a twist of his wrist, he slashed his hooked knife fiercely towards the other's chest and abdomen. He aimed to spill the entrails by crossing past each other. But chilling Tao Yu's heart was the sight, even in the precise slow motion of bullet time, of the opponent's knees and elbows beginning to twist unnaturally. Clang! With a knee lift and elbow press, Shaolin's raised knee and pressed elbow firmly trapped the slash Tao Yu had intended for his torso. This nearly caused Tao Yu to curse out loud. The situation had changed. Shlug! The shadow force that enveloped Tao Yu's entire body poured out, combining with the force of his own slash like a sea embracing rivers, rushing toward the space between Cao Shaolin's elbow and knee. In an instant, the fabric of the clothes at the opponent's elbow and knee flew apart. The bronze skin also bore numerous disordered bloodstains in the air. In addition to this, the psychic shock attached to basic armament, modified made Cao Shaolin let out a muffled grunt as the whites of his eyes burst with blood vessels. Yet even so, the defense with the leg-cutting knife did not loosen in the slightest. Even under the entanglement of multiple forces, the leg-cutting knife broke with a snap. Crack! But just as Cao Shaolin forcibly endured the dizziness in his head, as well as the tearing pain from the physical attack, and was preparing to pull back and counterattack, he turned his head only to see the pistol Tao Yu had drawn and its dark barrel. His pupils constricted, and Cao Shaolin dodged the bullet that followed the flash of gunfire in the nick of time by tilting his head. Upon recognizing it was Tao Yu, his face twisted ferociously. Cao Shaolin had never imagined that he, who always toyed with others, would be the one ambushed this time. I want you dead. But before he could turn that furious thought into action, the bullet he should have dodged with a tilt of his head suddenly took a turn and burrowed into his eye. Fuck! Damn you! He isn't dead yet. Tao Yu clicked his tongue in astonishment at the sight of Cao Shaolin, whose eye sockets had turned into bloody holes, merely tilting his head back and retreating, seemingly ready to turn over and smash through the window to escape. He then followed up with a flurry of bullets, each shot targeted at the head. With the first step of Cao Shaolin's turn, a bullet struck the back of his head, the psychic shock together with the physical blow causing his head to feel heavy. But his reinforced skull stubbornly caught the bullets, merely cracking without him dying instantly. Looking at the window blocked with wooden boards in front of him, he also harbored a longing for life in the depths of his heart. Just dash through, just break out, and he could survive. And then he would definitely come back to kill them all. Toys, daring to defy their master. Unfortunately, though his speed and strength were extremely fearsome, and his defensive capabilities and vitality were astonishing. Being hit by a bullet with every step, unable to dodge any of them, and subjected to severe psychic shocks, his last thread of consciousness dissipated as his head broke through the wooden boards. In the end, his entire corpse was wedged hard onto the broken boards, dying with his eyes wide open. Even Tao Yu himself was heart-thumping at this moment. He had been sure that Cao Shaolin was no ordinary foe, that sense of threat was real. Which is why he went all out. He had thought that under a sneak attack, there shouldn't have been much problem. Who would have thought that not only had he used all of his means, but he had also almost been overturned. If it weren't for one certificate, forever valid allowing him to ignore the tearing injuries and draw his pistol immediately, if he had really been countered by that fierce force, then it would have been all over. A skull resisting a burst of bullets before dying, what kind of thing was that? Reloading his pistol until he confirmed that Yuan Force had begun to gather on the body. Only then did he quickly drag his exhausted body away amid the disturbance of the awakening crowd outside. Not a part on the body. Tao Yu was somewhat surprised to find that the Yuan Force ultimately gathered on a golden pistol at the opponent's waist that he had never had the chance to use. Without concerning himself too much with it, he quickly cleaned up the spent cartridges at the scene, and Tao Yu, having quickly replenished his chi with a chi replenishing pill, casually threw Cao Shaolin's body from the broken window down to the building below. He then evaded back into the shadows and returned to his room. He casually sensed the gains from the golden pistol. Simply absorbing Yuan Force could reach over 1,000 units. That was the amount from killing over 50 aliens. Chapter 57. Clean up. What's going on? Gunshots. What situation? Kid, open the door. Through the crack of the door, one could see the flickering shadows of flashlights outside. It wasn't a time to turn on the lights. Tao Yu had also opened his door just in time to see Tommy, who was holding a flashlight, about to knock. There were gunshots nearby. What's the situation? Tommy first shone his flashlight into Tao Yu's room, making sure of the window, and then he spoke in a grave tone. Don't know, let's break in and check. Tao Yu knew that Tommy and the others actually took turns to keep a lookout in the hallway at night. It was meant to guard against zombies and other troubles, but also to watch over Tao Yu himself and Cao Shaolin. In this apocalyptic environment, it was certain there would be night watchers, so it wasn't surprising that Tao Yu, who had awakened from deep sleep, was slower to emerge than the watch personnel. Bang! The door was forced open, several flashlight beams shone in, revealing the messy scene inside and the broken wooden window. With the door open, the night wind blew in, sending chills down one's spine, vaguely carrying with it the scent of zombies from the streets. What's the situation? Was it the three people who disappeared during the day? Having encountered even more bizarre events, Tommy's first thought was naturally this. He had already roughly inspected Tao Yu's room and, although it couldn't completely eliminate suspicion, it had moved down the list of priorities. At that moment, Jack had also arrived and, looking at the situation in the room, headed over to the window to look down on his own. Bring the flashlight over here. He reached out and took the flashlight passed to him from the side and shone it directly below. Without much effort, he found Cao Shaolin's body on the ground. The key issue was that a group of zombies had already followed the noise to the corpse and were crouched down feasting on it. Beyond that, there were no other clues. Tommy had also come over and whispered a few words into Jack's ear, leading Jack to nod and then turn back to Tao Yu, saying, "Brother, sorry, but we need to have a look inside your room." "Sure." Jack didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight into Tao Yu's room, feeling the rough wooden boards at the window with his hand and shining the flashlight at the area where the nails were driven in. After finding no traces of prying, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then his expression turned solemn again. Today has been very strange. First, 3 people vanish into thin air, then Shaolin is brutally attacked. From now on, we must stay together as much as possible at night. Damn, we have no idea how they're doing it. Tommy was equally somber at the moment. This was the apocalypse, high-tech investigative tools for gathering clues were not available, and Tao Yu was just playing along temporarily to avoid some misunderstandings and troubles. We can only defend passively, or perhaps, move to another place. A sigh was heard. Relocating was easier said than done. 7 months in, this was one of the places they had chosen. Not to mention anything else, just the zombies on the migration route were a huge headache, inevitably meaning death and injury. The adult men might still cope, but the elderly, frail, and sick would likely find it very difficult to hold on. Brother Zhongwei, what are the chances that the company's gathering place is for real? Jack raised the question again. The gathering place Tao Yu had spoken of was taken as just talk by the others, it could only be taken as gathering information, and they certainly wouldn't trust Tao Yu's word just because of his unsubstantiated claims. Even if they truly believed what Tao Yu said, they definitely wouldn't consider abandoning this relatively safe base in the short term. But the events of today weighed heavily on Jack's mind. 3 able-bodied people disappeared into thin air, and then Cao Shaolin was killed in the dead of night. If they had to live continuously in such tense spirits, worrying about zombies, food, as well as nighttime raids, they really couldn't last long. A settlement will inevitably be built, but I'm not certain it can be built near here. It's not something I can influence alone. However, I can promise to tell you the location. The new gathering place will surely be in need of people. Tao Yu roughly understood Jack's thoughts and didn't deceive him. Okay, we will set out first thing tomorrow morning. Jack nodded with his eyes closed as if he had made up his mind. Although he had a scar on his face which made him look somewhat fierce, it had to be said that this guy was really willing to take risks for others. Perhaps he also entertained the idea of using the meteorite as a merit to exchange for sheltering these people. Early the next morning, Tao Yu and Jack had already made simple preparations. Since both of them were very capable of moving around, it was not a big problem for them to find food for themselves, so they didn't bring much. Instead, Jack was incessantly reminding Tommy about things to be careful of. Apart from Tommy and Senkei, the rest of the people at the gathering place didn't pay much attention to Jack's departure, seeming more concerned about what they would eat today. "Boss, why don't we go with you? Senkei and I won't hold you back." Tommy was somewhat worried, though his bald head was tattooed and his face was full of muscle, he was quite convinced by Jack. "No need. After what happened yesterday, we need to be extra careful in the next few days and focus on safety." Jack didn't waver in his decision to stay and investigate what had happened before leaving. If they didn't find out, were they supposed to never leave and just sit around until the food ran out? Act decisively when you must. "Boss, come and take a look. I went downstairs earlier to take care of Cao Shaolin's body, but I discovered that his corpse hadn't been eaten." They were just about to leave, but the words from Senkei, the black man, made both Jack and Tao Yu hesitate. They quickly descended the stairs. Although the hotel's stairwell was somewhat messy and dim, and the handrails were covered with dust, which could be headache-inducing for someone with rhinitis, the zombies inside the hotel had been dealt with, and the supplies had been looted long ago, so going downstairs was uneventful. Once they reached the lobby at the bottom of the stairs, they were a bit more cautious, proceeding silently without making any noise. The hotel's doors had been blocked off, various sofas, cabinets, chairs from the lobby, and some nailed wooden boards made it airtight. There was only one small door for convenient access inside. On the other side of the hotel, a bell was installed that could be rung with a pull of a string. Every time someone wanted to leave through this door, they would pull the bell to attract the zombies to the side. Beyond that, there was a small garden with railings and a back door that was used as an alternative safe passage. At this moment, Cao Shaolin's corpse had been dragged in by Senkei and was laid out in that small garden, seemingly in preparation for burial. It was evident from the several small mounds in the garden that this was not the first time. Cao Shaolin's one eye had turned into a dark red bloody hole, and his other eye was wide open in death. The blood scabs on his head were tangled with his hair and had clumped together. But the key point was that his clothes had been almost completely torn by zombies, his body covered in bite marks, yet, astonishingly, it was mostly intact. They could even see several teeth embedded in his flesh. "This is..." Jack was shocked. He took off his gloves and pressed against Cao Shaolin's stiff corpse, then took out his dagger. After bringing his hands together in apology, he began to cut into Cao Shaolin's body. It felt tougher to cut through than cowhide, requiring force to make an incision. Tao Yu was also secretly alarmed. This creature's explosive power and vitality from yesterday were already frightening, but he hadn't expected the body to remain so tough after death. He relied on deification in bear form, using 5 forms as one to boost his localized defense, which at best was slightly better than this. Yet this guy's passive body had reached such a state. Thankfully, he had many tactics at his disposal and his injuries didn't affect his condition, otherwise, if he had not managed to overwhelm the opponent last night and had given him a chance to fight back, the situation would have been dire. In comparison, it was not surprising that the zombie's teeth and biting could not shred his body. Incredible, Shaolin was this strong. There hadn't been time for a thorough check last night, but now that Jack had looked closer and found bullet fragments lodged in the skull, he was even more shocked. The bullets hadn't completely penetrated. Even though Jack himself had started on the path of getting stronger by killing zombies, the comparison still showed he was far behind. It immediately occurred to him that Cao Shaolin might have been able to kill zombies to get stronger. But why be so low-key if he was that strong? It made no sense, and he couldn't understand it. And how could someone with such an inhuman physique have actually died? For these few days while I'm out, try not to look for supplies. Stay on full alert. On the way, I'll also keep an eye out for a new suitable place for us to settle. Jack began to suspect that Cao Shaolin might have had other motives, but in the end, he decided to focus on the safety of the people at the gathering place. He then turned to Tao Yu and said, "Brother Zhang, let's set out. We have a modified vehicle, follow me." Chapter 58, Cultivating Trust. In the garage, a wine-red Raptor pickup was covered in dust, having apparently not been washed for a long time. But with its domineering size, 6 meters in length, 2 meters in width and height, and 35-inch tires, the pickup still exuded a sense of wildness. The obvious modifications, such as the welded metal bars at the front and the wire mesh on the windows, added a wasteland style to the vehicle. The only issue is that it guzzles fuel quite a bit, but for now, we're not exactly short on gas. Jack sighed lightly as he examined the truck. The virus outbreak had come so suddenly, so many dead, so few survivors. Although 7 months had passed, gasoline was surprisingly easy to find throughout the city. Fuel can go bad over time, but that mostly just harms the engine. In a post-apocalyptic world, one can't afford to be so particular. Homemade gasoline incendiary bombs had always been an effective weapon for them. Let's find something to eat first. We've already scavenged most places within close range, and other survivors probably have too. Nowadays, finding food usually poses some difficulty. Food was the first thing Jack thought of, and Tao Yu felt the same. He had used up a total of 4 chi replenishing pills just to recover from a brief skirmish the night before, so getting food was the priority. The two of us don't need to bother with the trouble of transporting goods, so it should be easy to find. Before, Jack needed to lead a team to carry supplies, which made it much harder to ensure quiet and coordination. Now it was just the two of them, they could just fill their backpacks and leave. Jack then started the pickup truck, which roared to life and charged onto the street. Many zombies didn't even have time to react before they were brushed aside. Some that were blocking the road were simply rammed through. Sitting in the passenger seat, Tao Yu felt the occasional jolts from the collisions and realized that the danger on their journey shouldn't be too great under normal circumstances. But how to shake off zombies after stopping was another problem. Where is the gas station those 3 guys were talking about? Are you considering checking it out? Tao Yu asked casually. I'm not planning on going for now, there might be other dangers. I've scoped out a few places with stock before. They're a bit more challenging, but we can just go to one of them to find what we need this time. Once we've done that, we can go around the center of Las Vegas by the desert and head straight to the military base. We've got extra fuel in the trunk, and the tires are good for sand, so our range should be more than sufficient, Jack answered while driving smoothly, much like a race car driver. Great! Tao Yu exhaled, then took out the gold pistol he got from Cao Shaolin and toyed with it. After a moment of silence, he said. I was the one who killed Cao Shaolin. Tao Yu's revelation nearly caused Jack to lose control of the vehicle. It swayed before he managed to steady it again. He didn't yell or even stop the car but asked in a heavy, solemn voice. Why? Because I had seen him before. He was a powerful pervert who took pleasure in killing. You also examined his body today. If I hadn't attacked him by surprise, chances are I would be the one dead. Tao Yu turned his head to look at Jack. Do you believe me? The cabin fell silent for a moment, the only sound the roaring engine. I believe you. You didn't have to tell me, Jack responded after a pause, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. He tried to put himself in Tao Yu's shoes. If what he said was true, there didn't seem to be any good solution. If he had tried to discuss it with Jack, would Jack have believed him at that time? The fact that Jack believed Tao Yu now was mainly because he had seen Cao Shaolin's body and sensed the powerful aura lingering even after death. After hearing Jack's answer, Tao Yu also showed a slight smile. He had changed his plan on the spur of the moment after seeing Jack's suspicion about Cao Shaolin's body. Building mutual trust takes time. Actually, when Tao Yu first teamed up with Zhang Wei, they also tried to build some trust between them. He even guided Zhang Wei in learning the basic breathing technique, but the latter's change in attitude following the appearance of the two people from the inner city led Tao Yu to dismiss the idea outright. Everyone has their own thoughts and interests, and that's perfectly reasonable. However, the level of trust affects the degree to which cooperation is possible. Tao Yu then put away the golden handgun again. Warlord's sidearm comes with armor-piercing, precision, and self-repair effects. It also enhances the wielder's spirit perception, allowing detection of malice and offering a degree of perception towards mystical entities, can be stacked, and can be absorbed for 1080 units of Yuan Force. Tao Yu had a handgun with precision ballistic effect, but its shortcomings became evident when facing Cao Shaolin. Even with the spiritual impact of his deified shooting technique, it barely managed to kill him after firing a whole clip. And that was just Cao Shaolin. If he were to face someone even stronger, wouldn't that just mean instant defeat? This warlord's sidearm was without a doubt a supplement to Tao Yu's lethality, and the stackable spirit perception was probably a physical manifestation of a perception ability similar to Cao Shaolin's. It was because of this ability and the stackability with the crane-shaped spirit perception that Tao Yu could feel the sincerity in Jack's previous words. He truly believed what Tao Yu had said. This encounter had served as a wake-up call to a slightly complacent Tao Yu. shadow evasion was not omnipotent. Beyond the armor-piercing and precision, that self-repair feature was also quite impressive. In addition to repairing the gun when damaged, the most important aspect was that when the magazine was empty, it could automatically replenish 1 air bullet per minute, with the same effect as a regular bullet but unable to be removed. A 14-round magazine could be refilled about every quarter hour. Bullets cost money, and they also take up a lot of space in a backpack. Although 1 bullet per minute wouldn't significantly reduce Tao Yu's reliance on spare ammunition, it did give him the confidence to fire his gun when clearing lesser creatures on ordinary days. It definitely qualified as a fine piece of equipment. Although it only absorbed a little over 1,000 Yuan Force, its actual value was certainly much higher. The protagonist is the protagonist, after all. It's difficult to find such a character among pioneers. A preliminary foundation of trust has been established, perhaps. Watching Jack, who was driving with his prominent nose, a few thoughts flashed through Tao Yu's mind. After pondering for a moment, he continued. Actually, the condition of your body being able to absorb Yuan Force, you'll sooner or later hear some news about it. I think I might as well tell you now. The trust Jack showed and the fact that Tao Yu didn't sense any malice warmed his heart. Although he had thought about exploding Jack for gold coins, actions speak louder than intentions, and after all, he hadn't made a move. And since he had decided to partner with Jack for a temporary team-up, he felt that he could give Jack a heads-up. After all, this information was worthless to him, and Jack would find out eventually anyway. Yuan Force. At this moment, Jack hadn't fully digested Tao Yu's earlier words, his heart still unsettled, but upon hearing Tao Yu mention this, he vaguely felt that a major secret was about to be revealed. Yes, Yuan Force. It's crucial for us pioneers and for children of destiny like you. The highlands and rainforest to the south, you already know about, are actually different worlds. Compared to the unpredictable pioneers, such a protagonist setup was clearly more trustworthy. Abyss. World fragments. Yuan Force. ZZZT. The pickup truck stopped in an empty park, ripping a trail through the disheveled grass. Jack finally couldn't hold back anymore, letting zombies slowly approach as he leaned back in his seat and rubbed his temples. So, those 3 guys who disappeared were the pioneers you mentioned? Was Cao Shaolin one too? Those 3 were indeed pioneers, but they have nothing to do with me. Cao Shaolin must be similar to you, except you are the hero, and he is the villain. Tao Yu gave an example, causing Jack to show a bitter smile. Now there's a hero and a villain too, sigh, what a headache. Compared to others who can't even use Yuan Force, you're doing well. Only by becoming stronger can you survive in this environment. Alright, I deeply appreciate you telling me all this. Let's go, find something to eat first. Jack opened the car door, pulled a shovel from the roof of the vehicle, and with a few swift motions, beheaded the approaching zombies, their heads flying off. His strength indeed already surpassed that of the average person. Given that he was designed to be a soldier king type and had been absorbing Yuan Force for 7 months, Jack's strength was not weak. No wonder he already felt different even though zombies provided only a small amount of Yuan Force. Even though Jack and his kind couldn't level up like pioneers, their rate of absorbing Yuan Force must be higher. Chapter 59, Local. 2 agile figures jumped from a withered tree in the park onto the school's perimeter wall, then nimbly pushed off and effortlessly vaulted over it. The school playground was in disarray, the ground littered with dried blood stains and flesh scabs sticking to the floor, hosting far more zombies than the streets outside, all blocked by the school's bulletproof gates. They hadn't spread out. Therefore, this place was generally off-limits to ordinary survivors. Outside the school supermarket, a female zombie in a school uniform, with pale skeletal features already showing on its face, occasionally twitched in its spot. But the next moment, a shovel smacked onto its head, splattering some viscous fluid. At the same time, as the zombie was about to fall, Jack intervened with his leg to soften the noise of its collapse. For Tao Yu and Jack, who both had strong mobility, avoiding zombies and entering the school was not difficult, they had a clear understanding of the zombies' habits and easily established tacit coordination. To move lightly and quietly, Tao Yu didn't even wear his helmet, and Jack minimized his gear as much as possible. Their movements were soundless. 7 months had passed, and although the supermarket was a bit cluttered, the shelves were still crammed with goods, with just a few scattered on the floor. It was evident that no one had patronized this place from the beginning to the end. Apart from a few zombies already cleared at the entrance, there were still about 7 or 8 inside the supermarket. Be careful not to let them knock over the shelves, otherwise we'll have to run ahead of time, Jack whispered, holding the shovel. Tao Yu simply nodded without making a sound. I'll take the left, you take the right. Jack made several hand signals to Tao Yu, gesturing numbers and directions. Tao Yu also raised his hand and gestured an OK. Dang! Click! Pfft! Both wielding a shovel and a crooked knife, their movements were clean and crisp. Plus, they controlled the directions well, preventing the zombies from toppling the shelves. They easily eliminated all the zombies in the supermarket. Besides, they thoroughly checked inside and out, ensuring no stragglers suddenly emerged and made noise. Once certain, they quickly stuffed their backpacks with various high-energy foods. Snickers, chocolate, biscuits, canned food, and some sports drinks kept filling their backpacks. Tao Yu even ate as he packed, snacking directly. The swallow essence technique modified not only accelerated digestion and provided resistance to poison, but it also increased the energy reserves one could store in advance. Given the abundance of food, keeping oneself at peak condition was definitely the right choice. Jack, who was beside Tao Yu, was wide-eyed at the sight of his voracious eating. He really could eat a lot. Then, as he helped pack Tao Yu's backpack, Jack came closer and whispered. Is this the Yuan Force strengthening skill you were talking about? Hum. Chewing with his cheeks puffed, Tao Yu hummed affirmatively and nodded. He then tilted his head to glance at Jack, pondering for a moment. Maybe he could try teaching Jack the basic breathing method, even the Wanliu stance skill and myriad streams 5 forms. Jack couldn't absorb those Yuan Force skills, but skills that could be practiced should definitely be no problem for him. In truth, the dojos in the outskirts didn't have strict measures to prevent the outside transmission of skills. As long as the apprentices who'd learned didn't openly teach others in the name of the dojo and kept it private for friends and family, it wasn't a concern. Outsiders valued their own skills highly, plus practicing skills without proper mastery could lead to injury or, in the case of breathing techniques, could harm the internal organs. There were far more cases of people being crippled in secret practice than of successes. Tao Yu had only dared to train in the basic breathing method under the guidance of his older brother. Therefore, ordinary people without connections, willing to pay for learning, would still mainly rely on dojos. This was also why Wanliu Dojo tied its outstanding students to the dojo. However, although Tao Yu's proficiency in several skills wasn't high, due to the holistic awareness brought about by deification, he felt he could at least get Jack started. Trading free knowledge for genuine goodwill seemed like a good deal. If Jack managed to get a foothold in the settlement later, it could mean having an extra source of support. Are you willing to teach me? Having returned to the driver's seat of the pickup with supplies, Jack also seemed invigorated, even beginning to lift his hands and gesture some moves of his own. Since you're willing to take the risk of going with me to find the meteorite, teaching a few skills is nothing, but whether you can learn them is up to you. Tao Yu was indifferent. Haha, thanks, bro, you're pretty decent. Remember, if you get a chance to learn skills at a gathering place in the future, try to find a formal venue, otherwise, if you train incorrectly or ruin your potential, it'll be troublesome. As Jack started the pickup, Tao Yu reminded him again with a word of caution. Currently, our entire pioneer group, myself included, prioritizes interests. You need to change your way of handling things a bit and be more vigilant. Jack listened to Tao Yu's words, laughing and glancing at him while driving. Brother Zhongwei, no matter what, I'm ex-CIA, not so naive, but still, thanks. My name is Tao Yu. Since he had decided to cultivate a long-term operation, and with the groundwork laid, Tao Yu no longer concealed his identity. Haha, brother Tao Yu, we're friends now, right? Naturally. Hold tight, I'm going to accelerate. Jack started shifting gears and stepped on the gas, zooming off the highway and driving straight onto the Gobi, kicking up a trail of dust behind him, forming a long snake-like pattern across the barren desert. Wh-la-la-yo-o, wh-la-la-yo-o. As the sun set, since they couldn't pick up speed on the Gobi, and after changing a tire midway, Tao Yu and his group finally bypassed the center of Las Vegas. Carrying a cloud of dust, they returned to the highway on the Gobi, driving toward the military base in the distance. Next to this military base lies the globally notorious restricted area, Area 51. So, researching the meteorite over here wouldn't be surprising at all. This breathing technique is really useful, I'm hungry again. Jack's face lit up with excitement as he bit into a Snickers bar, but it was evident that his breathing rate was similar to Tao Yu's while driving. With Jack's robust physical condition and without any mistakes, there was no need to worry about damaging his internal organs, so by midday during their break for a meal, he had already been initiated into the basic breathing technique under Tao Yu's guidance. His talent was beyond question. Perhaps this also involved some factor of being a child of destiny vested with the Yuan Force. No wonder Cao Shaolin was so strong. And since he had successfully initiated, the rest was just a process of familiarization and adaptation. Now that you've just initiated, make sure you don't breathe incorrectly. If you feel pain, stop immediately, or you might suffer from lifelong internal injuries. Tao Yu warned again, as not everyone could disregard pain like him, and there were plenty who had ruined themselves and were left disabled. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Right now, I'm feeling great, full of energy. Are you sure there's no one left in the military base ahead? Won't we become targets if we drive there and it hasn't been overrun? I'm sure. Before, some survivors tried to take some military weapons from here, but ended up finding only zombies. Moreover, the ammunition depot has exploded. Jack mentioned casually. Exploded? Didn't the meteorite explode too? No, if the meteorite had exploded, the base would be gone. Jack was clearly aware of the meteorite's power. It was the kind of thing that could make a handgun deal missile-level damage. The military wasn't foolish, of course, they would have stored it separately and safely. But at that moment, Tao Yu's pupils contracted slightly as he suddenly shouted. Stop the car! Jack didn't know what Tao Yu meant, but due to the tacit understanding and trust between them at that moment, he slammed on the brakes, causing the pickup to slide a distance on the highway, leaving evident skid marks. Duck your head, be careful, the ground ahead is littered with nails. It must be deliberate. Tao Yu quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted some people peering out from behind several scrapped vehicles in the Gobi direction. From their weapons and attire, they were either pioneers or people who had killed pioneers and taken their equipment. They may be pioneers. Remember what I told you, stay alert, don't speak, I'll handle the negotiation. While quickly advising Jack, Tao Yu opened the car door and, staying alert, waved toward the other side and called out loudly in the common tongue. Hey, big brother, I'm a local, one of our own. Chapter 60, Shortcuts. A few abandoned cars, anchored in the Gobi Desert and covered in sand, were the hideout for 5 pioneers who were constantly observing the conditions on the road. When they saw a vehicle appear, a trace of joy emerged on their faces. The frail pioneer responsible for using the binoculars turned to a slender, lizard-skinned figure and said, Boss, someone's coming. That figure, referred to as the boss and having lizard-like skin, could be seen to have fairly regular features, but the vertical pupils and shark-like teeth in her mouth created a sense of dread. You're in luck, replacement lambs have come, so consider your earlier problems resolved. The lizardman had been lying lazily on the scorching Gobi sand, seemingly indifferent to the desert's temperature, even deliberately staying under the sun. Now, she stood up with an expression of indolence on her face. This made the other several figures, obviously dressed like outsiders, shrink back in fear. Boss, they've found a snag, got out of the car, seem like pioneers too. Watching the figures speaking the common language get out of the car on the road, the group was momentarily stunned. Ha, it doesn't matter to me whether it's you or someone else who distracts the zombies at the military base up ahead. The woman with the forked tongue spat it out and with the focus of her vertical pupils, instantly discerned the 2 individuals on the highway in a split second. Quite handsome. The lizard woman's face showed a hint of interest, causing the others' hearts to sink. Bring them here. Yes. A man carrying a backpack and an assault rifle hurriedly ran up and gestured for Tao Yu and the others to come over. Tao Yu, who also noticed the lizard woman's appearance, felt a sense of gravity in his heart. Had inner city folks actually taken a liking to this barren place? With the experience from last time, he knew this lizard woman was definitely a being from the inner city, implanted with a mutant body. With the resources of the inner city folks, even if she could only be considered a peer at most, her power was not to be underestimated. Play dumb for now, we've got trouble and need to play it by ear, Tao Yu quietly warned Jack as his boots hit the hot Gobi sands, distorting the air with their heat. Afterwards, he approached with a smile, even slinging his gun over his back to appear non-threatening. What are your talents? Where are you heading? Where did you get this car? Can you drive? The barefoot lizard woman walked over on the scorching sand, eyeing Tao Yu with keen interest. Tao Yu's whole body tensed up, overwhelmed by the dense aura of threat. Very strong. Tao Yu, feeling the palpitations, responded submissively. His talent is endurance, and mine is dynamic vision. We've spent some time in the city with the locals and got our hands on these things. Not bad, you're well built. The lizard woman, fixing her gaze on Tao Yu's handsome face, squeezed his body and her eyes lit up momentarily. She even stuck out her forked tongue, nearly licking Tao Yu's face. You flatter me. You have two choices now. First, become my favorite and let me check you over, or second, lure the zombies away from the base up ahead. The lizard woman spoke flippantly, offering Tao Yu two options. Of course, I know which shortcut to take. Tao Yu answered without hesitation, a situation typical of inner-city encounters with outsiders. Even without an expendable list, they'd still force people to go. It's still better within the city, where there are some basic rules. But in Abyss, there is little to no order. Last time, Joseph and Wino were relatively polite because they both had a quota of 5 outsiders. Now, this lizard woman, unconcerned by such considerations, was even more unrestrained or rather, reckless. By choosing this desolate area, she could say she had no competition, and her focus on the military base was probably more about finding a gathering spot. Elbow, come with me. Pleased with Tao Yu's compliance, the lizard woman turned and walked away. May I have the honor of your name, my lord? Xylan, of the inner city's Longzi clan. Forget it, you outsiders wouldn't understand, but if you work hard and please me, perhaps I'll consider bringing you into the city. Xylan appeared very arrogant. Also, my lord Xylan, we encountered a special situation in the city previously. A local managed to kill a zombie and grow stronger, I wonder. Where? Xylan, who had seemed somewhat lazy, suddenly brightened up, fixing a piercing gaze on Tao Yu. In a survivor's camp within the city. Tao Yu seemed somewhat fearful as he shrank back a bit. Haha, you really are my lucky star. What's this person like? Never mind, you wouldn't know how to judge. Come on, let's go into the city, you lead the way to that place. Xylan changed her mind instantly, no longer interested in inspecting the merchandise. Is it very important? Tao Yu asked with some surprise. The old gathering place might be fine, but here, it's still worth a visit. They are all children of destiny of the world fragments, there are those blessed by the world, the chosen ones, and those favored by the abyss, the fortune thieves. But no matter which, their existence can reduce the probability of the gathering place suffering from the abyssal calamities. Lizardman seemed to be in a very good mood. Do you really think you can just set up a gathering place anywhere? You've seen the domineering power of the world fragment boundary. No one can rule out the possibility of a world fragment falling from the sky over the gathering place. We individuals are okay, with the world's will to protect us, the most we'll get is a stumble, a loss of direction, but it's not fatal. But the gathering place could easily be split to the 4 corners of the earth. I see. Tao Yu also nodded in understanding, no wonder it's the abyss. Then he carefully continued to ask. Is there any difference between the two? Lizardman hummed a little tune, leading the way towards that car and said casually. If you kill a local chosen one within the world fragment, you could be surrounded by misfortune in the current world fragment. Fortune thieves are not so bad, but overall, the cost-effectiveness of killing them is low, what they drop in Yuan Force is not as good as their strength. It's a poor bargain, so even the old gathering places will try to keep them around, never too many. It's just that you have to be cautious with fortune thieves, they often stir up trouble. After hearing all this, Tao Yu felt a wave of emotions. After all, he was from the inner city, more knowledgeable indeed, not something an outsider like him could compare to. Thank you very much. Haha, you've done a great service, ask for whatever reward you want when the time comes. Can I borrow some Yuan Force from you? Tao Yu passed over a Yuan Force magnetic card with an eager face, the one with almost a 5,000 limit. Rewarded in advance, if you find it, you won't have to pay it back, if not, repay 9 for 13, or provide good service to offset it. Lizardman didn't hesitate much and directly filled up that Yuan Force magnetic card, tossing it to Tao Yu. The aura of a wealthy woman hit him in the face, making the few other outsiders beside them green with envy. But looking at Tao Yu's appearance, and thinking of the crucial information he provided, none dared to show him any disrespect. Even when eyes met, many still wore pleasing smiles filled with goodwill. Thank you. Tao Yu retracted the magnetic card and absorbed the Yuan Force inside. He felt a sigh of relief in his heart. It turns out that having some Yuan Force in reserve for emergencies was still essential. The amount he had before wouldn't have been enough even for treatment if he got hurt. Now he felt much more stable. Actually, that chosen one is him. Tao Yu pointed casually at Jack, leaving Jack, who could not understand their language, completely confused about the situation. But at the moment Lizardman's attention was distracted toward Jack, everything in Tao Yu's vision slowed down to a crawl. The golden pistol slid out, bang bang bang. A series of gunshots sounded. Lizardman seemed as if goosebumps covered her entire body, erupting into terrifying speed in an instant. Even in the slow motion of bullet time, you could see her head swinging to the side, seemingly trying to dodge the trajectory of the bullets. However, those bullets, which left trails in the air in slow motion, suddenly made sharp turns in the air, cunningly following Lizardman's head movements. Bang! Perhaps Lizardman's mutated body was no weaker than Cao Shaolin's, it might even be stronger, but now armed with the warlord's sidearm, Tao Yu had refreshed his own upper limit of attack. In the slow motion of bullet time, you could see the armor-piercing bullets with distorted air trails, lifting her keratin scalp, tearing through the skull, and boring in. Plus the mental attack that came with basic shooting modified. She didn't have any time to struggle like Cao Shaolin had, her brain matter exploded instantly. As her skull was thrown open and her body began to fall forward, Tao Yu hadn't even come out of bullet time yet. He turned and aimed at the few others who had yet to react, and gave each one a shot. Blood splattered everywhere. Leaving only Jack with a dumbfounded face at the side, watching it all, thinking, what the hell just happened? He couldn't understand the gibberish they were speaking, and no one bothered to expend Yuan Force to explain. At first, it looked like a happy scene. Weren't they having a good conversation? How come in the blink of an eye, they were all killed? You must be the real psycho killer, right? Get used to it, this is the abyss. Tao Yu said to Jack with a baffled look, smiling casually. What goes around, comes around, he thought. Having suppressed the wicked thought of exploding gold coins from Jack earlier, now he knew that killing the chosen one recklessly could invite retribution. Since you couldn't understand our conversation, you might not know what was happening, but they wanted to use us as cannon fodder to lure away the zombies, or as her consorts. As Jack was still digesting the information, hearing the latter part made him shiver and he looked down at the lizardman's keratin skin, instantly feeling a chill. Good riddance. Tao Yu picked up an assault rifle and fired another burst into lizardman's fallen body, then slowly explained the situation with the pioneers to Jack, as well as what had just happened. Chapter 61, Harvest. When Wino had first stealth attacked Joseph from the inner city, Tao Yu had been somewhat panicked, worried that some method might trace the attack back to her. This time, her mindset was much steadier. After the finishing blow, Tao Yu remembered how Joseph had self-destructed last time, so she waited on the spot for a moment before going over with gloved hands to search the body. Highly toxic, with the chance of penetrating the skin. Tao Yu's deification auxiliary ability proved its worth again. Who would have thought that lizardman's corpse would turn into a deadly toxin after death? Had toxic glands burst and entered the body? No wonder her style was different from Wino's, who favored broad and forceful swings. She must have chosen to be dexterous, utilizing toxins to kill in one hit. Very tough to deal with. Moreover, Tao Yu hadn't forgotten that when Wino was once besieged by aliens, she had used some kind of potion, losing her sanity in exchange for a surge in power, and even after being parasitized by an alien and being cut open, she had stubbornly survived. Tao Yu continually probed, using various pieces of information to stimulate, and based on her deification crane stance and warlord's sidearms combined spirit perception, she would confirm and only launch a stealth attack when she sensed the highest emotional fluctuation from her adversary. I'm glad I played that safe, otherwise I really could have had trouble not knowing about this toxic intelligence. Tao Yu was quite satisfied with her own caution. What if the adversary could release a wide area toxic fog or something of the sort? No matter what ace she had up her sleeve, the safest option was to subdue her right in the bag. If the information regarding Child of Destiny couldn't distract her opponent, Tao Yu was even prepared to make some risque remarks. And if she couldn't find the right opportunity for a long time, she might indeed have to risk herself to find a chance. Thinking of her opponent's sharp teeth, Tao Yu couldn't help shivering inwardly. Luckily, there were no ifs. After searching the body with gloves on, Tao Yu indeed found several good items. Last time, that beast Joseph hadn't dropped anything when he self-destructed, but this time several items turned out to be quite useful to Tao Yu. One was a dagger shaped like a fang, with some patterns wrapped around the handle. Although she didn't detect any poison, Tao Yu still washed it with the water from several dead men. Colossal Lizard's Fang, a dagger made from a giant lizard's tooth, possessing the properties of causing bleeding, armor-piercing, and paralysis. It can absorb 900 Yuan Force. A body armor that could only protect the chest and abdomen, with fine scales on the armor. Inner scale armor, possesses strong defensive and anti-penetration abilities, able to distribute damage evenly, weaker against blunt weapons, can absorb 400 Yuan Force. Although this inner scale armor seemed cheaper than the dagger, its actual price might be even higher. Being lightweight, with the defensive mode highly resistant to bullets, Tao Yu really loved it and didn't mind at all that someone else had used it. Even if it seemed to be designed for a woman, Tao Yu didn't care, since it was worn inside. Practicality was all that mattered. After washing it with water, she quickly began changing into it, which caused Jack, standing by her side, to stare wide-eyed, his mouth agape in an O shape. What kind of fetish is this? So you are the real pervert, after all. What are you looking at? Shallow. Tao Yu's sensitive spirit perception was kind of annoyed by Jack's gaze, and she glared back fiercely at him. Stuck in conventional views, they know nothing of practicality above all else. Muttering to herself, Tao Yu sped up the dressing process, eager to cover the inner scales armor. Besides that, she also found a pair of knee pads and wrist guards, similar to the elastic leather type of sports knee protectors with average defensive capabilities, absorbing only about 1 to 200 Yuan Force, but they could enhance explosiveness and endurance somewhat and reduce the risk of muscle sprains. Good value for the price, excellent cost effectiveness. These suit me, following a similar path I've taken. Each one is exceedingly fitting. Although the items contained not much Yuan Force individually, like the blood orchid which absorbed less than 100, their utility was laid out plainly, truly allowing Tao Yu to trade her shotgun for a cannon. Although they're loot from a body, they're small and can be hidden, considering the profit, it's worth the risk. Tao Yu didn't bother with unnecessary worries. The company has its rules, the abyss has its own laws. Even if the equipment she found in the abyss did end up exposed, it would be hard for others to use it as an excuse to openly do anything to her. At least, that's how it appears on the surface. Apart from the several useful pieces of equipment, Tao Yu also found 7 potions and stored them in the backpack at her waist. 6 of them seemed to be specifically for her implanted alien mutations and were highly toxic to ordinary people. Tao Yu directly absorbed all the Yuan Force from these 6 potions, together amounting to around 2,000. While absorbing the potions, Tao Yu also noticed that high-quality items like these took longer to absorb Yuan Force. If I come across some relics or such things in the future, maybe I'll even suffer a backlash while absorbing them, he mused. After draining the potions that were of no use to himself, Tao Yu did some thinking. Then, he looked at the only one left, similar to Qi replenishing pill, but presumably more effective, a stamina potion. Stamina recovery potion, slightly poisonous, may cause bleeding, greatly restores stamina, stimulates nerves, and to some extent, recovers mental strength. There were only 3 of these milky stamina recovery potions, and Tao Yu directly pocketed them, discarding the drained potion residues. Come, give me a hand, and let's burn them. Although it was getting dark, Tao Yu had no intention of leaving right away. Instead, he went back to the pickup truck and brought out a small barrel of gasoline. Combined with some discarded tires, he piled up the bodies and sprinkled the gasoline to ignite them. Jack had by now recovered from the shock of Tao Yu changing into women's inner scales armor. Will this bring trouble? As a former member of a CIA task force, Jack, although willing to help civilians and generally upright, was not averse to covering tracks, including disposing of bodies. If they find out it was me, definitely, the energy and influence of inner-city people are quite substantial. It's us. Jack smiled and corrected Tao Yu's words, taking the initiative to start the fire. I can't imagine being pinned down by that fanged hag. Jack shivered, and the scar on his large nose quivered. Tao Yu kept silent for a moment but did not correct him. It seemed that the female lizardman hadn't taken a liking to him. Maybe because he was too ugly. It's all about sudden wealth. Feeling the nearly 7,000 points of Yuan Force reserves and considering his new set of equipment that was an improvement over the old, Tao Yu couldn't help but reflect. Even if he hadn't come to the barren zombie world and had ventured in the prairies and rhine forests hunting instead. Not to mention the risk of being surrounded by aliens leading to more loss than gain if not hunting went smoothly, tirelessly day and night, it wouldn't have been this quick. And that's considering the skills from the newly developed development zone could still sell at high prices, and he still had to commute between the abyss and the real world to turn in assignments. Yet here, a lizardman's explosion of gold coins was a windfall, let alone when calculating the value of Cao Shaolin's warlord's sidearm earlier. Currently, the warlord's sidearm remained the most valuable piece of equipment Tao Yu possessed. Armor-piercing precision. These two functions were quite ordinary, but that stackable spirit perception seemed very effective even against more powerful opponents. Just like the deification of the crane stance, which Tao Yu considered to be the most practical and potential rich of the 5 stances. We're here, let's stop. Let's make do with resting in the car for the night to recuperate and gather strength. Driving with the headlights against the night, Jack stopped the car. Already there were some roadblocks up ahead, with barbed wire beside them. The place looked very run down. With his eyesight, Tao Yu could see several places where the barbed wire had been intentionally cut and damaged. Good, have the zombies around the perimeter already been cleared out? Some people wanted to take the perimeter equipment and military vehicles, attracted some zombies, and now most of the zombies in this base are concentrated in the center, denser than the school we visited before. It's a challenge, Jack explained. Having been around this area for some time, Jack was familiar with the local situation. Although the last time he had escorted goods here was before the outbreak of the biohazard, he still learned a lot through interactions with other survivors. Actually, the best way to handle places like this is indeed to arrange for some people to draw the zombies away. But with these creatures, if you drive too fast, they stop following. You can only keep up a similar speed and continuously make noise. Once surrounded, it's sure death. Everyone who has attempted it has died, and gradually no one comes anymore. There had also been an explosion at the armory, and even with someone risking their life to create an opportunity to enter, success wasn't guaranteed, so naturally, attempts diminished over time. Given the current ratio of survivors and supplies, it wasn't necessary to take such risks. Then let's rest for the night, have something to eat, and I'll teach you some stance skills in the meantime. With the substantial physical foundation Jack had from absorbing Yuan Force, similar to Tao Yu's initial learning phase, and his own strong combat skill base, he would naturally progress quickly. Chapter 62, Base. At dawn, when the sky was just beginning to light up, Tao Yu had already gotten out of the car and started his training for the day. Even with one proof forever proof, preventing any degradation of his abilities, improving them still took time. Even when he lacked Yuan Force, he still insisted on practicing every day, and now that he had enough Yuan Force, he naturally wouldn't fall behind. Tao Yu's figure was seen constantly moving within the circle drawn by his feet, activating different variants of the myriad stream's 5 forms, at times dexterous, at times weighty. The tenseness of his muscles could be heard with every motion, like a bowstring plucked, his bones creaking under the flow of his chi blood. His movements were sometimes as quick as lightning, other times as slow as a tortoise. Yet even when Tao Yu seemed to move slowly, the compression and twisting of his muscles as he slowly threw a punch, followed by a rapid, short strike, produced a vigorous sound in the air. After completing a full set of 5 forms interacting with each other, Tao Yu finally slowly finished and took a deep breath. High-level skills really consume a lot. Without fear of injuring his body, after a simple stretch, Tao Yu started drinking a bottle of sports drink in large gulps and then began stuffing Snickers into his mouth. Still need the meat though. Muttering to himself, Tao Yu had just acquired 5 forms as one and had started earning money with it. But he had encountered tough enemies twice, and both times, it could be said he was somewhat at a disadvantage. The first time facing Cao Shaolin, he had shattered the knife with his explosive power, the second time, he didn't even dare to let his opponent get close enough to engage. In the end, it was still due to a lack of proficiency. If he could get 5 forms as one modified up to LV5, plus fully unlocking the potential of his body, he should be able to grapple in close combat. Guns are extremely cost-effective, but it's a pity they have a limit, and obtaining non-standard firearms isn't easy either. Tao Yu glanced at the warlord's sidearm in his hand. For now, it was sufficient for him, but based on the last 2 encounters, he needed to anticipate and prevent potential threats. You're up really early. At that moment, Jack also yawned, opened the car door, and stretched his limbs while pressing on his lower back. Resting in the car was quite uncomfortable. In the abyss, being weak is the original sin. Tao Yu continued munching on food, quickly digesting it with the help of swallow essence technique modified. With his stomach churning and intestines absorbing, he took care of half a backpack's contents in no time. Seeing Tao Yu's intense training, Jack felt some pressure himself and quickly performed a set of stance skill that he hadn't completely mastered yet. We have a tough fight ahead, conserve your strength. Tao Yu smiled at Jack's efforts. He himself could ignore pain, but Jack was different. Alright, I'm not too sure about the specifics inside, so let's observe for a while and decide on a strategy. Looking at Jack's serious demeanor, Tao Yu didn't feel much pressure. Don't worry. If it's too difficult, we won't bother searching. We'll just turn back and find someone strong to sweep through. If there was an opportunity, of course, it would be most profitable to secure it for himself and sell it. But if the difficulty was too high, Tao Yu wasn't set on breaking through at any cost. Tao Yu knew his capabilities for burst damage, ambushes, sneaking, and hiding were strong, and seizing the moment to overcome stronger foes wasn't out of the question. Joseph, Li Hui, Cao Shaolin, and the Lizard Kirin were all examples. But endurance was indeed a weakness. Back when facing the minor troops at the Li family's place, it was all sustained by spending Yuan Force. Although it seemed convenient, it was genuinely a bit too costly, and now with increased strength, the consumption was certainly greater. In a way, he was actually restrained by hordes of zombies. This base, due to its association with Area 51, had been surrounded by an aura of mystery, but it actually appeared quite ordinary. From a distance, one could see some regular military barracks and an airfield runway. The perimeter fence was simple, already rusty, and mottled. It seemed to just encircle a wide military restricted area. Within it, more comprehensive military camps could be seen, with walls, metal railings, and electrified fences. Beyond that, there was a massive scorched area with some debris, likely from the explosion at the weapons storage. The two parked the car on the highway outside, each grabbing weapons and backpacks, and entered the base through a cut section of barbed wire. The outskirts had almost no remaining zombies, appearing quite sparse and posing no threat. There were still some remnants of bodies on the ground, likely from zombies cleared out by earlier groups. But deeper inside, whether in the barracks or on the airstrip, there was a dense mass of zombies. Most were still dressed in their impressive military uniforms. It seemed as though all the people from the camp had gathered there and were trapped inside. The place researching the meteorite is underground, I know the entrance, but it's right in that camp, which is a bit troublesome, and we need to find an ID card to get in. If the main gate is closed, we'll probably have to search for it among the zombies. Jack had once escorted goods here and had a fairly deep understanding of the place. Let's give it a try, find a suitable point for infiltration first. Tao Yu didn't give a long speech. After all, he could use shadow evasion, and if necessary, sneak in through ventilation ducts or similar areas. As they approached the barracks, they lightened their footsteps, not wanting to attract the attention of the horde. Smelling the stench of decay and looking at the metal railings much sturdier than the barbed wire outside impeding the zombies, both were looking for a suitable breakthrough point. While observing, Tao Yu was also nibbling on a Snickers bar. He whispered to Jack. What the heck did those people before us do? Why are there so many? I don't know either. It seems more difficult than expected. Just as Jack was also taken aback, Tao Yu suddenly paused, then quickly looked up and saw a security camera hanging under the eaves of a building. At that moment, the camera was still regularly flashing a red light, clearly operational. Seeing Tao Yu stop, Jack became puzzled. But when he followed Tao Yu's gaze and realized the situation, he whispered. This is a military base, after all. See those solar panels on the roofs? They're enough to keep the basic systems running even if everything else is disconnected, considering it's only been 7 months. No, that camera just moved. There's someone alive in there, or something with intelligence. The crane form from Tao Yu's deification had granted him high spiritual perception, and it was further enhanced by the passive effects of the warlord's sidearm. He had definitely felt as though he was being watched. This revelation stunned Jack for a moment. Were there still people alive? As you said, this is a military base. It's fallen outside for some reason, but it seems normal that they might have a secure area and enough food inside to survive, Tao Yu said. You're right. There could really be people. Let me test it out, Jack replied. Jack nodded at Tao Yu and then cautiously approached the camera, careful not to stir up the zombies on the other side of the fence, before intentionally moving in front of the camera. As a former CIA task force member, Jack was well versed in some secret signals and started gesturing in front of the camera. Indeed, the seemingly still camera quickly moved up and down, as if nodding. There really is someone. Jack turned back to Tao Yu and took another look at Tao Yu's combat suit. Although Tao Yu wasn't wearing a helmet while eating, his outfit could easily be misunderstood. Your outfit, plus the signals I just sent, might have gained us some initial trust. With so many zombies outside, the people inside must be trapped and for a long time, Jack deduced. The main focus was on the laboratory below, and there could be guards or something, but actually, the main combat forces were above. Clearly, those above had been wiped out and turned into the enemy, preventing the people inside from venturing out again. However, it's also a bit strange. The military camp here should not be so easily contaminated, right? How did the outside become like this? Tao Yu began to ponder another issue. If the people inside were fine, it was highly likely that they hadn't consumed the contaminated water and had a separate water supply. If this were inherently a zombie world, there wouldn't need to be so much consideration. But this infection had come later, so there should be an origin, not too exaggerated. But upon further thought, with zombies that could still move around after 7 months here, it seemed anything was possible. Chapter 64, Clear the Field. In a dimly lit laboratory, only the faint emergency lights were flickering, giving off an eerily underworld vibe. Most of the facilities had already shut down, but the monitors in the surveillance room were still glowing. At this moment, probably 7 or 8 people were squeezed into this room. One of them, a black man who had become quite overweight after 7 months of apocalypse, urgently said to the others. Finally, someone has come again. If they dare to come in pairs, they must be very strong. Quickly, let them distract those zombies. This might be our last chance. How do we call them? Use the broadcast? That will drive the zombie horde mad. It's not realistic to think the 2 of them can draw them all away. It would have been better to try during the last group. There were many people then, and several vehicles. What's the use of saying this now? The people went back and forth with each other, displaying some anxiety. However, as their voices became more intense, suddenly a heavy metallic clash silenced them all, their faces filled with terror, not daring to breathe. After a while and several more collisions, the sounds finally stopped. The intense impacts allowed them to feel the vibrations on the surveillance screens. Despite that, the underground laboratory's protective measures ensured that no sound escaped outside. Drawing them away is unrealistic. Why would they do that? But I think we could invite them in and try to get them to take us out. They must have a purpose for coming here. We could help. A middle-aged woman with glasses spoke up. Anyway, they look like combat personnel, right? Let's call them in. How do we call them? And what about the zombies at the door? I don't think we need to call them, they seem to know about our base. They're probably here for it. Look. As they were discussing, Tao Yu and Jack had already started climbing onto the nearby rooftop. The electric fence had long been out of power, posing no obstacle to them. Despite zombies being everywhere inside the military base, completely swarming the place, there was virtually nowhere to set foot. Yet the 2 of them, purely by the strength of their bodies, managed to traverse above the heads of the zombie crowd, gripping onto eaves and gutters. Although the operating cameras couldn't cover everything, by stitching together multiple feeds, they could see that their objective towards the entrance was quite apparent. Get ready, prepare to back them up, someone said. Back up my ass, the entrance is swarming with zombies. How can we open the door? No one among them seemed to be in charge. But the monitor responsible for the door showed a large group of zombies crowded around the entrance of what looked like a warehouse, effectively sealing off the exit. A rough glance revealed dozens of figures in the frame. Tao Yu and Jack had clearly seen the situation at the entrance, but their pace didn't slow in the slightest. Moreover, to avoid attracting the nearby zombies' attention, they had made their way without making any noise. The way they carried backpacks and moved long distances by gripping and climbing with just their hands showcased their extraordinary physical strength, gradually causing the people in the surveillance room to stop their arguing. Are all those soldiers so strong? Special forces? More like agents. Those terms seem like CIA jargon. But there are dozens of them at the door. Help, if we start shooting, it'll blow the lid off everything. We thought it was going to be simple at the start. Maybe they could try throwing a grenade somewhere else to draw them away. Are you crazy? That would wake all the zombies in the military base. Imagine the chaos, it would be even worse. It can't be worse than it is now, can it? They seemed quite torn, as many of them were CO workers outside who had made numerous attempts before, yet every attempt just made things worse. Just then, their camera at the entrance captured the moment Tao Yu and Jack both hit the ground. The entrance to the underground laboratory was inside this warehouse, however, because of their multiple escape attempts, the surroundings of the warehouse were stacked with zombies. But it was these attempts that caused the zombies to clump together, creating a not-so-wide buffer zone between this group and the rest of the zombies in the outer military camp. Tao Yu and Jack, continually prying off eaves, had circumvented the zombie horde from above and landed one after another in this buffer zone. No sooner had they landed than both exhibited extreme caution, but upon realizing they hadn't stirred up any disturbance, they breathed a sigh of relief and then cast their gaze toward the tightly encircled mass of zombies ahead. Jack whispered to Tao Yu in a hushed voice. "It's dense, we could try a gasoline bomb. But the noise that would create might alert the zombies in the other parts of the camp. That number is too many, chaos would actually work against us. And we don't know if there are explosives in this warehouse," Tao Yu calmly stated. Once the zombies started to become chaotic, there was no way they could maintain complete silence any longer. The noise would only escalate, attracting more and more zombies. And the warehouse's potential explosives and a possibly uncontrolled fire were equally lethal concerns. Tao Yu kept scouting the warehouse, trying to find a suitable window to possibly use shadow evasion and sneak inside. This distance was still within the limits of his physical stamina. The problem now was that, as a bona fide former CIA operative, Jack would certainly communicate more smoothly with the inside. But if he went alone and couldn't open the door afterwards, he'd be at a loss. Shadow evasion was already bordering on the supernatural, it was normal to feel fear from the visual shock it produced. Without a channel for communication between them outside, it was indeed a bit of a hassle. Around 50 at the main entrance, but the distance could also draw in zombies from both sides. "If we rely only on close combat, can you handle it physically?" Tao Yu asked with a somber tone. Put plainly, it was like dozens of pigs were here to be slaughtered. It was a physically demanding task. Individually, zombies posed no threat to Tao Yu or Jack, and they weren't a big problem in groups of 2 or 3. But the force of each attack and slash, positioning, the repetition dozens of times, that could wear anyone down. Anaerobic exertion at such an intensity does have its human limits. Even with one proof forever proof, Tao Yu could ensure his attack strength remained constant, but the energy expenditure was very real. Not to mention Jack, the muggle beside him. As long as we don't alert the main horde, handling about half each shouldn't be a problem. We just need to be careful about the noise. I'm worried about not being able to keep up later when our strength fades. Jack also made an estimate and began flexing his arms, which had started to feel stiff from climbing. "All right, let's try. If it doesn't work, we head straight up to the roof. Safety first. I take the left, you take the right." "Sure, I'll come and help you after I clear my side." "Hey, it might be me who ends up helping you." Last of all, Jack made a playful remark, as his competitive instincts surged, not to mention lending a hand to the other side. At the very least, he didn't want to be the one cleaning up the mess. After exchanging a glance, the two silently went their separate ways. Zombies primarily rely on hearing from a distance, but once the prey is close enough, their sense of smell, coupled with blurry vision, can rapidly lock onto a target. Soon, the most peripheral zombies took notice of them and lunged toward the pair. Though they didn't emit any piercing noises, their movements naturally stirred the adjacent zombies. And like dominoes, they began to advance steadily toward them. Fortunately, this commotion did not reach the threshold that would affect the far greater mass of zombies outside the isolation band. Personnel inside the base, observing the zombies' movement, felt their hearts racing with anxiety. Damn, are these two crazy? They're acting so recklessly? However, the demons who, in their eyes, were ferocious and had killed countless, those terrifying zombies, seemed as fragile as scarecrows in front of the two men. With each raise of the hand and fall of the blade, they easily took down a zombie. And they even seemed to be controlling the position where the zombies fell. The very first zombie they killed, they actually reached out to cushion its fall, softening the sound of it hitting the ground. And subsequent zombies were taken down in a circle, with parts of their bodies inevitably landing on other corpses, like stars scattering in the sky. Thus the densest part of the zombie crowd surrounding the warehouse was gradually cleared out. This left those monitoring the situation completely dumbfounded. What became of this world? We've been locked up for 7 months. Is this a change of heaven and earth? Why doesn't evolution take us along with it? Chapter 65, Specialty 37. I've got 38, I win. PSH liar, let me count. Just as the two had finished clearing out the zombies and were taking a breather, the small iron door of the factory was opened from the inside, and then a chubby black man carefully poked his head out and waved at the two men continuously. Come in quick, come in quick. Tao Yu and Jack had just finished clearing out the zombies when this fat man appeared. It was obvious that he had been monitoring them the whole time. As they entered, the fat man also gently closed the small door behind them, careful not to make any noise that might attract the zombies from afar. Hello, my name is Jam, I'm just a regular security guard at the lab, usually in charge of things like access control. The inside of the factory appeared quite ordinary, but you could see that it was used to store food supplies. A large quantity of beautiful, individually packaged rations, and canned goods filled the shelves. It's no wonder this chubby fellow was so well fed. At least they didn't have to worry about food and drink. How are things inside? How many people are left? Has there been any outbreak of infection down there? Asked Tao Yu. There are 7 people left. There used to be more, but those who tried to break out have turned into the zombies that you two killed outside. With so much food, you still thought to break out? Outside is a real hell. Jack was also surprised to find such an abundance of food here. The magnitude of the initial explosion had been quite misleading. Ah, you'll see when you come down. I'm just a security guard, I don't know how to explain to you. Anyway, whatever you're here for this time, we'll cooperate with you on anything you want, we've long lost contact with the upper levels. The black man Jam sighed, resigned to the situation. This made Tao Yu frown slightly. Such a resigned fellow was intent on getting out? Something abnormal must have happened in the lab below. The entrance to the lab was parallel to the forklift garage, the entire garage being a lift for convenient transport of experimental equipment. It was very spacious. However, as the lift descended below, a feeling of gloom hit them. The dimness of the emergency lights gave off a vibe of the underworld, and several people were already waiting at the elevator doors. When the elevator doors opened, a chill ran down Tao Yu's spine. His spirit perception was warning him of danger here. It even triggered bullet time, almost making him ready to employ shadow evasion while preparing to reach for his gun. But then he realized the danger wasn't coming from the group coming to greet them. He stopped reaching for his gun. The survivors, unaware they'd just dodged a bullet due to the dim light, approached and began talking all at once. You guys are so strong. Shh, quiet, we need to keep our voices down here, otherwise we'll wake it up. Can you find a way to get us out? We'll get whatever you want. The crowd circled around them, speaking over one another, creating a cluttered atmosphere. I want to know what exactly happened here? Why do we have to whisper, and what is that thing? Tao Yu and Jack stepped away from the elevator and asked seriously. Jack, who had been surveying the area and recalling the last visit, turned to Tao Yu and whispered. What's up? Is there a problem? He had a lot of respect for Tao Yu. Though a bit of a freak, with questionable tastes, he was reliable and had a good physique. Yet, let's first hear what they have to say. That thing is a corpse king, and it's one of the sources of the apocalypse, secretly brought here for research. But with the external power supply cut off, and the internal backup generator running out of fuel, we lost control over it. Now it's locked behind the third isolation door. A middle-aged woman, likely a researcher familiar with the situation, whispered. Corpse king? The source. Tao Yu was somewhat surprised, having thought it was a typical zombie virus. The presence of a corpse king was unexpected. And the fact that he could feel a faint threat just being here meant it was probably quite troublesome, definitely not your average zombie. Jack was also surprised on the side. The source? When did you discover it? At those words, the researcher looked embarrassed and then replied quietly. A couple months before the apocalypse became widespread. I'm just a researcher, I didn't know it would turn out like this. Hearing this, Tao Yu and Jack looked skyward in speechlessness. Only big and beautiful, hey? No wonder there hadn't been any crises erupting from this lab. The issues came after the power went out, revealing their well-prepared defense measures were in place. We found many oddities during later research, and it must have been someone spreading it purposely. The near-simultaneous global outbreak is too exaggerated, there must be more than one corpse king. The researcher went on to explain the possibility of an internal betrayer among humanity. This gave Tao Yu pause, his mind racing to the information he had received from the deceased lizard tycoon. The fortune thief favored by the abyss. Why would the abyss favor the fortune thief? He also thought of Cao Shaolin, this. Maybe he was overthinking it. But for the moment, such levels of issues were not his concern. When the sky falls, tall people will handle it. He came here to make money, all for that one meteorite. Chapter 66. The Corpse King's situation can be assessed, and actions can be determined based on the specifics. We've come this time for that special meteorite. Our company wants to create a weapon that can quickly clear out zombies. Tao Yu planned to get his hands on something first. Having spent so much time, there should at least be some sort of gain, right? But after hearing what Tao Yu said, the expressions on the faces of the others were a bit awkward. About that, the meteorite is located behind the third isolation door. If we had that thing, we would have blown it out with a fragment earlier. Upon hearing this, Tao Yu paused briefly, then said in a deep voice. The Corpse King has already started moving. It didn't smash the meteorite, did it? If that thing really exploded, wouldn't I directly spiral to heaven right here? No, it's well taken care of, and a special shock-proof box was specifically made for it. Ordinary handling won't cause issues, plus that Corpse King doesn't move around much on its own unless it's disturbed from the outside. After hearing this, Tao Yu pondered for a moment. He could now choose to go back and just report the mission completed as the information gained was definitely substantial, but he still wanted to give it a try himself. Apart from the rising cost of Yuan Force as his strength increased, the next step Tao Yu wanted to start, which was the secondary enhancement of some skills, was also a money pit. The secondary consumption of basic breathing technique modified was almost 30,000 Yuan Force, bullet time was in the hundreds of thousands, 5 forms as 1 in the 200,000s. With such a shortfall, he could only take on a big job. Take me over there to observe, I'll see if I can deal with that Corpse King. The words of Tao Yu made the group's faces change, and then they earnestly tried to dissuade him. Please don't, can you see why we have so few people here, and why there's hardly any combat staff? Besides those who broke through later, most died in that thing's rampage. Firearms have a limited effect on it. Even a shot to the head is useless. Probably useless, I remember its skull is extremely tough, maybe a bit, but it requires a lot of shots. Recalling some of the data from the researcher said uncertainly and then added. We've never seen anyone else fighting it. The area is a classified zone with a separate surveillance room. We could only hear lots of gunfire, then everyone died, and after that, we closed the isolation door. As she said this, her gaze seemed a bit distracted. Perhaps there were people who were not dead yet, but they had prematurely cut off others' lifelines. Is there a ventilation duct nearby? Tao Yu was also considering an escape route. Yes, but don't worry, it can't get through that. First take me to see it, I'll decide based on the situation. All right. The researcher was somewhat helpless and then quietly walked off in a direction, barefoot. Meanwhile, Tao Yu said to Jack. It's enough for me to take a look, you know, I have some special abilities. Tao Yu's words made Jack nod. He had asked several times how Tao Yu got into Cao Shaolin's room, and although he didn't get an answer, now he wondered if the ventilation duct could be a way to evacuate. After carefully observing the size of the ventilation duct, Tao Yu also felt more assured. I'll try going in to take a look, if it doesn't work, I'll pull out. No, it's very fast, and the protective doors might not close in time. The survivors from the laboratory were all shaking their heads vigorously. You don't need to open the door for me, I have a way to get in. Give me some more related information so I can understand the situation better. Hearing Tao Yu say this, everyone looked at each other, and then it was the female researcher who stepped forward to speak. After we got here, we have been keeping it soaked in liquid nitrogen to preserve it. When we tested the bone strength during research, we found it was comparable to steel, especially the skull. Ordinary bullets probably can't penetrate it, though maybe they could enter through the eyes. As the researcher spoke up to this point, she looked at Tao Yu's reaction and then paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, the flesh of the Corpse King is also quite tough, serving as high-quality cushioning, and its resistance to all kinds of physical damage is very strong. Tao Yu pondered upon hearing the words. Bones as hard as steel? Even the Warlord's standard-issue pistol might have a hard time penetrating that. However, my basic shooting modified is really accurate when aiming for the eye sockets, and if it really comes down to it, using the giant lizard's fang in combination with the strike that harnesses shadow force when coming out of invisibility should be able to cut through the neck. If worst comes to worst, I could always use Yuan Force to recover and retreat. With a fresh deposit of 7,000 Yuan Force funds, Tao Yu felt it might be worth giving it a try. Okay, I understand, I'll go give it a try, and I won't overdo it, Tao Yu assured. Once you try, there's no coming back. That thing is the source of the apocalypse. The few who were still hoping that Tao Yu and Jack could lead them to safety continued to plead. At worst, even if they just stayed here, having two individuals with off-the-charts combat abilities gave them a sense of security. Why the rush to court death? Let's just say it still counts as a zombie, Tao Yu said with a slight smile. It does. Then there's no problem. When it comes to dealing with zombies, I'm a professional. Tao Yu checked his equipment and, after trying on the new suit, loaded his ammunition, set down his backpack, and prepared to enter the fray unencumbered. Besides that, he took out 2 chi replenishing pills and held them in his mouth. If I can avoid using Yuan Force for recovery, I will. It's just not cost effective. Don't be afraid, this is my special ability, Tao Yu reassured them. He reminded them not to scream in shock, and the next moment, Tao Yu disappeared into the shadows in the dim laboratory as if he were smoke spreading out in a watercolor painting when touched by water, vanishing from everyone's sight. This prompted exclamations of awe from everyone. For sure, evolution left us behind. But if it's him, maybe he really could solve this problem. Tao Yu moved directly into the ventilation duct from the world of fragmented shadows, the reflections around him receding rapidly as his speed surged. Accompanied by massive stamina consumption and the chewing and absorption of the chi replenishing pills, the next moment he was on the other side of the metal door through that ventilation duct. Cao Shaolin, with his high spirit perception, was aware of his own normal state, but a mere zombie. When Tao Yu emerged from the ventilation duct and saw the figure with fangs, spiked armor, arms held straight out, and wearing an official Qing dynasty robe beginning to turn its head, even he was close to cursing his mother. Isn't that the test subject? What's with these clothes? Was it included at capture, or is this your sick sense of humor? What zombie? What corpse king? Haven't you ever seen a zombie movie? Why is it a zombie? This is Uncle G's territory. Why not just bring out Arthas for good measure? Seeing the place littered with desiccated corpses of laboratory personnel, Tao Yu's heart was tingling with trepidation. This was a zombie that had already fed on human blood. But as he synced into bullet time and realized the zombie was just sniffing around without pinpointing his location, Tao Yu did not flee right away. Shadow evasion doesn't leave a scent, is it tracking life force? Now that I'm here, might as well give it a try. Chapter 67, Thrilling. Shit. As he stared at the thing called the Corpse King, Tao Yu's resentment nearly materialized. Although he didn't know where the test subject got its clothes from, the thing was thoroughly a textbook zombie. Luckily, Tao Yu was quite the fan of Uncle Nine's films, and though he hadn't brought any glutinous rice or ink brushes, as soon as he saw the zombie sniffing around, he immediately held his breath and used the speed enhanced by shadow evasion to retreat quickly. As expected, the zombie just stood there and made no further movements. Reaching the end of the corridor, which turned into a T-junction, Tao Yu backed up against the wall and pulled out the warlord's sidearm, before squeezing the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet, accompanied by a flash of fire, had just left the barrel when the zombie, which had been standing in front of the metal door, noticed Tao Yu. Its stiff legs kicked off the ground and its whole body shot towards Tao Yu like a cannonball. Its raised arms were like harpoons. The force, the burst of speed, it was all too visible, even within the slowed perception of bullet time. Though not as fast as a bullet, it was quicker than both Cao Shaolin and the scaled Kirin. With erupting force combined with the acceleration used during bullet time, Tao Yu anticipated the zombie's trajectory and began sidestepping while continuously pulling the trigger. He let the bullets, which distorted the air as they flew, shoot one after another at the lurching zombie. And his main target was its eyes. Thwack! Even a zombie's eyes couldn't withstand the impact of Tao Yu's warlord's sidearm. With the trajectory modified by basic shooting modified, all of Tao Yu's shots hit their mark. They also carried the inherent mental shock. In theory, this should have been a perfect start. But Tao Yu, still in the midst of bullet time, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The mental attack that came with his basic shooting modified hadn't shown the slightest effect for the first time. Not just the mental shock, the zombie that got shot in the eye seemed unfazed, its expression as stiff and unchanged as before. The oncoming figure wasn't swayed in the slightest. It was as if what had entered its eyes were not bullets, but less than mosquitoes. Fortunately, Tao Yu had been evading in advance. Although the zombie had extraordinary power, its trajectory was quite predictable. While Tao Yu's bullets were ineffective, he had already sidestepped the zombie's lunge. The zombie's arms, like steel forks, heavily collided with the metallic-colored wall in front, tearing through the metal and embedding deeply into the reinforced concrete behind. The violent impact made Tao Yu feel the vibration beneath his feet, and seeing the arms stuck deep past the wrists in the concrete, he discarded any thought of using his force to strike the zombie and once again held his breath to slip into the shadows. A body of steel? Do you think you're Superman? Slipping into the shadows again, Tao Yu didn't choose to retreat but instead pushed his double concealment skills to the limit, moving continuously around the area and constantly draining his physical and mental strength. The shadow force around him grew denser as the skills reached their limits. He even began to consume Yuan Force to recover and replenish himself. Ambush Modified, a skill inherited from the alien, didn't cost as much as concealment to enhance, but it did harness the shadow force emitted while enacting shadow evasion. This time, I want to see where the limit lies. The last time Tao Yu activated Ambush Modified was against Cao Shaolin, but that time he didn't push it to the limit. Cao Shaolin sensed him and managed to break the knife, which was a rather embarrassing debut. But the failure wasn't just because the shadow force wasn't enough. Cao Shaolin's anticipation of the danger and his use of an elbow to catch the strike from the side were critical factors. Otherwise, a hit would have been lethal. I refuse to believe that a zombie, straightforward as it is, could do the same. Die for me. Seizing the moment the zombie pulled out its arms and lost its balance, Tao Yu propelled his speed to its limit from within the shadows, charging with an explosive force far beyond his normal capabilities, stacking it with his own strength. His force was born from qi blood, spiraling from the solace of his feet to his groin, then up his spine, before culminating in a seamless flow from his waist, back, shoulders, and wrist. The highest form of explosive power from the myriad stream's 5 forms, the tiger shape, was perfectly executed. Pop pop pop. Sounds like snapping bowstrings kept erupting from Tao Yu's body. Since his physical fitness surpassed the human limit, this was another instance where his body neared total collapse. The knee and wrist guards that were barely used shattered in succession, fulfilling their purpose. Even the clothes from Tao Yu's right trouser leg to his sleeve scattered like a celestial maiden casting flowers. A visible bulge traveled up his arm, creating a mist-like trail through the air. The suddenly fracturing shadows, like ink being spilled in reverse, swiftly collapsed from covering his entire body and converged in Tao Yu's hand, focusing on the colossal lizard's fang. Tui! Concrete shattering, bone-breaking force crushed the zombie's head on impact. Thud! Tao Yu grabbed the soaring head with one hand and kicked the zombie's body with his foot, then quickly retreated, using the force to pull back and distance himself. Indeed, the zombie whose head was taken swung its arms back in retaliation, creating a thunderous blast that grazed Tao Yu's cheek, stinging painfully. But had he not retreated immediately after taking the head, a direct hit would have been far more damaging than just a sting. As Tao Yu hastily retreated, he slid backwards on the ground for a distance before fixating his gaze on the zombie's body. There wasn't a spot on his body that didn't hurt, but it didn't affect his movements in the slightest. Previously, I was mistaken. Zombies have substance but no soul. Normal mental attacks are indeed useless, and the brain isn't the central command. But once the head is gone, their ability to track targets is lost. Watching the zombie spin on the spot in a frenzy, its attacks carving cracks in the concrete with torn metal, Tao Yu also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although things started off badly, his gamble was paying off now. This zombie, who knew who had created it, seemed to have been specially modified, given that it could serve as a source of contamination. It must be tied to the real mastermind behind the global biochemical crisis. But no matter what, this should still be a standard zombie, not something out of myths and legends. Therefore, it had its limits. Bearing the soreness in his entire body, Tao Yu moved towards the doorway and then yelled outside. "Open the door. I've mostly handled the problem. Bring me all the Molotov cocktails, I'm going to burn it down." Tao Yu faintly heard a brief argument outside, followed by the metal door slowly opening. There, Jack was holding others at gunpoint, making them carry out the task without giving them any chance to argue or explain. After the door opened, Everyone watched in horror at the headless zombie still throwing a tantrum and the head in Tao Yu's hand. Had it really been dealt with? Damn! The African-American Jam raised his finger in a daze. Jack also sighed in relief, glancing at the head Tao Yu was holding while pulling out homemade gasoline bombs from his backpack. Tao Yu himself had brought a couple inside, but judging from the zombie's initial strength, 2 probably wouldn't be enough. Now, using them all, let's burn steel to slag. Crackle and pop. Boom. The gasoline bottles shattered precisely on the zombie's body, engulfing it in flames. Then came the second bottle, the third bottle. Chapter 68, Huge Harvest. The roaring flames burned fiercely, and in the corridor lit only by emergency lights, they seemed particularly blinding. At a high temperature exceeding 1800 degrees, all the gasoline bottles were consumed before the zombie finally fell to the ground with a crash, motionless. Tao Yu even made a point of separating and burning the zombie's head, not knowing whether it was the body or the head that was the fatal factor. Thankfully there's nothing much flammable in this corridor, otherwise we'd have a fire on our hands, he said. Looking at the scorched black corridor and the billowing, pungent black smoke, Tao Yu, who had been constantly snacking, finally heaved a sigh of relief. The Yuan Force was gathering. Success. In terms of physical traits alone, the zombie was much stronger than Cao Shaolin. But aside from the self-inflicted damage during his stacking attacks while breaking defense, the overall sense of crisis was actually less than that of his encounter with Cao Shaolin. The zombie possessed immense strength and off-the-charts defense, but its straightforward, mindless attacks were perfectly countered by Tao Yu's own fighting style. If Cao Shaolin had faced the zombie head-on, he would surely have been killed by it. I would have been killed by Cao Shaolin in a direct confrontation, but even if I faced the zombie head-on, I would still be able to maneuver. The culmination of the Yuan Force concentrated on the zombie's hand, or rather, its claw, which was burnt somewhat crispy and emanating a stench of char. Tao Yu went over and simply broke off the carbonized claw. At the same time, his other hand was still stuffing chocolate into his mouth. This vigorous action left the laboratory survivors gaping in shock. This individual with the power to vanish suddenly and supernatural abilities, he wouldn't really eat that corpse king's claw, would he? This person seems a bit perverted, psychologically twisted. It's a pity my clothes got burned. Otherwise, they would have been a decent item, Tao Yu mused. Recalling the question he had asked them earlier, the clothing had been delivered along with the zombie, and wearing it made control easier, seemingly having a suppressive effect not because they had a perverse interest. Claw of the zombie, a claw that has gathered the essence of a zombie, seemingly containing some corpse refining art. Absorbs 1,000 Yuan Force. In terms of Yuan Force value, it was about the same as Cao Shaolin's Warlord's sidearm, equivalent to 50 aliens. If I couldn't hit it solidly, with the dexterity of an alien, perhaps one could even entangle it. It must be an enhancement from a skill, Tao Yu considered. What truly excited Tao Yu was that this was a skill with complete functionality, different from the Warlord's sidearm, which was useless after absorbing the gun. This item involved absorbing skill information and contamination information together. Without the slightest hesitation, Tao Yu, who could deify skills, immediately chose to absorb. The influx of 1,000 Yuan Force, along with the absorption of residual Yuan Force from the damaged equipment, completely replenished Tao Yu's previously consumed Yuan Force and even increased it by 500 units. The most crucial thing was that Tao Yu now had another skill orb that was completely different from the ones he had before. Unlike the bodily and combat skills, this one appeared separately above the rest. Art of Corpse Refinement, a secret method of corpse refinement that allows one to cultivate different zombies over periods of 7 days, 49 days, or 81 days by incorporating various toxins for enhancement. The process requires constant nourishment with one's own blood. Each zombie controlled will occupy a portion of mental fortitude. Controlling additional zombies will incrementally increase the consumption. While it wasn't the mythical type of zombie that could fly or burrow, and indeed the previous zombie had many flaws such as being rigid and direct in attack. And despite having a strong physique, it could probably be bound by just 1 or 2 aliens. But the impenetrable body and terrifying strength made it an exceptionally good meat shield, which was a perfect supplement for Tao Yu, whose stamina and energy endurance were poor. Most importantly, the deification cost 2,005. For Tao Yu, this was not a point of hesitation. I spent 500 just to replenish physical strength and mental energy. Compared to that, what's 2,005? He exclaimed. From an original peak at 7,005, his Yuan Force sharply dropped back down to 5,000. Art of corpse refinement modified, omitted. The zombies nourished by my own blood can become shadowy, eliminating the weakness of zombies fearing the yang energy. The change wasn't major, but as Tao Yu understood the meaning naturally conveyed, he felt a considerable surge of excitement. Shadowing. Similar to the use of shadow force like shadow evasion. It's not that zombies can become invisible, but one can choose a zombie to become their own shadow, merging into it. And when necessary, the consumption of mental power can be increased to allow part of the zombie's body to transform into shadow force during combat, making its movements more dexterous. The downside is that, like all deification skills, actively transforming part of the zombie into shadow in combat consumes a lot of mental energy, and it also takes more passive mental energy to control the zombie. In exchange, when the zombie passively hides in the shadows without transforming, there is no extra consumption. Regardless, the effects after deification are far superior to before, compensating for the greatest need for flexibility. Otherwise, it would also be a bit weird to be running around with a zombie every day, and at last, I finally have a place to stash things. Feeling the profoundness of that skill, Tao Yu had a pretty clear idea that although zombies can't merge a backpack into the shadows, it was still possible to hang equipment and store some small items on them. How safe it is to be in the shadows. However, the prerequisite is to refine one's own zombie first. When I have money later, I wonder if it's possible to use zombies for mechanical transformations or alien implants. Thinking about the lowest price of mechanical transformations and alien implants, Tao Yu couldn't help but sigh. With that kind of money, of course, he would first upgrade himself, and see if there would be a chance in the future. As for the materials for manufacturing, the first thing that came to Tao Yu's mind was the rich lady's lizard-scaled creature that he had burned, which made him feel a pang of regret. Such perfect material, and it even had toxins itself. But then Tao Yu thought of Cao Shaolin's body, which didn't seem to have been burned, right? Wasn't it buried in the garden? There's still time to salvage it now. As for toxins, Tao Yu reflected on the needs of the corpse refining art, with thoughts racing through his mind. It was probably a zombie raised by a fortune thief, and the virus likely infused into it was probably the zombie virus, combined with its own corpse poison to create such a strong infection power. It's no wonder. With a tinge of mysticism, it indeed becomes hard to guard against. Also, considering that the source of infection wasn't just one place, it indicated that the guy raising those zombies probably had quite a number of them. According to the records of the corpse refining art, the burden of increasing the number of zombies refined with essence blood grows exponentially. Even if the other party had used some clever method, they clearly were no ordinary individuals. Thinking that he had killed a zombie on his side, Tao Yu wondered if that person could feel it. So much time has passed and he still hasn't come to rescue the zombie, he must be preoccupied with other matters. But I can't take risks. After eating and recovering, I should hurry and leave, and call for backup. Tao Yu had already made up his mind and had some ideas about this skill. Because of various deification skills, he had a high demand for mental and physical energy consumption. Since he could only hide a single zombie in the shadow on a regular basis, Tao Yu decided to carefully create 1 or 2 high-quality zombies. A few fine pieces are always better than a swarm of trash, as they offer a higher cost-performance ratio in terms of the mental energy occupied. After solving the zombie problem and gaining a decent skill, Tao Yu recalled the main purpose of his trip here. Where's the meteorite? Tao Yu's mind was preoccupied with returning to process Cao Shaolin's corpse, but he couldn't overlook the other major gain. In Tao Yu's view, even if the meteorite itself didn't contain much Yuan Force, the effects were clear. Although it served limited personal use for him, selling it to those young masters and ladies from the floating city should net at least a baseline of 100,000, right? Plus, with the discovery of Jack being the chosen one, maybe it would allow him to further enhance his talent through deification. I'll take you there. The middle-aged female researcher seemed to feel some reverence towards Tao Yu, using honorifics unconsciously. With this insider's help, coupled with the malfunction of the electrical facilities, they easily made their way to another lab, where in the center, a transparent container held a viscous liquid similar to mercury, encasing the meteorite like it was in amber. Very good. Tao Yu smiled and walked over. This way, it would be easy to take it with him, no need to worry about exploding due to too much vibration during transport. Maybe it's better to take it back directly and then sell it when those two return. Tao Yu pondered. Although the two of them were strong and could stay in the abyss much longer, during the early stages, they would probably still come back to get some targeted items based on the situation, right? But as Tao Yu casually touched the transparent container, wanting to see what exactly it contained, he suddenly froze. Shattered World's Heart, can enhance talents or has a chance to activate new talents. Chapter 69, New Talent. Shattered World's Heart? What is that? I've never even heard of it. I apologize, as Tao Yu, a simple peasant from the outskirts, is unfamiliar with such things. However, Tao Yu quickly remembered some stories he had heard from his parents. Indeed, there had always been rumors of talent changes among the common folk. The rumors even suggested the possibility of second or third talents, and it was said that some major figures in the floating city were born with 2 or 3 talents. But, these had nothing to do with the outsiders, not one bit. So, they remained merely rumors. Even Tao Yu never really thought about such things in the short term. After all, he already had a dual talent, so what more could he want? A third talent? That certainly wasn't something to consider at the moment, too far-fetched. Learning more skills, continually undergoing deification, and then saving up for a second deification of talents was the tangible goal. He had his own path, and he was also aware that his current strength was not enough to encounter such things. Who would have thought that an unintentional act would bring unexpected success? A fragment of the shattered world's heart? Is this the channel for talent enhancement and new talents? Tao Yu pondered continuously. The meteorite itself surely wasn't the heart of the world. But, this world indeed revolved around that meteorite. So, was the heart of the world the representation of the most important and core aspect of a world fragment? Then why wasn't the blood orchid considered as such? Or is it that not every world is capable of nurturing a heart of the world? Tao Yu thought of the world barrier that kept the aliens at bay, and of Jack, the chosen one. Indeed, this isn't something I should be thinking about right now, nor something I can inquire about. The moment I seek out information about it, I would expose the issue. It's better to use it first and talk later. This was something you could encounter but not seek, and Tao Yu had no reason to sell it. Although he didn't have much demand for enhancing his talents, as he already had a path to heaven, he was quite interested in acquiring a third talent. Talents and skills are vastly different. Talents might not be able to increase one's upper limit by much, nor offer immediate combat power, but they are a long-term effective auxiliary ability, whose usefulness does not diminish with the increase in one's strength. Moreover, they could also reduce the difficulty of the corresponding series of skills and increase the efficiency of Yuan Force acceleration. The most noticeable effect Tao Yu felt was with basic shooting modified S proficiency practice. Even with a shortage of bullets, back in the rainforest, he fired a few shots every few days and easily advanced to LV2. Also, during his practice at the Myriad Streams dojo, although Zhang Wei was just an endurance at D+, his Yuan Force acceleration efficiency after getting started was quite decent due to the talent in his body. It was only because Tao Yu himself could enhance skills, making his body improvement much stronger, that it seemed better. If it were purely a matter of stance skill level, Zhang Wei would definitely reach LV3 faster with the same amount of Yuan Force points spent. That's the power of talents. Bullet time originated from dynamic vision, though it's a combat talent, its strength lies in shooting, which could also accelerate pupil skills in the future, but its effect on physical abilities is quite ordinary. If I could choose the category of the new talent, even just likely obtaining it would be worth a shot. Tao Yu held the box and glanced back at the group of people behind him with calm indifference, ultimately suppressing some of the more nefarious thoughts in his heart. Even Jack, a chosen one, could only passively use Yuan Force to strengthen himself, and they didn't know what the heart of the world was. Alright, this turns out to be a pretty decent skill. Tao Yu went straight to swallowing the meteorite. After all, once it was absorbed, it would be his, and no one could ask him to regurgitate it. Ah! You figured it out already? That special ability of yours? Jack said with a hint of envy on his face. Although Jack could also strengthen himself, it felt different from those so-called pioneers, too passive. Yep, I've absorbed it directly. No objections, right? Hey, it's no big deal. Just remember to teach me that Myriad Stream's 5 forms, once I get the hang of the stance skill. Jack was not particular, as he was simply hired by Tao Yu. Thus far, he felt that their rapport was quite good. Having learned about the abyss and the world fragments, Jack knew he had to plan for the future. Anyway, judging by the obstructive behavior of the female lizardmen they had encountered, those pioneers were not so approachable. Tao Yu didn't rush to absorb it all at once, he made some simple explanations, asked someone to move over some more canned goods, and then went to an experimentation lab alone to begin the absorption. Knowing that Tao Yu had superpowers and was the strongest among them, plus with Jack helping to stand guard, no one felt uncomfortable or tried to sneak a peek. As Tao Yu absorbed the force from the meteorite, which was different from the Yuan Force, he once again sensed the use of the heart of the world in a profound way. Concentrating will on a talent would attempt to strengthen it, and because it was a shattered world's heart, the enhancement had a limit. The stronger the talent, the weaker the enhancement, and the effects of improvement were lower. Alternatively, focusing will on a skill could attempt to open up new talents. New talent acquisition wasn't simply a case of stronger anchored skills leading to stronger talents, it was merely choosing a direction. Even divine skills would just follow that same vector, and nothing more. Can every talent be slightly improved? Tao Yu first directed this force towards his divinity, but before it got close, it met with a strong repulsion, unable to even make a connection. Is that it? Tao Yu curled his lip disapprovingly, though the outcome was both unexpected and reasonable. What could be done with the shattered prefix? He didn't dwell on it any longer but started anchoring skills to try. He had 3 preliminary choices. The first was stealth modified, as this skill could bring the shadow force, a kind of transcendental ability. The second was 5 forms as 1 modified, the emergence of fist intention and the potential in his physical attributes if activated successfully would likely grant a physical talent, which was the safest bet. Then crane form modified was also an option, as it was currently the only skill that could enhance spirit perception. Finally, of course, was corpse refinement that he had just acquired, but since the power derived from corpse refinement was external and considering his own body's limitations and energy consumption issues, Tao Yu still chose to anchor 5 forms as 1 modified. I hope it's successful. Tao Yu was somewhat nervous, the more talents one possessed, the harder to acquire new ones, and he already had 2. However, if he failed, it would accumulate towards the next attempt, so it wouldn't be a waste. While Tao Yu was comforting himself that failure was acceptable, a new talent sphere had already come into being. Sturdy Body C can lock down one's qi blood, reducing the loss of qi blood and vital energy, marginally increasing the speed of physical-sided skills. Good news, the new talent had emerged. He was quite lucky. Bad news, the new talent was somewhat lackluster. To others, Sturdy Body wasn't trash, it was certainly not inferior to common combat talents like dynamic vision or endurance. But the issue was that Tao Yu's divine attribute, 1 proof forever proof, instantly nullified Sturdy Body's advantage. It only slightly improved the speed of his physical skills. Better than nothing, I guess. It can be deified, and although it may not compare to bullet time, it will still increase my training efficiency. To deify it would cost 1,000, confirming that its original level was not below that of dynamic vision. Sturdy Body consolidates spirit and qi blood, transforming spirit into willpower to infuse into various moves, significantly increasing the training speed of physical skills and slightly boosting the training speed of mental-sided skills. Wow! I knew it, deification never disappoints. This was a complete metamorphosis. The efficiency of deifying talents far surpasses that of enhancing skills. Tao Yu considered his bullet time, realizing that 5 forms as 1 was more expensive than enhancing a talent, but indeed, its effect couldn't compare. Yet, skill improvement provided instant capability enhancement, and some even had the characteristic of increasing limits. They allowed continuous practice to stimulate 1 proof forever proof, complementing each other and being indispensable. This isn't quite Sturdy Body anymore, fist intent should be quite good. The next moment, Tao Yu's talent underwent a change, fist intent S. Chapter 70, Changes. Exciting. 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 The air was filled with a fierce energy, and the group beside him could feel a gust of wind hitting their faces as they watched the agile figure dancing in front of them. Tao Yu had gone through the myriad streams 5 forms one by one and felt the smoothness in his body, a vast improvement in efficiency compared to before, and a burst of pride surged from his chest. Originally, due to diminishing returns and the increased consumption of Yuan Force from his strength enhancement, Tao Yu's body refining efficiency had visibly declined. But now, he was back to feeling just like when he first entered the Myriad Streams dojo. This was the super cost-effective nature of the physical side talents. Beyond that, Jack. Watch me. Jack, who had been watching Tao Yu and occasionally trying to mimic him, looked up at Tao Yu's face when he heard him. Tao Yu then formed his hand into a claw, mimicking the form of a tiger, and pounced forward, pressing down fiercely towards Jack. In an instant, Jack seemed to see a fierce, colorful tiger leaping towards him, as if an invisible tiger's phantom rose from behind Tao Yu, merged with him, and then a double image appeared at the tiger's claw. Roar! It was as if the roar of a tiger was rising beside his ear, causing Jack's thoughts to go blank for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he saw the tiger's claw stopped right in front of his eyes. Oh, not a tiger's claw, but Tao Yu's palm. He could even clearly see the lines on the palm. How does that feel? Teach me, father. Haha, I promised to teach you, and I will. Whether you can master the real skills, that's up to you. Tao Yu didn't elaborate, as this thing couldn't be clearly explained. Anyway, 5 forms as one originally had real substance, and Jack's talents were strong, so he should be able to develop something from it. After experiencing the new talent, Tao Yu was actually very satisfied. The deification of several basic skills all brought spiritual attacks, with basic shooting modified's mental shock being particularly impactful on several crucial occasions. But the pure efficiency of that impact was actually so-so. Back then, even after being hit by it, Cao Shaolin could still clench onto the blade, and now with the integration of will, there was no doubt that the efficiency was much higher, and it could even be released from a distance. Although there was significant attenuation with distance, the main purpose of a will impact was to catch the enemy off guard and distract them, making it a powerful addition to his toolkit. Tao Yu's skills were most suitable for delivering a one-hit kill, and this could lead to a massive advantage if it produced an opening. This gain far exceeded his expectations. Now I shouldn't be in such a rush for a second deification since 5 forms as one modified has increased my potential and there's still much to explore. However, saving money is still important. Having recently received a large delivery thanks to a temporary replenishment of Yuan Force, Tao Yu decided that he must always save at least 1,000 or 2,000 units of Yuan Force for emergencies, just in case. You've decided not to break through anymore, right? While tearing open a can of beef and starting to eat, Tao Yu spoke to the survivors in the laboratory. Since you've taken care of the biggest issue, we think we'll stay here. After all, there's plenty of food. The chubby black man, Jam, was operating a small forklift, bringing over several large boxes of canned goods from the warehouse. Without the threat of the Corpse King, it was naturally safer underground. Jack had already briefly described the situation outside. Actually, we were hoping you'd stay too. There's more than enough food here, said a young, rather pretty girl with a few freckles on her face, inviting Tao Yu. Her gaze was boldly fixed on Tao Yu's handsome face, her enthusiasm not even slightly hidden. The fiery sensation gave Tao Yu some feedback in his spirit perception. But right now, Tao Yu wasn't interested in wasting any time and directly ignored the invitation. I have to go back to the company for some business, and besides, this place is well located, it may be chosen by the company as a base. Tao Yu gave them a heads up in advance. Originally, the base was surrounded by the Gobi Desert, although it had existing military facilities that could save a lot of trouble, it lacked water sources and wasn't quite suitable. Right next to Las Vegas is the Hoover Dam, which would actually be a good choice as well. But according to some casual conversation with the few people here, it turned out that there was an abundance of underground water resources beneath the base, it's just that previously as a military base, there was no need for any greening. Once the water source issue was resolved, the base's location could suddenly receive a boost in desirability. After all, safety first in the abyss world. If the water source is not a problem, then the comprehensive defense works of the base immediately appear to be of utmost importance. The surrounding Gobi Desert actually becomes a barrier, which inversely increases the safety and becomes an advantage. Anyway, when it's time to really submit the mission, the military base, Las Vegas, and the Hoover Dam can all be reported as potential locations for selection. It's up to them to decide. I'm just after the mission rewards. Can I ask about the details of your company? The middle-aged woman, who was a researcher, had a worried look on her face. It has a bad reputation, the lower ranks are only slightly better than slaves, but if you're of value, the treatment will be better. Tao Yu decided to give them a dose of the harsh truth up front, like a hang you from the lamppost kind of company. This turned everyone present quite pale. But then Tao Yu added seriously. However, it should be the only place here that can forge a relatively normal settlement, at least able to restore some order. The only power capable of restoring order is that strong. The few of them were somewhat dazed, starting with the expectation of a bad reputation, but after the latter comment, they felt it wasn't unacceptable. Restoring order was something they hardly dared to think about, but recalling Tao Yu's previously impressive superpowers, who had killed the Corpse King, they seemed to slowly come to terms with it. Being locked up in this sunless underground place every day, they felt that if order could be restored, they could accept even the intensive labor. Humans, after all, are social animals. All right, we'll wait here, don't worry, we'll definitely cooperate. I also need to find a way to bring my people over. Jack had also made up his mind, if the zombies inside the military base could be cleared out, then it indeed would be a very good place. Strict company management? Could it be worse than the current situation of constantly being at risk? Dealing with zombies every day, searching for food among the hordes, life had already been hell. If the company Tao Yu spoke of really was that strong, it was definitely worth a gamble. Survival is the top priority. Moreover, even if the company didn't choose this place, with the food storage here, even if including his own people, it would be more than enough for long-term living. I'll accompany you back first, and then I need to return to the company. Tao Yu spoke calmly to Jack, which unexpectedly touched him. Haha, you're worried I might run into trouble, hey? Seeing Jack's cheerful demeanor, Tao Yu opened her mouth but in the end, didn't say anything. She was just after Cao Shaolin's body. Chapter 71, Negotiation. Under the cover of the setting sun, the Gobi Desert seemed to have been laid with a red carpet. Jack drove the pickup truck around Las Vegas once again, returning to the highway. Can you make it or not? Didn't you say we would definitely arrive by tonight? Tao Yu sat in the passenger seat, lazily speaking while eating a can of beef. How could I know we'd be so unlucky, with 2 flat tires? Jack had an expression of speechlessness. Since they had come out of the base in the afternoon after resolving the Corpse King issue, the two of them did not have enough time to climb out of the military camp and return, so Jack simply took Tao Yu back into Las Vegas to gather some supplies, and after resting outside for a night, they set off again. It took a total of 3 days and 2 nights to solve the problem and bring back quite a lot of materials, which was already very efficient. However, it was unfortunate that the environment on the Gobi Desert was not comparable to that of the highway. The continuous tire damage wasted a lot of time, causing them to bypass Las Vegas just at dusk, and finally return to the highway. There is a more complex road condition to enter Henderson, and it is unlikely that they will make it before dark. Tao Yu was just speaking off the cuff while running the breathing technique to stimulate the Qi blood forces to complete some enhancements. He then raised his fully charged watch to listen to what information there was on the 2 channels today. To the south there is another rainforest, preliminarily confirmed as the Alien 01 fragments stretching around 2,000 kilometers north to south. It is roughly determined that the Rainforest 02 in the south far exceeds Rainforest 01 in size. The air is toxic and lacks oxygen, posing a high threat to normal people. Individuals lacking strength need professional equipment to enter. In the sky, one can see a blue gaseous planet. The flora and fauna are very peculiar, presenting extreme danger to the outsiders of the development zone. Primitive tribal civilization of tall humanoid creatures has been initially discovered. The world barrier at the same time restricts all interactions, causing minimal impact on the outside world. Obviously, the north-south distance of the alien world was much shorter than the east-west direction, only 2,000 kilometers, no wonder they had reached the south in just a few days. With this information, an outline formed in Tao Yu's mind. The characteristics of that world they mentioned were so distinct, Tao Yu knew it must be the Pandora world, a special planet with room temperature superconductive ore. Thinking of the floating city hanging above Starshine City, Tao Yu knew that the technological elements of his own world were not low. However, judging from their regret of obtaining the spaceship wreckage previously, they must possess more of the ability to directly use things from world fragments, because the miasma has divided all cities, and a single city clearly has already lost the capability for full industrialization, with too large a gap in the complete industry chain. Perhaps they have unique insights into mutation, mechanical modification, and other aspects, but most likely, they are not comprehensive. Based on actions brought from the abyss, modification is stronger than manufacturing. But nevertheless, it is room temperature superconductivity, even if it is used in some mechanical retrofit enhancement, it is quite strong. Tao Yu pondered silently. For the time being, it seemed they had not yet discovered those superconductors. The combat capabilities of the creatures and the Na6 people in the world of Avatar appeared to be quite formidable, posing much greater threats than the python. An individual python might not be weak, but compared to the numbers, they are too few, and they are not capable of systemic combat like the Na6, not to mention that there are also human forces at play there. All sorts of high-tech combat weapons are present, and the poisoned air, toxic for humans, is also trouble, requiring specialized equipment to enter. Furthermore, there's also a plant-based divine spirit whose depth is unknown. In terms of the overall power of the new development zone, it's really not that strong. They rely entirely on the folks from the two floating cities. It's just unknown what the real limits of the two from the floating city are, and in case they find unobtainium, whether they would invest more resources here. What a pity, I wonder if there's a complete financial system in floating city. Wouldn't it be a bloodbath if now's the time to bottom fish in the machinery sector? Tao Yu kept pondering how to bring benefits. If we could really secure the unobtainium of the Avatar world, then machinery might have the upper hand over alien implantation in the future, right? Tao Yu was not too sure himself. He wasn't a financial expert, it was fine to talk strategy, but actually putting it into practice, he could blow his assets in minutes because ultimately, the rules were in the hands of others. What if they just disconnect your internet? However, the situation with the avatars was neither a current issue for the settlement nor for Tao Yu. Even if I could get there now and seize the unobtainium mine, I wouldn't have the strength to hold onto it, and it might even cost me my life. Besides, that evil with the heart of the world isn't something I can covet in the short term. Better take care of the present first, process Cao Shaolin's body properly, handle a simplified version in 7 days, and look for a chance to upgrade later. Then I'll return and sell this chosen one Jack, along with the base coordinates intelligence, the money should sustain me for a while. Tao Yu planned out his short-term goals. The Jack who was driving beside him suddenly shivered, then turned back to Tao Yu and complained. Are you thinking about something bad? Let's just think about how we're going to get through tonight, shall we head back under the cover of night? Tao Yu didn't really mind on his own since his vision wouldn't be affected by the night, but he had to consider Jack, especially since night driving in the city was much more difficult. Unless necessary, it was better not to take the risk. I'll try to get in contact first, we should be close enough. Jack adjusted the radio. Both the pickup and the settlement were equipped with radios, not stations, but rather extended range walkie-talkies. Now that they were close to the city, the internal frequency should be reachable. Is anyone there, who's on duty today, can you hear me? Jack continued to drive towards the city. After a while, a voice came through the walkie-talkie, but with quite a lot of noise, indicating they were probably at the limit of the communication range. SSS Brother Jack, are you guys back? Today Tommy's on duty. Something came up, and he went to deal with it with Senkei. What happened? Jack glanced at the increasingly dim sky and frowned involuntarily. It's about those 3 guys who disappeared last time, their companions have appeared and say they want to negotiate. Tao Yu had been somewhat indifferent beside him, but at this, he showed a bit of surprise, quickly coming to terms with the situation. They probably went to get help, maybe someone was planning to come in, and they happened to be nearby. Outsiders likely didn't have the money to issue missions, so these so-called companions were probably just trying to lend a hand, to see if they could get them out or distract the focus to give them a chance to escape on their own. The likelihood of them risking their lives was small. Considering the timing, their cooldown periods haven't even finished yet, so it's probably just a probe. So what do we do? Jack thought of the dead lizardman and looked a bit solemn. Don't worry too much, they're likely from the outside with limited strength, that's why they're thinking of negotiating. Otherwise, they would have come in fighting. But indeed, we ought to be cautious. Let's try to return tonight. We pioneers do have a rather low bottom line. Tao Yu was unbothered by revealing his shortcomings, as the environment dictated such outcomes. When survival becomes problematic, there's no point in talking about morals. Meanwhile, on another rooftop stood 4 scruffy figures donned in all sorts of weird gear, even including a frying pan, looking across the street at the hotel from where Tao Yu had crossed using the ropes. On the opposite side stood Tommy and Senkei, armed, along with 2 other adult males from the settlement, in a standoff. As the street below was filled with zombies, neither party shouted across the street to each other. Instead, Tommy and his group used the ropes, which had not been removed, to slide a walkie-talkie over. However, creating an awkward and rather cold scene was the group on the other side, huddled together and fiddling with the device for quite a while without establishing communication. This left Tommy and Senkei exchanging glances, bewildered. Looks like we have 4 idiots over there. Chapter 72, Clubs. Brother Chow, this thing looks like a walkie-talkie, but it's different from ours. What if I mess with it and accidentally change the frequency? Jiang Wei looked at the buttons on the walkie-talkie, feeling like he shouldn't tamper with them. It's probably a walkie-talkie. It's because of our lack of education, sigh. The man called Brother Chow, Lin Chow, sighed at this moment as well. Education? What does that have to do with anything? Another man who looked somewhat mixed race didn't seem to care much. Most outsiders were illiterate or semi-literate, and few could fully recognize characters. He didn't think wasting time on this would increase their survival rate. The chief once said that the purpose of reading is to broaden your horizons and expand your vision. If we were really familiar with the functions of our own walkie-talkies, then even if this one looks different, we'd know how to use it. Lin Chow spoke in a calm tone. The comment made a girl standing nearby, who looked somewhat like Lin Chow and had the delicate features of a beauty, wrinkle her nose and snort lightly. All day it's the chief this, the chief that, enough already. It should be like this. Before the girl could finish, Lin Chow had already figured out how to use the walkie-talkie and then stepped under the eaves to take a deep breath looking across. With the passage of a few points of Yuan Force, he could almost finish the translation at this distance. This was the high cost-effective special ability bestowed upon them by the will of the world as they walked among the heavens. As long as the language of the other party was the same, selecting just one person would suffice to successfully complete the translation. Hello, our visit this time is for negotiation. As soon as he finished speaking, Tommy, who was already growing impatient, directly asked. I want to know right now, was it your people who came back and killed ours 2 days ago? Hearing Tommy's blunt question, those who had initiated the translation were also taken aback. But they quickly realized that something must have happened and Lin Chow hurriedly explained. Although we are not aware of what happened on your side, I believe there's some misunderstanding. Our visit not only aims to negotiate but also involves exchanging some extremely useful information for you. Tommy had decided to come here, also with his own considerations in mind. They had been on full alert for the past few days, and nothing had happened. If they had the ability to kill silently as they did last time, there would indeed be no need to capture someone from his side and release them to send a message. Actually, sincerity was already somewhat apparent. You need to convince me. Explain the causes and consequences clearly, and also tell us what you really want to do. Your people have already escaped. Tommy's words caused Lin Chow to breathe a sigh of relief, and he then began to slowly explain the abyss and the current situation. There was no doubt that these unbelievable words caused a tremendous shock to Tommy and his group. Inconceivable. Yet, while they were inconceivable, they also made logical sense. Indeed, it was precisely because they were so inconceivable, coupled with the corroborating appearance of the highland and rainforest, not to mention the bizarre disappearance of the 3 individuals, that everything could form a closed loop, making it quite credible. Sincerity is the greatest assassin's skill. After Lin Chow earnestly explained everything in a calm tone, it left Tommy and the others in silence. We need to discuss this. While processing the shocking news, Tommy had also been informed through another walkie-talkie that the boss was starting to come back. However, this walkie-talkie's range was insufficient, and they couldn't directly contact Jack right now. So he planned to return and use the extended range version at the gathering place to ask for opinions. Sure, please do as you see fit. Lin Chow had no objections. Brother Chow, you're too easygoing. Why do you have to tell these natives so much? At this point, Jiang Wei again spoke up next to him, somewhat sycophantically and indignantly. Clinging to the powerful as a means of survival was something he learned from a young age. The chief always said, only sincerity can win hearts. We're not doing anything shady, so it's better to speak openly about it. Actually, those 3 have a month to stay in the present world. We could have picked them up at a convenient time and saved them easily, Brother Chow. You have a grade B rare combat talent that can be on par with an A and or even level S ordinary combat talent. Jiang Wei said this with envy in his heart. Although the 3 unlucky individuals had reappeared at the same spot, the ropes that had bound them had been untied when they returned. After setting a specific time, and drawing some attention on their side, they would be able to retreat successfully after accomplishing their mission. Even taking an extreme approach, given the combination of the 4 of them, it wasn't impossible to try to break through directly. The president has said that the indigenous people in these world fragments are also flesh and blood, survivors of the world fragments torn apart by the abyss. Lin Chao's words were full of "the president has said," and his expression remained calm, without showing any complacency for the praises Jiang Wei gave about his talents. "Brother, we all know you're a die-hard fan of the president, can't you stop mentioning that every time? Plus, that makes you easy to exploit." As Lin Chao's twin sister, Lin Shui also felt somewhat exasperated at that moment. Her brother was good at everything but too rigid and by the book. Yet, those three guys obviously didn't have money to post missions and were also worried about their safety, that's why they chose to join the society on a whim. Their motives are impure. The mixed-race Tom also spoke up, as if he had some opinions about those few who came seeking help. As someone from the bottom of the outsider, Tom had seen plenty of the dark side of things. He liked the Chaoyang society and the atmosphere within it very much. However, it was undeniable that even when he joined the Chaoyang society, he did have the intention of seeking refuge. From his perspective, the president's romantic idealism was impracticable in the outsider. It's okay for them to seek help by joining the society. Helping each other in the abyss to get through difficulties together is indeed our purpose. By being upfront with the natives and sharing so much, I actually want to understand what those three have specifically done. By combining perspectives and statements from both sides, we can better discern a relatively objective truth, can't we? Lin Chao's words were naive and sincere, yet they seemed unassailable. This made Jiang Wei and Tom both fall silent. No matter whether the two of them could achieve that, but at least having such a teammate, also a strong one, was indeed a fortunate thing. As people from the bottom of the outsider, even if they were lucky enough to awaken fighting talents, they still needed to huddle together for warmth. How could one person survive in such a hellish environment like the abyss? Jiang Wei awkwardly thought again of Tao Yu, who had rejected him, a great ordinary fighting talent, not much worse than super, When Wino, an inner-city person, had an opinion about Tao Yu, he had made it too obvious. "I knew those two from the inner city, one dead and the other injured, I should have insisted a bit." Jiang Wei felt a bit of regret in his heart. As dusk approached, the four of them took turns arranging the night watch order, ready to make do and spend the night on this rooftop. The street below was full of zombies, the rooftop here was quite safe. However, as midnight neared and it was time to change the night watch, the faint roar of an engine made Lin Chao frown. As the sound drew nearer, he quietly woke the others. "Get up, everyone! Someone's approaching by car." Traveling at night in this environment is unusual. Even if one was on night watch duty in the abyss, sleep would be light. The other three grabbed their weapons and responded immediately. Once up, they too heard the approaching noise, along with the sounds of the awakened zombies moving on the street. "Let's take a look." Lin Chao took the lead. They crept to the edge of the roof, secretly peering towards the source of the sound. They could see a total of 4 headlights, both in front of the car and on the roof. It must be a sizable vehicle, with lights that were obviously modified to be quite bright. Dark figures flitted before the lights. The zombies attracted by the sound were struck aside or even run over. It was evident that the vehicle was powerfully driven. The car weaved aggressively through the streets, snakeskin maneuvering, avoiding some obstacles formed by abandoned vehicles while also choosing paths with fewer zombies. Occasionally sending a few flying. When the car reached this T-junction, it executed a drift at the intersection, knocking down several zombies with the rear of the vehicle during the process. After that, the vehicle obviously slowed down, seemingly leading the zombies slowly in another direction. Are they luring the zombies away? What on earth are they doing? The people on the roof were a bit puzzled. Watching the vehicle slowly take a number of zombies away, while continuing to throw firecrackers outside, creating an incessant popping noise and a lot of sound. But soon, the group roughly understood why. After making a round, the car came back from another narrow street. A person got out of the car, wielding a shovel and effortlessly knocking down a few nearby zombies, then opened a garage and drove the car in. It could be someone from this settlement or temporary external support they called in, but it doesn't matter, we haven't deceived them. If an enemy comes, we will block, if water comes, we cover with earth. Lin Chao, watching the garage door being pulled down again, still appeared very calm. Chapter 73, Corpse Refinement. What are you looking at? The doors closed. Jack, who had parked the car in the garage, spoke to Tao Yu, who was looking up at something at the entrance. "Oh." Tao Yu promptly pulled down the garage door and looked back, saying, There are a few people on the roof opposite us watching. They must be the pioneers, and it looks like they're probably outsiders. So what now? Jack was taken aback, then asked Tao Yu for advice with an open mind, as his understanding of the pioneers all came from Tao Yu. Judging from your conversation with Tommy earlier, I didn't detect much malice. Let's call them over tomorrow and meet face to face. I'll make contact with them. Tao Yu didn't mind giving a hand with the coordination. But now that the pioneers had found this place, it was time to start preparing to sell Jack. This had already been agreed upon with Jack on the way here, that if anyone was to sell, it should be done by Tao Yu. According to what the lizard chimera had said, chosen ones are quite important to the base initially, and their opinions will definitely be taken into account. Therefore, keeping a good relationship with Jack was not something to be worried about, even the likelihood of outsiders not knowing about the chosen one was quite high. You go upstairs to rest. I'm going to check on Cao Shaolin's body. On the way back earlier, through the walkie-talkie, Tao Yu had inquired about the situation. Cao Shaolin's body hadn't moved much and was still buried in that garden. Okay, be careful. Jack knew Tao Yu had learned a new skill, and while envious of the convenience, he also offered a word of caution. Afterward, the two climbed up from the garage and crawled back into the hotel through the upstairs window. As Jack went upstairs, Tao Yu headed for the first floor and entered the hotel's backyard. This place was supposed to be a secluded little garden, now turned into a graveyard. Actually, the best way to deal with the bodies right now was cremation, but since it was too close to the hotel and inconvenient, they were buried after being tied up. Even if they were infected, they wouldn't be able to get out, and even if they somehow did, it would just be in the backyard, which wasn't a problem. The survivors here indeed needed something to hold onto emotionally. After checking the color of the soil, Tao Yu found the latest burial site and dug it up with a shovel that was lying nearby. With a few digs, he saw the color of the bedsheet. After dragging it out, there lay Cao Shaolin's body with its eyes wide open in death. Although 2 or 3 days had passed, his body still showed no significant signs of decay, and there was no trace of zombification. The requirement for corpse refinement is a body that has not significantly decomposed within 7 days after death. This one qualifies, and the material quality is indeed top-notch. Since the skill was directly absorbed and then deified, Tao Yu simply smeared his hands over Cao Shaolin's body and got a rough outline of the process. His judgment was correct, this was excellent material. Finding a handheld pressure washer nearby, Tao Yu tossed the hose into a bucket of water and with it, stripped Cao Shaolin's body down as if it were a pig ready for butchering, then scrubbed continuously. He even went to the first floor kitchen to find a brush and a steel wool pad, scrubbing repeatedly on the tough, leather-like body. The sturdy body was quickly washed clean. It's best to have adjuvant medicines, but there's no helping it, the conditions are just too rudimentary right now. Tao Yu sighed as he looked at the cleaned body in front of him. The clothes from the previous zombie had also been burned, which might have been an item that played a facilitating role. Such a pity. Taking out a disposable paper cup, Tao Yu pulled out a dagger and held it over the flame of a lighter before slashing across his wrist. Blood flowed, quickly filling up more than half a cup. When enough had been collected, as his strength waned, the wound on Tao Yu's wrist started to heal, and soon there was a rumbling sound from his stomach. Healing does consume a lot, just for a wound like this, probably has to do with blood loss as well. Tao Yu put the paper cup on the ground, tore open a can of beef and gulped it down in 2 bites. Thanks to the swallow essence technique modified, he absorbed it quickly, then washed his hands with the hose next to him. Without a writing brush, cinnabar, or even a talisman paper, Tao Yu could only resort to the most primitive method. His right index and middle finger joined together, stirring in the blood within the paper cup continuously, and with the sustained consumption of his mental energy, he soon started to scribble on Cao Shaolin's cleaned body. A massive outpour of mental energy, like a floodgate opening, caused an increasing headache for Tao Yu. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth and completed the drawing in one go. Separate symbols were drawn on the body's root chakra, sacral chakra, solar plexus chakra, heart chakra, throat chakra, third eye chakra, and crown chakra. As Tao Yu poured his mental energy into them, his blood essence seeped into the drawings on the skin, becoming birthmark-like markings. With the final stroke finished, the cup filled with half of his essence blood was now nearly depleted. After catching his breath for a moment, Tao Yu once again devoured several cans of beef to quickly restore his strength. Corpse refinement really is a physically demanding task. Having rested for a short while, Tao Yu once again sliced open his fingertip, allowing 2 drops of blood infused with his psychic power to fall into Cao Shaolin's mouth. The moment the blood entered, Cao Shaolin's remaining soul eye, already full of blood vessels, seemed to widen once again. Alas, life is tough, it's going to be a major bloodletting period ahead. Unconcerned with the corpse's reactions, Tao Yu instead used the bedsheet to wrap the body up again and reburied it in the pit. Corpse refinement requires choosing a place of extreme yin, spreading rooster blood morning, noon, and evening, and burning corpse refinement talismans. However, based on the skill knowledge Tao Yu possessed, it seemed the entire city was a land of extreme yin, where one could bury corpses just about anywhere. When you think about it, so many people have died. But then, Tao Yu's expression hardened. Oh no, could it be that the mastermind behind all this wants to refine corpses? A shadow passed through his heart, but there was nothing Tao Yu could do at the moment. He was even lacking some of the items needed for corpse refinement. For instance, where could he find rooster blood now? Looking up at the red-eyed crows perched on the garden fence and listening to their unpleasant cawing, Tao Yu considered alternative solutions. Rooster blood is extremely yang, while crow blood is extremely yin, and he currently lacked the technique to utilize it. Perhaps it could be tried at a higher level. Anyway, if he really couldn't find any, he would have to use his own blood. At the very least, to form a zombie, it would take 7 days. For an ordinary person, they would probably bleed out, but Tao Yu could quickly make up for it by eating a feat others couldn't endure. My goodness, at this rate of eating, you'd finish off all the food meant for one person. Early in the morning, after Tao Yu had shed blood for the morning ritual and started to eat ravenously, Jack, who came downstairs to find him, caught him in the act. What's wrong? Can't bear it? Yes, I can't bear it. What did you do to burn through so much energy? Having interacted with Tao Yu thus far, Jack knew that he only ate like this when he was practicing his skills or had expended a large amount of energy. Corpse refinement. Ugh, stay away from me in the future. Jack rubbed his arms as if he was getting goosebumps. Still need my help to go and talk to them? Yes. Tossing a Snickers bar to Tao Yu, Jack rubbed his hands again and walked over. Let's go, let's see what situation they're in. Tao Yu, displaying an expression that said you know what's good for you, followed Jack upstairs. They reached the roof, flipping over to the other side where they faced off against the group across the street. By then, Tommy and Senkei had also arrived on the scene, armed with guns. Seeing Tao Yu appear, they all looked over with curiosity. Now, they also knew from Jack that Zhang Wei was a pioneer. But the boss trusted him, so he was considered one of their own. Wow, there are people I know over there. Seeing Zhang Wei on the other side, Tao Yu felt a bit awkward, cough, should have used Li Le next time. They probably don't dare to come over directly. I'll go over for a bit. Be careful, we'll cover you from here. Jack knew Tao Yu was capable of taking action on his own, but he still patted his gun. MHM. After that, Tao Yu grabbed the rope and, with practiced ease, began scaling his way across to the other side. Chapter 74, Incoming Attack. Tao Yu. Zhang Wei looked at the figure crawling over with some surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter Tao Yu here. He had invited Tao Yu when they were at the dojo, but he was politely declined. Yeah, are you guys here to advocate for those 3 unlucky fellows? Tao Yu nodded at Zhang Wei in greeting, then glanced over the group. Right, they sought help at our doorstep, we couldn't just ignore them. Lin Chao also saw Tao Yu and, although Tao Yu was just standing there casually, he somehow exerted a pressure that felt quite palpable. Being someone with grade B intuition, his sensing of danger was extremely accurate. An outsider? A newcomer who had just awakened talents recently? Quite strong. Still, even so, Lin Chao calmly stood in front of everyone. Tao Yu looked at him somewhat unexpectedly, then pondered for a moment before saying. Chaoyang Society. You've heard of our club? Lin Chao's eyes lit up, and then he began to speak enthusiastically. Our club is committed to mutual help and support in the abyss, gathering friends and brethren of like minds. Brother, would you like to join us? Looking at Lin Chao's passionate demeanor, Tao Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He only knew about the club because of his younger brother, Tao Shi, and from what information he had, it indeed seemed to be an organization made up of passionate youths, apparently formed because the club president had a high talent and strong abilities, sheltering a group of people. However, as someone who'd been a corporate serf in his previous life, his edges smoothed by society, Tao Yu wouldn't easily believe in it after all. The scandals of environmental organizations and animal protection groups were well known in his past life. But judging by deeds rather than intentions, at least based on what he knew, the Chaoyang Society was indeed doing what it could to help others. If considering only the person speaking before him, Tao Yu's spirit perception could sense a genuine sincerity in the other's words. An upbeat, enthusiastic young man. No interest. The straightforward reply didn't seem to embarrass Lin Chao, he appeared to be used to it. At this moment, Zhang Wei stepped in to smooth things over. This is Tao Yu. Tao Yu has grade A dynamic vision and is also a partner, definitely one of the top experts in the new development zone. After briefly introducing Tao Yu, he turned back to Tao Yu and said, Tao Yu, this is Brother Chao, with grade B intuition. The young master of the Suns personally invited him, but Brother Chao still chose to develop a branch of the club in the new development zone. This is his sister, Lin Xuet, with grade B instinct, and this is our club member, Tom, with grade C willpower. After Zhang Wei's introduction, everyone was somewhat surprised. Tao Yu gave Lin Chao another look. His sister, Lin Xue's instinct, was regarded as a common combat talent, but intuition was definitely a rare combat talent. Beyond possessing strong intuition and perception, it often allowed for a miraculous shot or a divine slash. Or an unexpected dodge of a critical attack, with the body outrunning thoughts. In some ways, a talent like intuition could be somewhat restraining against Tao Yu's assassin style. Of course, restraint also depended on relative strength. If one was overwhelmingly powerful, then no amount of counter ability would matter. The others were likewise astonished by Tao Yu's grade A dynamic vision. Grade A talent, that's indeed rare. Originally standing behind Lin Chao with a look of modesty, Lin Xue suddenly became animated, continuously examining Tao Yu's face. Under the freshly risen morning sun, Tao Yu's attractive features seemed to become more pleasing to the eye the more one looked. So, let's hear about your request. With grade B intuition, I should give you some credit. Who knows, after the settlement is established, these natives might become one of us. Tao Yu naturally wouldn't mention anything about being a chosen one, but even without that factor, these natives were likely to be absorbed into the new settlement's population. In the initial stages, when members were needed, none were turned away. With a grade B intuition coming to vouch for them, and given Tao Yu's favorable first impression, as long as their demand wasn't too excessive, he didn't mind throwing in a hand. Actually, we just want to ensure their safe departure. Based on their descriptions, they don't seem to have caused any destruction. Of course, if they have deceived me, then we'll proceed as you say. Lin Chao spoke calmly, not taking any one side's words at face value. I'm actually aware of that situation, they indeed didn't cause any damage. They were just initially trying to coerce the natives into being cannon fodder, to lure away the zombies. Tao Yu casually spoke, causing Lin Chao to frown slightly. Although the damage caused was indeed limited and it was actually the pioneers who suffered casualties, the act of proactively stirring up trouble and using the indigenous people as cannon fodder still somewhat went against the principles of the Chaoyang Society. Lin Chao had no reason to fully trust Tao Yu's words, but for now, as the other party had agreed to release the hostages and showed no motive to deceive him, it seemed necessary to find ways to gradually guide and correct these newcomers in the future. However, just when Lin Chao was deep in thought, he and Tao Yu almost simultaneously showed signs of alarm and subsequently turned to look in the direction behind the house. The sun had just risen, and Tao Yu, relying on his dynamic vision, could already vaguely see black dots stealthily jumping and climbing between the roofs. Aliens! There's something over there. Lin Xue's grade B intuition, although not as sharp as her brother's, was still absolutely a perception class ability, second only to the two who sensed it first. However, their vision was not as good as Tao Yu's, so they could only vaguely make out the black dots. It's the aliens, how did they get here? Tao Yu pondered in his heart, considering whether it was due to his absorption of the fragmented heart of the world. Was the impact of the absorption that great? Had the barrier disappeared? Would they suspect that this world holds such a thing? If that were the case, it would be somewhat troublesome, but since he had already absorbed it, he couldn't spit it out and had no intention to. Pushing aside his concerns, Tao Yu also readied his assault rifle again. I don't know if a pioneer specifically brought them here, or if there's a problem with the barrier, but either way, it's nothing good. The members of the Chaoyang Society, who seemed to have already had dealings with the aliens, also picked up their weapons with grave expressions. At the same time, Tao Yu also picked up the walkie-talkie and informed Jack's side. Be on guard, the creatures from the plains I mentioned earlier have arrived. They are quite troublesome. When you get back to the gathering area, make sure the defenses are set up and watch the doors and windows. Tao Yu also felt somewhat cursed in his heart, his corpse refinement project had just begun. The lowest spec version would take 7 days, and after completion, there would still be opportunities to complete the 49-day and 81-day augmentations. But if even the 7-day process was interrupted, then it would all be for nothing. However, if this was due to him absorbing the heart of the world, then no one else could be blamed for the occurrences. Damn it, it's all because of these aliens. I'm just an outsider mudleg, working diligently to finally earn some benefits, and now you come to harm me. Tao Yu muttered in his heart, eyeing the aliens that kept drawing closer, and gripped the handle of his gun tightly. If the aliens were only looking for meat to eat, they shouldn't be so picky as to ignore the zombies and seek them out directly. Are they looking for hosts to incubate? Because of his concern for corpse refinement, Tao Yu temporarily suppressed the idea of hanging an alien on a hook and taking it back to locate its nest. He turned to the members of the Chaoyang Society and said, "Will you join us in defending the gathering area, or do you plan to leave first? Let's do it together." The number of aliens that came over shouldn't be large, it's very likely that they were brought here by one of the pioneers. Lin Chao, lacking the perspective of Tao Yu having absorbed the heart of the world, based his conjecture on the information he had, which largely pointed to the likelihood of pioneers bringing the aliens, especially since there was a rewarding task for breeding aliens. "Alright, you go first via the cableway, I'm going to try and catch an alien myself," Tao Yu said, recalling his riding skill. After using the walkie-talkie to remind Jack's side, he quickly headed in the opposite direction, toward the arrival path of the aliens. "Then you three go ahead. I'll go and provide some cover," Lin Chao decided almost without a second thought, causing Lin Shui to pout. "It's just a few of them, there's no real threat." But complaints aside, in a situation like this, she obediently followed her brother's orders and was the first to use the rope to climb towards the other side. Zhang Wei and Tom also followed closely behind her. Tao Yu, who had already departed and climbed over a small alley, glanced back at Lin Chao who had voluntarily followed. He simply raised an eyebrow and said nothing more. Such character traits were exceedingly rare among pioneers, particularly those from the development zone. At least so far, this was Tao Yu's first encounter with such a person. Jack used to be part of the CIA's task force, so while he had a sense of justice, he also had his own subtlety and principles for handling things. But Lin Chao, it felt, relied more on the zeal of youth. However, people are creatures capable of change, and Tao Yu wouldn't immediately solidify his initial good impression into a definitive assessment, but at least for now, interacting with him seemed not a bad idea. "I hope you can always maintain such a pure heart." Chapter 75, Taming Technique. Does Brother Tao plan to intercept them? It looks like there are a total of 5, should we divide them up? Lin Chao, with his intuition, had a quite accurate judgment of the enemy's numbers. Kill 4, capture 1. Tao Yu revealed his plan. Capture alive. Alive. When Lin Chao heard Tao Yu's firm response, he was somewhat surprised at the bottom of his heart. Ever since Tao Yu had arrived, Lin Chao knew the man was strong, perhaps not any less than himself, but he had not anticipated him to be this bold. "We've encountered these aliens before on the plains. Ordinary pioneers equipped with assault rifles can engage them in a head-on fight from a distance. But they're very good at teamwork and ambushes. In the current complex cover environment, isn't trying to capture one alive too risky?" Lin Chao only offered his suggestion, but he didn't slow his pace at all, continuing to follow closely behind Tao Yu as they vaulted over obstacles. His physical condition was also approaching the human limit. Although he was far inferior to Tao Yu, for a pioneer from the outer city to reach this level in such a short time without dying was quite remarkable, probably due to a talent investment from their Federation's angel. "You're not bad, just take out the first 4 quickly, leave the last one to me." Tao Yu leaped to the top of a water tank in a few moves, watching the approaching alien silhouettes, and blew a sharp whistle. This immediately attracted the attention of those aliens climbing on the rooftops. Tao Yu knew that even now, an attack from an alien could be lethal to him because his endurance was insufficient. Purely being swarmed would actually be somewhat troublesome. But the individual performance parameters of a single alien weren't too exaggerated. They conformed to their biological size but were a headache to deal with because of their exoskeletons, acidic blood, and various natural weapons. As long as their numbers were within manageable limits and he wasn't ambushed, with enough maneuvering space, Tao Yu wasn't particularly concerned. Comparatively, I'm still far behind. I've got funding from the society, and young Master Sun has also invested in me. This is the benefit of banding together. Lin Chao said this and looked at Tao Yu with a complex gaze. But it seems like you managed to acquire resources on your own without the need to band together. Initially, Lin Chao had wanted to use these points to persuade Tao Yu to join their group, by demonstrating with his own experience. Turns out the other guy seemed to be doing even better. Haha, luck. Let's start. Tao Yu laughed heartily and then crouched on top of the water tank, setting up his gun as several aliens charged into a 50-meter range. Rat-tat-tat. Tao Yu was crouching on the water tank, and Lin Chao stood by its side, both opening fire simultaneously. It must be said, although the aliens didn't have extremely exaggerated stats, they could be considered the apex of regular creatures in all aspects, fast, strong, and agile. The moment the two men fired, the aliens started performing evasive maneuvers, using the cover on the rooftops and climbing to the sides of buildings to seek blind spots for their shots. But the whole point of waiting until they were within 50 meters before opening fire was to reduce their reaction time. The two aliens targeted by Tao Yu and Lin Chao were hit and tumbled almost simultaneously, their green acidic blood spraying wildly as they struggled in vain. The only things left were splatters of green blood and the corroding white smoke from the acid blood hitting the ground. After these two were taken out, the other three aliens also used the sides of buildings and overhead cover to encircle the two men from different directions. An alien barely peeked from a common blind spot, attempting to stealthily climb up, but Tao Yu and Lin Chao simultaneously turned and fired, hitting it and causing it to fall from the rooftop heavily onto the street below. With their comrade emerging, the remaining two didn't waste the opportunity and lunged forward at the same time. Tao Yu released his empty assault rifle and casually pulled out the warlord's sidearm, firing continuously at one of the aliens while rapidly closing in on the other. I'll leave the injured one to you. Be careful. Lin Chao didn't refuse. Watching Tao Yu charge barehanded towards an alien filled him with a sense of alarm. Their previous shooting cooperation made taking out the aliens as risk-free as swatting flies, comfortably at ease. But they had reached their limit for handling them. If there had been a few more aliens lunging at them at the same time, the situation would have been terrible. Compared to dealing with an alien barehanded and with a gun, the difference was more than a world apart. A normal person with a gun might dare to fight a lion or tiger, but without a weapon, against such apex predators, they could only skid away. At least Lin Chao himself, even with melee weapons, was not confident in taking on an alien. He needed a gun to stand a chance. But at the moment he didn't have much mind to worry about Tao Yu, as he switched to his backup gun and started dispatching the alien injured by Tao Yu. After killing it, he'd have to check on the one that fell. Meanwhile, Tao Yu charged straight at the last alien, which, in turn, took 2 steps back to observe carefully. The cunning predator, realizing that Tao Yu truly hadn't lifted his sidearm to aim at itself, immediately burst forth, lunging toward Tao Yu in an instant. Refusing to pause even for a moment might have given you some dignity. Tao Yu, seeing the alien's momentary halt and subsequent hasty acceleration toward him, couldn't help but sneer. Every living creature has a start-up time when they accelerate, and in Tao Yu's dynamic vision, the alien's speed had already plummeted after that pause. Bullet time. In an instant, everything around him slowed down, and Tao Yu observed the alien's trajectory carefully, softly sidestepping to avoid the range of both teeth and claws. Then, as the alien's tail came flinging at him, he grabbed it with one swift motion. Qi blood coursed through his entire body, erupting maximum strength from his palm like iron tongs grabbing the tail, and with a flick. A vague sense seemed to roar like a giant ape. And the alien, who was looking back at Tao Yu with a ferocious face, seemed to be struck by lightning all of a sudden, its body stiff as a board. Despite this, the massive force from the pounce still dragged Tao Yu across the ground for a distance. Compared to Wino, that beast who would throw aliens around, I'm still lacking quite a bit in physical strength. After sliding a bit and then steadying himself, Tao Yu dexterously flipped over and mounted the alien's back. With the impact of the press down, he pinned the just recovered alien to the ground, and it seemed like a bear-shaped phantom erupted once again, continuing the mental assault. Riding that subtle feeling gradually emerged, and Tao Yu, without hesitation, took the alien's slender tail, looped it around its neck, and grabbed it crosswise in his hands. His legs wrapped tightly around the alien's thorax, like pythons ensnaring their prey. Because one end of the alien's tail was its own rear, after wrapping it around its neck and having a fulcrum to work with, Tao Yu was able to suffocate it with one hand while his waist and legs remained fixed. The other hand transformed into a paw-like shape, smacking down on the back of the alien's head like a bear's paw. Crack! The strength burst forth again, directly fracturing the alien's exoskeleton, causing some acidic blood to ooze out, some of which even stained Tao Yu's hand. But Tao Yu paid it no mind, continuing to smack down on other uncracked areas. Riding only allowed Tao Yu to control the driving method and to have mutual understanding, but it didn't have any taming abilities of its own. However, with mutual understanding, Tao Yu was able to actively make the alien understand his intentions while also peering into the alien's state of mind. Training dogs, bears, and so on had their own methods and skills, but compared to Tao Yu's nearly direct conversation, there was indeed a gap. Tao Yu had no particular skill other than to beat it. Submit or not? Oh, still playing tough? I'll beat the hell out of you. Here's a big one for you. Because the continued attacker's vigorous strength came with a psychological assault, Tao Yu was expending both physical and mental energy at an extreme rate. But fortunately, he could free one hand. He took a chi replenishing pill from his pocket and popped it in his mouth, then continued with the beating. His intention wasn't to kill, he didn't use his full strength each time, just inflicting enough pain on the creature beneath him. Through mutual understanding, and after continuous trials, Tao Yu found the spot where the alien felt the most pain when hit. It was the area where the long exoskeleton on the back of the head met the neck. This nerve cluster seemed to be the densest, like a pair of testicles. This compelled Tao Yu to adopt the form of the crane's technique, constantly poking at that spot. The poking made the alien howl continuously. After consuming 2 chi replenishing pills, Tao Yu finally sensed the alien's thoughts of submission. It wasn't true submission or loyalty but teetering on the edge of rebellion at any moment. But because of mutual understanding, Tao Yu could be certain that, for now, the creature wouldn't dare to defy him. You're smart to recognize the situation. Look at your companions, if you dare to run, I'll shoot your limbs off, leaving you to wish for life or death in vain. Tao Yu added one last threat, and the feedback somehow had some effect, which amused him. Subsequently, Taming LV1, a new skill, was born. Taming LV1, through continuous trials, you seem to have discovered some techniques for taming animals. These skills were not data-based, nor were they some kind of newly acquired abilities. They were merely summaries of one's abilities, with auxiliary abilities being represented in this way for the convenience of accelerating with Yuan Force. But that was only for ordinary people. Deification. Consuming 100 Yuan Force was not costly, and Tao Yu used it without any hesitancy. Chapter 76, Doesn't Bite People. Taming Modified, you can administer mental punishment and reward through contact with successfully tamed species. Tao Yu sensed the changes in his newly deified skill, not as stunningly transformative as riding, but still satisfactory as a bonus gain. This ability couldn't help with things like passively increasing loyalty or add any taming experience. The bonus can be described as simple and crude. But animal training always relied on measures of reward and punishment. This was a great convenience for the implementation of reward and punishment. Combined with the shared emotions of riding, these two bargain skills actually made a decent pair. What a pity, though, it would be overwhelming in large numbers, and the prerequisite is a successful taming. It seems I can only tame creatures I'm capable of defeating and not too many at once. Because both reward and punishment required physical contact and consumed mental power to execute, this had always been a drawback of deification skills. Without hesitation, he reached out and touched the alien's massive head. This time, Tao Yu didn't strike or use fist intention to reinforce the attack. Yet, the alien suddenly lay on the ground, screeching. Through shared emotions, Tao Yu continually felt its fear, pain, and submission, which pleased him. Good. Understand who your master is. If you behave well, there's no reason you can't receive some reward. From now on, your name is Little Black. Tao Yu petted the alien's head like one would stroke a cat, and the comforting mental power from the reward made the alien lie down again, seemingly with limp muscles and drooling disgusting saliva. This made Tao Yu feel somewhat disgusted and stop his action. What on earth? How powerful is this? As the alien slowly came back to its senses, Tao Yu finally felt its previously rebellious attitude improve significantly, it even affectionately rubbed its exoskeleton head against his trouser leg. Then, due to some acid blood still leaking, it corroded a few holes in Tao Yu's trousers, prompting him to kick the alien once more and apply partial punishment, causing the alien to roll on the ground in pain. Brother Tao has great techniques. Lin Chao, who had just dealt with the injured alien on the other side, had a somewhat strange expression on his face. Looking at the alien that was once again prostrating at Tao Yu's feet, daring not to make any moves, he asked curiously. Is this some kind of enslavement skill? Are there any risks? Upon Lin Chao's words, the originally prostrating alien immediately turned its head and bared its teeth at Lin Chao, dribbling clear, viscous saliva continuously, looking quite fierce. It wasn't until Tao Yu kicked it again that it settled down. Animals will be animals. Consider it preliminarily tamed. Tao Yu glanced at the alien, then motioned with his mouth towards the edge of the roof. Go down and catch zombies for yourself to eat. Don't you dare eat live humans, you know you can't hide it from me. The alien, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate and immediately leapt out, scaling the side of the building like it was flat ground and plunging into the zombie horde below. Its long tail skewered a zombie, hauling it to a room nearby for its meal. Because of the alien's exoskeleton, Tao Yu wasn't worried that the zombies could harm it. With the reward mark from earlier, he believed it wouldn't leave easily. If it really were to run off, he'd consider it a test of his skills. Let's go, let's head back. Since 5 aliens appeared, there could be more. Tao Yu could gather some information from the alien through the ability of writing. But as it was cross-species communication, he could only grasp a rough understanding of the alien's intended messages and emotions, not too detailed. He only knew that this one had been born in the current world fragment and had seen the alien queen. There were also a few pioneers around. Based on the timing, they must have arrived before he absorbed the world fragment, so it wasn't an issue with his absorption of the fragment. It was that there were pioneers who had taken up the task of cultivating aliens and were testing the waters here. Utterly disregarding the life and death of other surviving natives of this fragment or even the pioneers exploring this fragment. However, that was indeed typical of how pioneers operated. You killed it. I was actually hoping to get a look and learn a thing or two. When Tao Yu and Lin Chao returned to the original rooftop, they saw Jack, fully armed and carrying a gun, keeping watch. Seeing Tao Yu, he also let out a sigh of relief and then put on a smug expression. But you really are bold. Weren't those creatures said to be more troublesome than zombies? You didn't even call me. Jack glanced at Lin Chao and nodded as a form of greeting. Your companion has already introduced you. Welcome to join our settlement temporarily. Thank you, Lin Chao responded politely, shaking hands with Jack. Those creatures are called aliens. I've captured one, and it's out eating zombies now. It should be back soon. Don't worry, it won't bite with me around. As Tao Yu spoke, he ate his canned beef, puffing his cheeks. Caught one? You're standing right there and not biting anyone. At that moment, Jack was also a bit dumbfounded. Then, he imagined Tao Yu holding a zombie as a pet, instructing it, bite him. You know, we pioneers can always conveniently learn some skills, Tao Yu said. Jack felt as if he'd been handed a lemon, so he stopped engaging with Tao Yu and led the way to the hotel rooftop. Come on over first, and later, let us see exactly what your pet looks like. I'm now planning to move people to that base, but we still lack suitable vehicles and food, and we need to plan the route. Jack and Tao Yu discussed their plans. Previously, it was just Jack and Tao Yu going out. With the two of them capable of not holding each other back, everything went smoothly a round trip in just 3 days and nights. But now, with the addition of other people from the settlement, problems were bound to get much more complicated. Vehicles, route planning, supplies, attracting zombies, and so on all needed consideration. Given the number of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled in the settlement, if they didn't plan well, inevitably, some would be left behind forever. Once the team became bloated, the efficiency would drastically decrease. I'm afraid you'll need to revise your plan. This afternoon, I'll go with you to look for vehicles, and then we'll hit the road immediately. It's okay if we have less food. As long as the main forces are fed, the others won't die from hunger for 2 days. It's best if we can depart today. Otherwise, if you encounter an alien attack on the way, along with zombies from all around, chances are none of you will survive, Tao Yu warned. Looking at the time, Tao Yu decided that after the noon bloodletting was done, he would accompany Jack out in the afternoon. Actually, his original plan was good, helping out nearby for a few days. After 7 days, once the zombie was trained, he would return directly. But with the sudden arrival of the aliens, the plan had been utterly disrupted. At this point, Jack looked gravely at Tao Yu and spoke in a deep voice. Is the threat really that great? Tao Yu, feeling his riding creature coming within range, nodded and said. See for yourself. No sooner had he spoken than the alien, following the scent, climbed swiftly up the wall and directly onto the rooftop. Suddenly leaping from the eaves, it landed on the ground. It then started to bare its ferocious steel teeth at Jack and Lin Chao, grimacing menacingly. The sight of this creature with its dark exoskeleton and those grotesque teeth put Jack immediately on guard. Fuck! You're keeping this thing as a pet? Looking at the alien's cherry-sized mouth, Jack thought back to Tao Yu's mention of not biting, and couldn't help but think that a bite from it would hurt a lot. The next moment, he saw Tao Yu kick the alien, causing it to shrink away and lie down sullenly on one side. Behave! Tao Yu issued a punishing kick to the alien and then turned to a gaping Jack. This thing is still somewhat dangerous. It really will bite people when I'm not around, and we're not yet certain of their numbers. While saying this, Tao Yu pointed to the eaves next to him and commanded the alien. Flick your tail. The next moment, the alien's slender tail whipped out like a steel whip against the eaves, making a loud bang. The outer layer of concrete cracked open, and debris flew, leaving behind a deep mark. Previously, Tao Yu had arm wrestled with the alien. If it weren't for his fist-intentioned skill, Tao Yu wouldn't have been able to overcome the pure strength of the alien. See why I'm telling you to speed things up. After speaking, he pulled out an ordinary handgun and fired a shot at the alien's leg. Although it whined pitifully, the bullet seemed to bounce off the shot area, merely splitting open and oozing some green blood. As the blood hit the ground, it emitted corrosive white smoke. A regular handgun bullet was almost useless against it. Let's go down. I'll explain in detail all of its characteristics in front of everyone. Then, you all need to make a decision fast. Seeing that even the creature's blood was highly corrosive, Jack's face turned ashen. When Tao Yu had said aliens were more troublesome than zombies, Jack didn't quite grasp the concept. The creature had just appeared looking hideous and frightening, but Jack had managed to stay calm. After all, in terms of size, it was only slightly larger than a human. As long as there weren't too many, firearms should have been sufficient to handle them. But now that Tao Yu had demonstrated just a few of the alien's abilities, he understood that even a single one of these creatures could take him out if he was caught off guard. If he felt this way, the others in the settlement would be even less able to defend themselves. Chapter 77, Contradictions. What the hell is that? Does it bite? That's terrifying. It really doesn't bite. When Tao Yu brought the alien Little Black to the hotel's top floor gathering place, it also brought a wave of panic. At the moment, Little Black just stood in the middle of the crowd, leaving a distance around it as it was scrutinized like a statue. Its fearsome mouthparts, sharp tail spike, and sharp claws, along with its exoskeleton with a metallic sheen, all exerted tremendous pressure on the onlookers. Even though zombies roamed everywhere and the survivors were accustomed to life and death, Zhang Wei and the others had already briefly explained the situation when they came over. But the alien's repulsive appearance, coupled with its war machine-like build, still made people unavoidably terrified. Even Zhang Wei, Lin Shui, and Tom were equally astonished at this time. To think it had tamed an alien in such a short time? What kind of method was this? That aliens could be tamed was evident from the missions posted in the mission hall, but they had not expected it to be this simple. If it can be tamed, is there a way to tame more of them? When the aliens come, have them fight each other. Tommy, Jack's subordinate with a head of tattoos, spoke with a heavy tone. Tao Yu had previously explained in detail various parameters of the aliens and even pointed out some shooting weaknesses, but the more they understood, the more they felt the power of these creatures. Carbon-based life-form Temur could withstand half a clip, that was just outrageous. This is a Yuan Force skill that I've only learned in the past few days. My proficiency isn't high enough, and ordinary taming isn't this easy. Besides, if I command it to attack its fellows right now, it might rebel. Tao Yu simply put it. Jack and the people from the military base probably wouldn't all be silenced or anything, so many things weren't exactly secrets, and Tao Yu didn't need to deliberately conceal them. Being forthright was actually better. A zombie and a meteorite could potentially yield skills. On the surface, Tao Yu only had a grade A dynamic vision, at most he could also claim to be max level. Therefore, he needed to demonstrate his genius and his willingness to take risks, so that when he occasionally displayed some powerful skills in the future, it would be more consistent and save him some unnecessary trouble. Of course, showcasing oneself didn't mean revealing all one's cards. It was only necessary to demonstrate enough value to exchange for significant benefits and conveniences. No matter what, keeping one's true capabilities obscure was quite crucial. As examples of being targeted due to information leaks and winning against the odds were plentiful. One must hide one's clumsiness when necessary but also reveal one's edge when appropriate. The balance between the two depended on the different situations encountered. Not everyone's information network and intelligence circles were mutually accessible. You use what matches your level. But no matter what, the secret of divinity had to rot in his stomach. Aside from divinity, other things were negotiable, provided they could bring more benefits. If the cost-to-benefit ratio was high enough, even if they brought some trouble, it was worth a try. What powerful person didn't have a few adventures? Even exposing the fact that he had gained a new talent from activating the shattered world's heart was not out of the question if the benefits were sufficient. It was already consumed, and seeking revenge against him was not a cost-effective move. The will of the world prevented pioneers from killing each other or third parties from profiting too much through arbitrage. Once you consume the heart of the world, that's that. If the benefits outweighed the risks, it could be shown at an appropriate time. Of course, he had to ensure the benefits were significant enough, and after weighing the risks. Tao Yu hadn't forgotten how Wino had targeted him purely out of jealousy. If the son's siblings were petty, then this secret had to stay buried in his stomach. And for the time being, he hadn't seen any opportunities to trade advantages, so it wasn't a bad compromise to attribute the meteorite as the source of the taming skill. At least for now, the partner status, the mission watch in hand, and some of the sponsorships and goodwill he had received were all conveniences obtained after demonstrating a certain level of talent. If your abilities are too poor, you can't even borrow money, and you might get slapped in return. So what do we do now? The usually taciturn black man Senkei also raised this soul-searching question. Yet, what do we do? Faced with zombies, they already knew the habits and, given the zombies had limited physical destructive ability and moved relatively slowly, so as long as they found some suitable vehicles, they could take everyone through the zombie crowds and bypass the Gobi Desert. But now with these monsters emerging, if they were attacked while crossing through the zombies, it would be a total annihilation. I didn't expect it would turn out like this, task. Jack sucked his teeth, looking solemn, and felt the heavy burden on his shoulders. Originally, they were comfortably eating hot pot and singing, about to prepare to move to a place with ample food, with the possibility of pioneers coming later to build a settlement. Then suddenly, this happened. Afterwards, he looked at Tao Yu with hopeful eyes, but before he could speak, Tao Yu glanced at him and said, "I have things to do here for the next few days. Helping you find supplies and a vehicle is one thing, but tagging along all the way is out of the question." "All right." Jack sighed, knowing he couldn't say much more. Carrying a group of burdens, indeed the journey was fraught with risks. We had no other choice, there were just too many old, weak, sick, and disabled among you. Zhang Wei also proactively spoke up in advance, though it pained him, his Yuan Force was not abundant, and despite the low consumption, every little bit counted. However, he did not want Lin Chao to be the one to speak up, lest he impulsively agree to something, which would have been real trouble. After saying this, he turned back to whisper to Lin Chao, who was frowning. "Brother Chao, we have to consider the circumstances, right? Look, there are just too many burdens." Lin Chao was full of passion but was not blind to the situation. If they really forced themselves to help, they would all be dragged down with them. After all, he had grown up in the harsh environment of the outer city. He had a clear understanding that there were simply too many people to save. After looking back at his sister, he nevertheless expressed his intentions to Jack. "If it were only healthy adults, perhaps we could offer some help." As soon as he said this, many faces at the scene drastically changed, and two old ladies immediately came out leaning on their canes, seemingly ready to strike Lin Chao with them. "You band of devils forsaking God, you will go to hell. Are you even men at all? To be able to say such things?" However, a few adult males from the settlement loosened up and spoke hesitantly. "Hey, there's no other way, otherwise, we'll all die. Yet, that we can help this much is already not bad given the times. Where are there survivors with mobility issues in other settlements? There's even cannibalism happening." The scene then descended into chaos, and those who thought they might be left behind immediately attacked the few men who had spoken up. "Oh, so you've been like this all along? Jack, you tell us, do you think the same?" In the midst of this messy situation, with scolding ringing in his ears and the pressure he already felt, Jack's head pounded, then he suddenly yelled. "Quiet!" It must be said that his authority had always stood firm, and after he lashed out, the scene quieted down. But there was still a black auntie with tears and snot streaming down her face, who came over and grabbed Jack's hand to plead. "Jack, we're already in dire straits, you can't abandon us, can you?" Tao Yu watched Jack's troubled expression and directly provoked with a comment. "In times like these, make a clean break, dragging it out will only lead to more trouble, and people will die." After speaking, Tao Yu waved his hand and then took out a can of beef, showing it off with glee before descending the stairs. "Call me if you need anything, I'm heading down." The alien little black also hurriedly followed Tao Yu. Contrary to how they would hurl abuse at others, everyone at the settlement did not even dare to give Tao Yu a look when he turned around. As Tao Yu turned, they immediately cleared a path in front of him, with the old ladies waving canes moving out of the way as if they could fly. Witnessing the alien following behind Tao Yu, the people of the settlement saw only fear in each other's eyes. As for what specific plans were discussed afterwards, Tao Yu did not know. But Lin Chao and his team members made a special trip down to bid farewell to Tao Yu, and they hurriedly left the place. Tao Yu also declined yet another offer from Lin Chao to join their society. "You should get going early if you are leaving, the aliens' dexterity and ambushes, plus the omnipresent zombies, it's indeed a headache when you put them all together." "All right, I hope there is a day when we meet again, until next time." Lin Chao didn't dwell, he immediately led his team away. Their purpose for coming this time had been achieved. At the very least, Jack and his people would no longer attack the three pioneers who had returned. But landing might bring an ambush by the aliens, for all one knew. But that was as far as they could help at the moment, otherwise, they might have doomed themselves too. Watching them depart, Tao Yu sighed softly. He had a preliminary impression of Lin Chao's character and was tagged for the moment. Since Lin Chao had made a promise earlier, as long as Jack satisfied the condition, it was quite likely that he would not go back on his word. So it seemed that Jack might have also made his choice. "Such a fool, I've already told you about the environment of the abyss, you're going to die." Tao Yu turned to look at Little Black with its clueless face and ugliest of mugs, and couldn't help but kick it again, making it curl up in the corner of the lobby, but not daring to make any further move. "Fools die young, Tisk, but being the chosen one, you can't let me down now, can you?" Tao Yu went to the hotel's burial garden, sliced open his wrist with a dagger, and sprinkled the blood on the soil that covered Cao Shaolin's grave, drip-dropping with a sound. Chapter 78, Riding a Tiger, Hard to Disembark. That night, the dazzling starry sky, devoid of the light pollution from human cities, looked exceptionally brilliant. Although this area lay at the junction of three world fragments, the starry sky appeared as a whole, just that the sky above Rainforest 01 fragment had one more moon. Tisk tisk, I wonder if there's ever a time when three suns appear at once? And what's the rule for how these fragments combine? I'm curious if those spots in the sky are other world fragments. Under the moonlight, Tao Yu continuously leaped from rooftop to rooftop, while alien Little Black scuttled beside him, rapidly progressing forward together. The laws of the abyss were chaotic and unordered, each world fragment had its distinctions, and the company could only classify and organize based on some of the experiences they have had so far, which was far from understanding them. If we're helpful later, then there's a reward in line, otherwise, forget about it forever. Tao Yu turned his head to look at Little Black, his tone very calm. The rush of air during high-speed movement mingled with the night breeze, whistling past the ears, while Little Black also eagerly growled a few times, as if securing a promise. Through the mount's heart-to-heart connection, Tao Yu could sense that hint of fear in the depths of Little Black's heart. It wasn't fear of his occasional punishment, but the fear stemmed from the purpose of their journey. To ensure that Little Black wouldn't turn on him at a critical moment, Tao Yu had to put in some effort and cajoled it with a case of canned beef. Even so, the fact that Little Black was betraying the Queen and the other guard aliens from the nest had it sensing danger from all sides. Not to mention there were three pioneers. Securing the Queen's egg and creating the scene before them, it was likely that the three inner-city pioneers were involved. It was indeed troublesome. Don't blame me for pushing you into this risk, the Chosen One has invested so much, I can't just let it all be for nothing, right? Tao Yu half-mockingly confided to Little Black. What a moron! If it weren't for the reward, or for not being disturbed during corpse refinement later, I couldn't care less about this. Thinking about how Jack had ultimately decided to involve everyone, Tao Yu let out a weary sigh. Perhaps, this is what it means to be the chosen one. A hot-headed fool, seems to be the standard for many the chosen ones. Soon after, Tao Yu and Alien had already reached the outskirts of Henderson City under the cover of night, exactly from the direction Tao Yu had originally entered. The zombie hordes down below looked as chaotic as ever. After climbing down from the rooftop, Tao Yu also found the motorbike he had ridden over on earlier. Learn from this, putting up a tough backside that also chafes, next time I'll fit a cushion for you. Tao Yu mounted the motorbike, remembering the terrible experience of wanting Alien to carry him only to have his butt nearly jolted off. He felt some indignation towards his ride. Then he twisted the throttle and sped off towards the direction of the desert, with Little Black racing along beside the bike, guiding Tao Yu through the heart-to-heart connection. Towards the direction of the alien nest. The terrain on the side of the rainforest fragment was higher than the zombie world by 10 meters, and the ground on the rainforest side was even higher by several meters. In addition, with the towering trees originally present in the rainforest, that direction looked oppressively dark. The alien queen's nest was right inside a cave on the elevated terrain of the rainforest side. It could look after the rainforest's wildlife while also expanding its influence into zombie world, having ample material to conduct their trials. The world barrier was likely opened by some kind of inner-city technique, albeit just a small gap. After riding for about 20 kilometers, Tao Yu stopped and propped the motorbike against a giant withered cactus. Approaching the destination, Tao Yu used his powerful vision in the barren desert to spot aliens lurking in the distance under the cover of night. And even heard the sound of the motorbike, with some responding and heading in this direction. Time to test your abilities, triple threat. Tao Yu noticed the 3 aliens speeding in his direction, and after ensuring his own scent was masked by the wind, he hid himself behind a cactus nearby. Conserve strength if possible, no need to fire a gun from this position. Before long, the 3 aliens arrived nearby, quickly surrounding their seemingly stranded comrade and urgently hissing, saliva flying everywhere. And Tao Yu's own Little Black was also lowly howling in front of its companions as if exchanging information. Every so often, Little Black would brush its tail over the cracked areas on its body, seemingly complaining about something. Then the 3 newly arrived aliens almost simultaneously turned their gaze towards the city. Probably Little Black had told them about being attacked over there. The 3 aliens didn't suspect anything amiss, being quite simple-minded. Then, the next moment, Little Black took the opportunity to get close and burst one alien's head with its most powerful secondary mouth, splattering green blood. Aliens knew their own weaknesses well, and Little Black's swift, ferocious, and accurate sneak attack caught them off guard. In the middle of its stealth attack, Little Black's tail also lashed out at another companion, causing it to stagger with a full-force tail whip. But it must be said, aliens are indeed born for combat. The remaining 2 reacted quickly to the ambush, launching a counterattack immediately. They didn't understand why their fellow was attacking them, but for such ruthless creatures, fighting was in their bones. Before Little Black launched the stealth attack, Tao Yu had already pounced out. As the fight ensued, Little Black absorbed the brunt of the initial damage, protecting its vital spots, but was left oozing green blood from all over under the flanking attack. Chapter 79. In the time it had grasped, Tao Yu lunged in the form of a tiger, with a roar and fist intention slamming into one of the aliens, dazing it in an instant. Then with a leverage, another bulk, like a giant bear, rammed into another alien. After the punch's impact caused rigidity, he smoothly drew out the giant lizard's fang and stabbed into the alien's vital spot, striking and then retreating quickly. He then returned to the first alien that had just recovered from the shock and pinned it to the ground. Go get the backpack from the vehicle, be careful not to get blood on it. Tao Yu instructed. Little Black, who was busy sealing its wounds with saliva, limped over to the motorcycle, and carefully hooked the backpack full of canned food with its tail before bringing it over. I'll give you a companion. Having the experience of subduing Little Black earlier, he expected this round of consumption to be lower. Because of the working mechanism of the taming technique, maintaining it consumes a significant amount, which meant creating a large army would greatly drain Tao Yu and be too much to manage. But taming a few more cannon fodder in a short period was still achievable. At the edge of the rainforest, the roots of the giant trees were exposed on the 10+ meter high demarcation side, intertwining with each other and mixed with soil, bringing a scent of earthiness. In the area wrapped by the tree roots, a profound passage had been dug out between the gaps of the roots, which seemed to fortify the tunnel. The mouth of the cave extended inward, where one could see a sticky substance smeared along the sides, solidifying into a white substance similar to spider webs. Going deeper inside revealed a natural cavern. At this moment, the cavern was lit up by several large searchlights, illuminating the entire space. One could see that nearby there were numerous grotesque eggs densely packed together. An alien queen, 6 to 7 meters in size, was connected to an incubator, receiving feedings from a rotation of aliens. The food was mostly creatures from the rainforest and even included half a zombie. The alien queen, using her auxiliary hands for feeding, gnawed voraciously at these bloodied meals, appearing quite brutal. Besides that, there were several cocoon-like structures within this hatchery, enveloped in that solidified sticky substance. Roar! One alien, having finished feeding the queen, suddenly let out a fierce roar toward the 3 people standing off to the side, its claws scratching the ground, expressing an eagerness to attack. But with a reprimand from the queen, it ultimately backed down and quickly ran out of the tunnel. "Faye, we've got trouble, these creatures are so hard to control." A2, with taming skills in a half-mechanically modified body, looked somewhat troubled. With the alien queen under control, they'd thought it would be easy to solve the problems, they even used Yuan Force to accelerate her breeding. The hatching also speeded up. But now, as the alien population expanded, they started feeling a growing sense of unease in controlling them. At first, the aliens were very docile, showing no signs of rebellion, more obedient than well-trained dogs, rolling over on command, sitting when told. They believed they had found the method of cultivation, far more efficient than training aliens individually before. However, as the juvenile aliens grew at an incredible rate, shedding their skin and becoming larger, and as their numbers increased, things started to feel off. Now, none of the 3 dared to leave the queen's side, fearing an alien ambush. Moreover, staying here was also a sufficient deterrent to the unruly queen. They dreaded the aliens mainly for their numbers and that self-destructive acid. It was just about killing the Empress alone, with their combined strength, they had plenty to spare. That's why, at this point, both sides were maintaining a delicate balance. It seems I was somewhat negligent. These creatures are indeed cunning, and notoriously untamed, always ready to rebel at the chance. "We've been fooled," he said. Fei Ji was looking at the new data he had acquired, his face somewhat grim. He felt like a fool now, remembering how he had excitedly announced that he had found an efficient taming method and accepted the adulation of his companions. Now, as he was recording, he turned to A2 and said, "How much of that drug do you have left? How long will it last if we use it all on the Empress?" "There's still some left, enough for half a month. But if we go back and then come here again, 5 days would probably be enough to let things spiral out of control. We can only take turns going back and bringing more drugs here," replied A2. A2, his face pallid, pulled out an ampoule from his bosom as he looked at the increasingly irritable Empress. The formerly restless Empress, who had been screeching, seemed much more docile at the sight of A2's ampoule, emitting only some urging low growls. Approaching the alien queen, A2 didn't bother to open the ampoule and just threw it over to her. She swallowed it whole and seemed entirely satisfied. The ovipositor behind her laid another new alien egg. "This won't work. Taming must involve both carrot and stick, punishment is essential, but the Empress is too sensitive. If I attack her, it would immediately provoke an attack from the guards nearby," he said. Even though the Empress had been pacified, A2 didn't look pleased. He possessed a Yuan Force-based taming skill. He knew all too well that simply dangling sweets in front of someone would inevitably lead to a loss of control over time. However, the Empress's importance to the aliens meant they would always leave 3 or 4 to guard the nest, no matter what. Compared to the 3 of them, 3 or 4 aliens were no threat, but if more aliens returned and noticed something amiss, it could trigger an unending series of attacks. There were plenty of aliens outside already. This was a vicious cycle. What do we do? Our strength is indeed sufficient against a small number of these creatures, but if their numbers increase, they could overwhelm us with sheer mass, and in this environment, it's difficult to find help," said Xiaomei, the sweet-faced girl, looking rather distressed. They thought they had taken on an easy job, and everything had gone smoothly up until now, but they hadn't expected chaos to erupt here. Now, anyone coming to help would surely be attacked by the aliens, and if the 3 of them left this place, they probably would too. Perhaps they could break out while the aliens were out hunting. But by doing so, they'd truly lose the precious alien queen. According to A2, we have to take turns going back first to get more drugs. If that doesn't work out, we'll just have to go back and ask for help from the two adults. We've been quite useful during the early stage, and with the alien queen here, they might personally come over," suggested Fei Ji with a sigh. The bigwigs in the floating city undoubtedly had communication items that worked like modern instant messaging. Given the number of inner-city pioneers in the new development zone, they were eligible to request contact. But by doing so, even if they were ultimately rescued, a cap of incompetence would surely be placed firmly on their heads. However, compared to suffering a complete loss of the alien queen and a disgraceful escape, it was better to wait here, gather more materials and information, and then call for help. If they could accumulate enough intelligence and taming experience, perhaps they could make up for the trouble. Chapter 80, Resolute. No more food. The night wind over the Gobi was bone-chilling, carrying with it a bit of sand. The giant cacti at night looked like all sorts of bizarre monsters. After Tao Yu had recovered, he looked at the last 2 cans of beef and 1 bottle of mineral water, but did not stuff them into his mouth, just added another piece of chocolate. By now, there were already 4 aliens following him. Apart from the most pitiful-looking little black, the other 3 had also completed the initial stages of taming. To maintain the 4 aliens over the long term, rewarding and punishing them on time every day was actually quite troublesome for Tao Yu. However, he had only intended to use them temporarily. Tao Yu had not thought about the long term. You take them to complete the guard replacement. If you succeed, rewards will be naturally forthcoming. Tao Yu looked back at little black, covered in wounds, which made it stand tall and proud. Though it was scarred all over and looked miserable, the other 3 aliens actually acknowledged this temporary leader and quickly sprinted towards the location of the hive. Tao Yu looked at the several-meter-high fault line, then rapidly climbed it, and after reaching the rainforest, he continued to stealthily make his way above the nest. Without expending extra energy to actively employ shadow evasion, but relying on the passive initial effects of his 2 stealth abilities, plus the insight of bullet time, he was confident he could avoid any aliens that might appear in the forest. Still have over 3,000 Yuan Force, 3 stamina potions, hope that'll be enough. Tao Yu's daily Yuan Force was being rapidly consumed, but since it had only been a few days, he still had over 3,000 Yuan Force left. His strength now was stronger than when he exterminated the Li family, so the cost of restoring Yuan Force was likely higher, but the boost in strength more than compensated for the drawbacks of the consumption. Damn it, I was just quietly training corpses, not bothering anyone, why must they always force me? 4 consecutive aliens entered the nest, catching the attention of Fly Brother and his 2 teammates. Fly Brother, standing atop that white sticky substance, frowned slightly as he saw the nest suddenly become more crowded. In these cramped conditions, if this pack of beasts suddenly rebelled, it would be troublesome. The newly arrived aliens hadn't brought anything back, and one was obviously injured, so it was unclear what had happened. These few new aliens kept growling softly in front of the queen, as if narrating something. The injured alien whimpered pitifully off to the side. Then, the injured alien moved to the edge of the grotto and made a few leaps onto a tree root that extended downwards from above, curling up in the corner to lick its wounds. And the aliens that were originally guarding the nest seemed to switch shifts as they communicated with each other and then ran out of the cave, their destination unknown. Similarly, the newly arrived aliens were very unfriendly towards the 3 pioneers, constantly baring their teeth. We can't delay any longer, Xiaomei, you go back first. Take the medicine and contact the 2 seniors to explain our situation, and tell them we have first-hand data on the alien queen. All right, but it'll take me at least 5 days to return. Can you 2 hold on? The petite figure also seemed worried at this moment. They couldn't stay awake forever, the 3 of them had been taking turns to rest, and now with 1 less person, the strain would only increase. Just the aliens in the nest? Any of us can deal with them. Given our distance from the alien queen, 5 days shouldn't be a big problem. Fly Brother spoke with some confidence. They were the biggest deterrents to the alien queen here. The alien queen, having witnessed the trio's strength, was clear about that. All right, be careful. Xiaomei's face bore a serious expression, and then she closed her eyes and sat down cross-legged to begin meditating. As she was in the alien nest, she couldn't meditate with full concentration and spent about 20 minutes before, with a twist of her body, she disappeared within the nest. And with the disappearance of Xiaomei's aura, the alien queen and the 4 newly arrived aliens all turned their heads to look over at once. Little Black, laden with scars, did the same, and then started to climb higher, stretching out a claw to dig upwards, enlarging the hole where the tree root stretched in. Fly brother, I get the feeling something's not right. Tu looked at the alien queen, who seemed restless, and also felt a strange thumping in his heart, unsure what it was. It's normal for the alien queen to have ideas now that Xiaomei has left. Fly brother's attention was entirely focused on the alien queen and those few aliens. Aside from the injured alien that kept on digging, the other 3 aliens occasionally moved, seemingly trying to enter the blind spot of his and his teammates' vision, making him frown. Can't hold back any longer, hey? Maintaining vigilance and defense was very exhausting. Now that it's just the 2 of us taking turns, you rest first, and I'll wake you later. All right. Tao Yu suppressed the palpitations in his heart, understanding the importance of conserving energy and nurturing his spirit at such a time. He took out an ampoule and offered it to Fei Ji. Fei Ji, if anything happens, just smash this first, it should be able to slow it down. However, Fei Ji did not accept the potion, instead he spoke indifferently. No need, if this beast really doesn't know what's good for it, then I'll just slaughter it. The sudden surging killing intent made even the alien queen feel a jolt of fear, and she let out a threatening roar following that. The other aliens nearby did the same. But faced with Fei Ji's aura, the outnumbered aliens seemed to become somewhat blusterous but hollow inside. We still have to rely on Fei Ji, hey. Admiration showed on Tao Yu's face. Learn something. If you could master this skill, taming wouldn't be so much trouble. Fei Ji, with his arms crossed, also cracked a smile, the corners of his mouth tilting upwards slightly. Still only just 18, he felt quite satisfied with achieving the desired effect of the skill he took pride in. Get some sleep, don't waste time. Okay. At that moment, the pressure in Tao Yu's heart also greatly decreased. With Fei Ji watching over him, he could rest properly. But just as he relaxed and closed his eyes, that terrifying heart-pounding feeling re-emerged suddenly. Accompanied by a squelch. A sticky liquid had already sprayed onto him. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was Fei Ji, who had been standing before him with folded arms, now without a head. Blood sprayed unceasingly. The fluid he had felt before was indeed Fei Ji's blood. What happened? A dream? An hallucination? But it was his slight delay that allowed for the bullets, accompanied by gunshots, to hit him in the head repeatedly. Ah! Even though Tao Yu was mechanized and various bones in his head had been replaced with metal plates. The mental shock that followed, and the armor-piercing effect of the warlord's sidearm, still inflicted heavy damage on him in an instant. Tao Yu had no intention of getting close to Tao Yu. Yosef's mouth gun and self-destruction at the end had left him a bit PTSD. As the warlord's sidearm fired, Tao Yu also made a quick retreat, lunging towards the alien queen. On the other side, except for the injured Little Black, the other 3 aliens also pounced toward Tao Yu to finish him off. Little Black hooked Fei Ji's body with his tail and quickly dragged it outside. And Tao Yu, at that moment, finally faced the massive and ferocious queen directly. Then, just as the alien queen's claws were about to tear into his flesh, he vanished before her eyes like an ink painting dispersed by water. The claw, carrying the force of a gale, seemed only to cleave through some smoke. When Tao Yu's figure reappeared, he was already behind the gigantic head of the queen. Like a film of spilled ink rewinding, the power of the shadow force instantly gathered in the colossal lizard's fang. His hand rose and the blade fell, nearly severing the alien queen's head. Tao Yu had never considered subduing the alien queen. The disparity in size and strength was too vast, and the effect of taming modified required at least initial successful taming of the creature, the risk was too great, and he didn't need to gamble. A dead alien queen, that was a good queen. Boom! An explosive blast suddenly appeared on Tao Yu's side, its shockwave directly ripping apart the 3 aliens that had pounced toward him. Meanwhile, Tao Yu, who had chosen to keep his distance from the start and ensure his own safety, was also blown away by the outer shockwave while using the alien queen's body as a shield. The force protecting his vitals, bolstered by his chi blood, was scattered in a mere moment, and the inner scale armor was unable to absorb the entire impact, making him taste blood as he hit the ground heavily. Indeed, those mechanical bastards, each and every one was a self-destruct freak. Chapter 81, Additions. Boom! Tao Yu's disheveled figure and the corpse of the alien queen both heavily hit the ground. The severe impact made Tao Yu hear the sound of his own bones breaking inside his body, and the Yuan Force that protected his vitals also completely dissipated. However, Fortunately, with the queen's body in front, absorbing some of the force, along with the enhancement from the bear form and the protection of the Yuan Force over his vitals, Tao Yu's inner scales armor also protected his chest and back. The injuries weren't too severe. Combined with the Yuan Force that poured into him as if money were no object, he quickly repaired a few internal bleeds that could have worsened. Not too bad. Looking at the reserve of 2,000 units of Yuan Force left, Tao Yu managed to prop himself up and stand. He had been quite economical, only using Yuan Force to heal potentially severe bleeds, then going all out to kill that troublesome pioneer, after which he used Yuan Force to regain stamina and counterattack the alien queen. In fact, all the changes took place within a few seconds, maximizing all his advantages. Compared to the continuous combat required back with the less, the consumption was much better. The protective Yuan Force and inner scales armor did a great job, otherwise, I reckon all the remaining Yuan Force would have been whooshed away. Directly using a stamina potion that he had initially gotten from a lizard chimera, Tao Yu also began to slowly heal the rest of his injuries with his physical strength. There were also 2 cans of beef and a bottle of water left, enough to replenish a bit more. Looking back at the corpse that Little Black dragged back, Tao Yu barely reached out to pet Little Black, giving it some reward. "You did well this time." But aside from Little Black, the other 3 aliens had already been taken by the self-destruction, with their acidic blood splattered everywhere. If the alien queen hadn't blocked it, Tao Yu would have been splashed too. Regarding this, Tao Yu wasn't too distressed. The 3 were just disposables, with a much lower level of taming technique compared to Little Black. Touching the cave ceiling, Tao Yu could already faintly sense them becoming unstable under the influence of the queen's pheromones at this distance. Initially, Tao Yu's plan was to have one of them finish off the wounded, just to check for self-destructs, while the other 2 were mainly to act as meat shields for him. But the queen's pheromones made Tao Yu unsure whether ordering them to attack the queen would result in rebellion. In contrast, Little Black's mood was much more stable. The box of beef cans' consumption hadn't gone to waste, as it was completely unmoved by the queen's pheromones. "Good thing we dragged back a body, otherwise, if this fella had been blown away too, that would have been a real loss." Tao Yu tore open a can of beef to continue replenishing his strength and healing his injuries. Only then did he begin to remotely instruct Little Black to check the bag, to make sure nothing dangerous was inside. However, Tao Yu soon felt movements outside the cave. It seemed like other aliens sensing the explosion of their nest were crazily approaching, causing Tao Yu to sigh. "I'm going up first, remember to bring the stuff from the corpse over, and then tell them the killer ran toward the plains." Afterward, Tao Yu grabbed the remnants of Yuan Force condensed from the alien queen's death, absorbed it without a glance, and yet again slipped into the shadows. Through the massive crack cut above by the tree roots, he entered the rainforest above the cave. What the hell? Crouching behind a tree trunk in the rainforest, Tao Yu felt some info from the alien queen's Yuan Force remnants and was left somewhat speechless. The skill wasn't complete, but that was fine so far. Tao Yu had only obtained a complete one from the zombies. But pieces of information about a skill that enhances breeding capabilities, what kind of joke is that? And it's specifically for the maternal side. Screw that. Tao Yu immediately erased all the information. The 200 and something, almost 300 units of Yuan Force, was merely passable roughly a month's income for his parents. Getting this amount from a Yuan Force creature was already quite good. But if it was only the income from the queen, it would have been a real loss for him. Things from the abyss really are luck-based. Tao Yu thought about his previous haul at the military base, small investment, rich returns, indeed like an unintentional windfall. The X-Island that was almost robbed on the road also had considerable gains. In fact, whether it's the X-Island, the former Yosef, or the 2 inner-city pioneers this time, if we talk about comprehensive strength, they're definitely stronger than that zombie. But compared to the zombie's defense and hit points, they didn't have the ability to withstand a lethal blow from Tao Yu, nor did they have Cao Shaolin's kind of perception ability, so the ambush was almost an instant kill. Easy and comfortable. Man, am I like some kind of civil war illusion god? Tao Yu also felt a bit powerless to complain. Some monsters with thick skin and muscles, or some with a large number of group members, would be awkward to handle by himself, but it seems like he had a special advantage over pioneers. He previously attacked the alien queen, and barely missed killing her in one hit. Her head was just too big, making it a bit of a stretch. However, soon after, he felt Little Black enter the heart-to-heart distance, and quickly came up with that body in its mouth, placed it down in front of him, and also hissed a sound of seeking praise. Tao Yu could also sense its general meaning. The aliens that had rushed back because of the nest's explosion were deceived by the information that the attacker had fled to the plains, disseminated by Little Black, and they insanely rushed out there to kill. It seems that ordinary aliens may be cunning, but they're not that smart after all, easily believing Little Black, and not considering how Little Black knew the attackers had fled to the plains. In any case, they went out in anger. And since the zombie world already had barriers against Yuan Force beings, it was only because these three pioneers had used Yuan Force to open a hole in the nest that they could come and go freely. With their deaths, the passage gradually healed. Now that they have left for the plains from the zombie world, they most likely won't be able to return. Although it wasn't a complete solution to the problem, it did buy some time for the zombie world. You really did a good job. Tao Yu didn't offer any real rewards this time since he hadn't fully recovered himself. He looked to see if there were any goods on this fellow. I wonder if anything could make up for my own losses. Strength belt, enhances the core strength of the human body, increases the explosive power in many areas, reduces the likelihood of spraining waist muscles, can absorb 300 Yuan Force. Concentration necklace, increases the mental recovery speed to a certain extent, can be actively activated for a one-time recovery, the activation cool-down period is 10 hours, can absorb 1000 Yuan Force. Owlskin gloves, enhances the defense strength of the palms, has the effect of fitting the skin, increases palm strength to a certain extent, can absorb 500 Yuan Force. 3 pieces of quite nice equipment, especially the concentration necklace, which might be comparable in value to the warlord's sidearm for Tao Yu, who needs to consume a lot of mental power for many skills. It can save a lot of emergency Yuan Force recovery consumption. He put on the necklace and fastened the belt. Because he was in a bad state already, Tao Yu immediately focused and used the concentration necklace, feeling a coolness like mint rushing to his forehead, and then a clear head. The previous dullness dispersed into nothingness, quite nice. Tao Yu, feeling refreshed, was also satisfied with the owlskin gloves that completely fitted his skin after putting them on. It looked the same as not wearing any gloves at all, which could be misleading. Although the various enhancements themselves weren't strong, one could almost regard it as carrying a weapon while also providing the effect of armor. It's just a pity that the mechanical augmentation exploded again. I need to find some explosion-proof stuff. The harvest this time was quite good, but Tao Yu still felt a tiny bit of regret. The inner scales armor had very good shock resistance, the chest and abdomen were obviously better than other areas, not in vain that I resorted to using this lady's product. It's just a pity that the sheltered area is too small, it would be great if there was one for the whole body. Tao Yu involuntarily thought of the tight-fitting combat suits of the young master and young mistress from the Suns, they're sure to have off-the-charts defense. Let's go, back home. After his injuries had almost recovered, Tao Yu's stomach began to growl again. He directly took out a tube of nutrient paste and squeezed it into his mouth. Fueled by the digestion ability of the swallow essence technique modified, he quickly recovered his strength. These one-time used tubes of nutrient paste, found on the corpse, must be for replenishing strength. The effect was not as good as the 2 remaining stamina potions, but it was a bit better than the chi replenishing pill. Considered an in-between, there were more than a dozen tubes in total. It counted as some extra perks. Chapter 82, Idiot. The morning sun spilled across the garden, and Tao Yu continued to water Cao Shaolin's preserved corpse with his blood for today's portion. He then ate a new can of beef. Nutrient paste and stamina potion were rare and hard to come by for Tao Yu, who could almost use them instead of Yuan Force with the help of swallowing essence skill, even effective in battle, much more cost-effective. The reason the Yuan Force consumption was so much less during the surprise attack on the alien nest was not only because of the short burst of time but also due to the significant effect of that stamina potion. In times when one could recover through ordinary food, it was still good to be a little sparing. The alien, Little Black, lay on one side of the garden, continuously smearing saliva on its wounds, which had formed a white film over them. After eating some zombies, the alien, though not having Tao Yu's healing abilities, healed much faster than normal creatures. However, the scars made by its exoskeleton made the originally metallic and smooth exoskeleton look pitted and uneven, making the already ugly creature even uglier. Wow, what did you do last night? Roll around in a pile of zombies. Jack's voice came from behind, startled by the sight of Tao Yu's combat uniform, tattered and scorched. How had this guy become so wretched overnight? His hair seemed to bear some signs of being singed. None of your business. Tao Yu gave a sideward glance to this blabbermouth. I'm about to leave, just came to say goodbye, haha, hope it's not the last time. Because the future was uncertain, Jack's expression was somewhat melancholic. What, still taking that bunch of dead weight with you? Tao Yu's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Well, man does what he can, the rest is up to fate. Jack sighed, not denying that there were many burdens in his group. He was a former CIA task force member and had done his fair share of dirty work. His profession wasn't exactly noble. But as someone with the protagonist's template and character, even in these morally collapsed end times, he still had a strong personal will and stuck to his principles. You'll be dragged down to death by them sooner or later. I've decided, after I get them to the base, I've done my part. I won't care anymore after that, haha, if your company sets up a haven, I'll leave it to you guys. Jack did not argue with Tao Yu's words, since he had built this haven and taken on the responsibility, he would continue to fulfill it until he could hand it over. He was aware of the risks and difficulties, he just wanted to stand his last post well. What the hell did you do? Was it an explosion or a fire? Did you go out last night? Jack changed the subject, but it seemed more like a casual pivot. He still noticed some more details. It wasn't just Tao Yu, the alien also had many new wounds on its body. Clearly, they had gone out last night, and it had been intense. Zombies definitely couldn't have caused those injuries. It's none of your damn business, if you're leaving then get on with it. Tao Yu waved his hand impatiently. All right, I'll get ready then, but be careful on your own. It seemed Jack had thought of something. He pursed his lips and said no more. Go ahead. By noon, watching the people from the haven coming out one by one, Jack drove a pickup to divert some zombies, then Tommy came with a container truck. Tao Yu knew they shouldn't have much trouble on the road. The alien probably didn't have to worry for the time being, ordinary zombies had a limited effect on a big truck, though the conditions along the way were harsh, and once in the desert, the truck's container would be stiflingly hot, possibly even fatal to some. But that had nothing to do with Tao Yu, who was always watching silently with the alien by his side. The people from the haven, frightened by the sight of Tao Yu squatting next to an alien, dared not even give him a direct look and hurried onto the truck. We're off. In the end, Jack drove by the hotel lobby, rolled down the window, and honked the horn twice. Safe travels. Till we meet again. Next time, teach me your fist technique. The engine roared as the pickup followed closely behind the container truck and then overtook it, leading the way. Tao Yu watched those zombies chasing after the car and, listening to the scraping sounds of their movement, let out a light laugh. No wonder the will of those fragments chose a chosen one, but it's a pity that his strength is too weak to save the world. Go find me some canned food and take a bag for yourself. Tao Yu kicked at Little Black, who was lying beside him, sending the latter scurrying up the stairs with 2 backpacks in tow, then squeezing through the window and climbing swiftly across the building's exterior like a gecko. Meanwhile, Tao Yu leisurely picked up a chair and placed it in the garden, leaning back and relaxing for a rare moment, he charged his watch and listened to music from a Las Vegas radio station. Abyss, you truly know how to mess with people. On the other side, Senkei, the black man in the pickup truck, couldn't help but say to Jack, who was driving. Boss, is brother Tao Yu going to stay there by himself? What the heck does he plan to do? A pioneer always has some skills, who knows what he's up to. Jack had indeed heard from Tao Yu about corpse refinement, but he certainly wasn't going to spread the word. After the visit from Zhang Wei and his group, Tao Yu's name had naturally been corrected. Man, it would have been good if he came with us, he's got incredible mobility. I would hope so too, but he's already given us a hand. Ah? How did he help? Who knows? Jack glanced at the zombies outside the window. The convoy was almost out of the city now and hadn't encountered an attack from any aliens, which led Jack, who had been on edge, to speculate. He had experienced Tao Yu's combat capabilities firsthand. The source zombies had been killed, he didn't know what was done last night, he returned looking disheveled, and that alien was covered in wounds. And, as a former CIA agent, Jack could tell that the alien had claw marks on its body. Leaving claw marks on such an exoskeleton likely meant that it was also dealt by another alien. That guy went out overnight to hunt down nearby aliens, alleviating a lot of pressure off of himself. If he doesn't want to talk about it, then so be it, what a temperamental, fussy fool. Roar. Like a tiger's bellow, the power of his blows stirred the air in the hotel lobby as Tao Yu practiced continuously. With the bonus from the new talent Fist Intention, his training efficiency had skyrocketed. It's just a pity that he didn't have much Yuan Force left. Even though he had a stamina potion and nutrient paste, Tao Yu only kept 500 units of Yuan Force in reserve for emergencies. But the Yuan Force he could use for training was merely enough for daily consumption, given his current strength. It helped him to fully adapt his own skills to the Fist Intention over the past few days. Soon, I'll head back after raising the corpses today, then I can complete a batch of tasks and exchange them for rewards. After completing the set of exercises, Tao Yu slowly performed the closing move. However, at that moment, Tao Yu raised his head and looked upwards, his ears twitching slightly. He had just heard some faint noises from above, which caused him to raise an eyebrow. Glancing toward the garden, Tao Yu signaled Little Black with his eyes, and then they both stealthily made their way toward the upper floors of the hotel. The aliens had strong concealment skills, but Tao Yu's own stealth abilities were even stronger. Even without using shadow evasion, he moved in utter silence, quickly approaching the upper floor where he heard some low voices talking. Brother Lin Chao said that type of alien is good at sneak attacks, we must be careful. I heard they went crazy killing everywhere in the grasslands, a lot of people have fled back here. Hope they haven't come over here yet. Hearing the voices, Tao Yu knew who these guys were, turns out they were the three unlucky ones. They wanted to coerce the locals into being cannon fodder but ended up being captured, and then they pleaded with Chaoyang Society to have Lin Chao come and mediate. Knowing it was these three harmless guys, Tao Yu deliberately coughed loudly. It scared the three of them significantly. Who's there? Chapter 83, The Big Boss. Tao Yu slowly emerged from the gloomy stairwell and appeared in front of the three men. Pioneer. Looking at Tao Yu's tattered combat suit, the three men seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Have Lin Chao and the others gone back? Tao Yu asked. Given that they had chosen this time to come, they must have received some news, and it was highly likely that Lin Chao and his group had decided to return. You know Brother Chao. Hearing this, the three men relaxed a bit further. Besides recognizing a mutual acquaintance, the key point was that this information confirmed that this person was indeed an outsider pioneer. Then, among the three, a man who looked quite experienced, clearly only about 18, but appeared to be in his 30s, spoke earnestly. Little bro, since you know Brother Chao, let me give you a friendly warning. Don't make careless noises in the wilderness to scare people. It can get you killed. Almost immediately, another member of the team, a tall and thin man, also spoke up. Exactly. You suddenly coughed, and I almost swept this way. If you died, it would have been for nothing. The last one, short and skinny, not even reaching 1.5 meters, also pulled at his collar, showing part of a tattoo, and spoke. We're the West City Trio. We should have a bit of a reputation in the development zone. Not sure if you've heard of us. However, no sooner had he finished than the experienced-looking guy hit him on the head. Idiot, the third brother is already dead. Oh, right, we're the West City Trio. Tao Yu had originally come to check out the situation and then send these people on their way, but the scene in front of him made the corner of his mouth twitch. Where did these three clowns come from? Perhaps their somewhat arrogant words had caused Little Black to feel that his master was being offended, as he too emerged from the dark stairwell behind Tao Yu. The alien, being primarily black in color, presented a rather unsettling image as it came out against the backdrop of the pitch-black stairwell. The sharp teeth in its mouth, the viscous saliva, and the low growling with twitching lips genuinely made the West City Trio instantly lose their bravado, unconsciously wanting to raise their guns. Don't worry, it doesn't bite. Tao Yu reached out and patted Little Black's head, and just like a dog, the creature rubbed against him and then paused by Tao Yu's side. This left the West City Trio gaping in disbelief. Why can he have such a cool skill when we're all just country bumpkins from the development zone? Aren't outsiders supposed to show off just with basic breathing technique? Sorry, we were a bit loud just now. The eldest among them, already looking prematurely aged, immediately adopted a humble and submissive demeanor, suddenly transforming into the image of an honest old farmer. The other two also assumed a meek and subservient appearance. West City Trio. Tao Yu raised an eyebrow. You've misunderstood. We just gave ourselves that title, fearing that others would look down on us. After all, there is a 3/4 chance that the people are from other districts. The eldest's expression was somewhat embarrassed, and both the second and the youngest were also smiling apologetically. However, Tao Yu found their words to be probably true, as his spirit perception had not detected any unusual emotions. They likely weren't lying. These three couldn't possibly have deceived him, could they? Okay, since you've returned safely, hurry on your way, and don't make a noise when you leave to avoid trouble. Tao Yu couldn't be bothered to interact much with the three, casually waving his hand. Yes, we'll follow your instructions. The eldest agreed quickly, but then asked urgently. But may we inquire, sir, have any aliens come after you? While speaking, he also kept glancing at the alien by Tao Yu's feet. They had not yet encountered an alien face to face, but they were well aware of what aliens generally looked like, and it seemed to match up. In their eyes, Tao Yu must have taken on the task of breeding aliens and learning their habits, which meant they themselves should hurry up and leave, not to disturb him. That was the most normal course of action. Not many for now, but who knows if you drag on. Thank you. The three didn't dally, thanked him with a bow, and then directly entered the stairwell to climb towards the rooftop. As they passed by Little Black, all three seemed a bit nervous, but still managed to get past one after another. Tao Yu watched the three leave, not wanting any complications on the last day before the body's rise. However, just as he saw the three ascending the dark staircase to the rooftop and heard the creaking sound of the iron door opening, and was about to go down, suddenly, he heard exclamations from above. Oh my god! What is that? Someone is coming! Tao Yu frowned upon hearing this, wondering what was going on. Then he gave Little Black a look, and Little Black immediately started climbing towards the rooftop. After Little Black scouted ahead, Tao Yu followed and went up to the rooftop as well. Although he didn't think these three guys could do anything to him, it was always good to be cautious. When Tao Yu got to the rooftop and followed the astonished gazes of the three men, his pupils constricted slightly, realizing why they were so startled. At the end of his sight line, on the horizon, two figures resembling motorcycles flew rapidly toward the city. They were truly flying. They must have been about 100 meters off the ground, the black shapes of the motorcycles exuding a streamlining effect, appearing somewhat similar to jet skis, but capable of hovering and moving at high speed. Tao Yu's exceptional vision allowed him to see that atop each hoverbike was a striking figure. Familiar black tight combat suits, handsome and delicate features with a cool detachment. It was the two notable young masters and miss from the floating city. Tao Yu had not anticipated that after they had investigated the world fragment of Pandora to the south, they would turn around and head this way. Although Tao Yu could communicate with Little Black couldn't understand human speech, so he wasn't aware that one of the three from the nest had gone back for reinforcements. Now, suddenly seeing these two individuals with the most prominent identities and strengths in the current development zone, Tao Yu felt some pressure in his heart. As soon as Tao Yu recognized their faces, the two glanced over almost simultaneously and, after a slight adjustment of their trajectory, accelerated directly towards him. They're coming, they're coming. What is it? Big brother, do you know what's going on? The West City trio was also very tense. The two from the floating city. As the figures approached, Tao Yu casually informed them, shocking the trio to the point they started trembling uncontrollably. As the two got closer, and they could see more clearly, they held their breath and stood to the side with heads bowed in a submissive manner, appearing very humble. Whoosh whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of tearing through the air and a burst of violent airflow, the two hoverbikes had already reached above the rooftop, reducing their speed in a graceful manner to stop above the group. Then the curvaceous miss, with a swift somersault, landed on the rooftop. What caused Tao Yu's pupils to constrict was that, aside from the waves of vibrations from her landing, 7 strangely shaped and unique weapons also followed behind her. Once she stood firmly on the ground, those 7 unique weapons spread out like a fan, hovering behind her, leaving Tao Yu utterly baffled. He had thought that the gear of these siblings would be like those combat suits from the murder cities, but you're telling me it's Ionia? Looking at the figure delineated by the tight combat suit, which seemed somewhat sensual, and seeing that top-level beauty, Tao Yu eyed the ruby-like eyes of the other party and defined her preliminarily in his mind. Rich, beautiful, young, powerful. Chapter 84, Hungry. Sun Xia glanced at Tao Yu and then at the scrutinizing gaze that traveled up and down his form, her ruby-like eyes flickered momentarily. Tao Yu, right? I remember your profile. Sun Xia's voice was pleasing to the ear but carried a coldness, which, paired with those crimson pupils, held a unique charm. Despite her aloof demeanor and speech, she somehow evoked risque imagery upon first glance. Tao Yu tensed, realizing it might be some skill or talent, and quickly composed himself. Lowering his head in gratitude, he said with thanks. I haven't had the chance to thank you, Miss Sun, for your sponsorship and this mission terminal, they've been of great help to me. The wristwatch Tao Yu wore was a gift from her, along with a startup fund, and there were perks like free slots worth over 10,000 Yuan Force at Wanlu Dojo as well as half-price discounts. At least for now, Tao Yu had indeed benefited greatly from them. The company's exploitative nature was one thing, but these two individuals had, for the time being, made a favorable impression on Tao Yu. Of course, their high attractiveness was a bonus. The West City trio, witnessing such high-profile individuals remembering someone like the man beside them, couldn't help but feel utter respect. Sun Xiu was beautiful, yet they dared not even steal an extra glance, much less strike up a conversation. The disparity in status was simply too vast. It's nothing, you've earned it. It doesn't even count as an investment, said Sun Xiu. She glanced at Little Black who was on guard and praised in a commendable tone. You've controlled it very well. Among the tamed aliens so far, this one is the most outstanding, a Yuan Force skill. Yes, but the skill consumes quite a bit, so I can't train too many at the same time, said Tao Yu, a bit wary of being conscripted, and quickly added. This made Sun Xiu look at him thoughtfully, and then a slight, attractive curve formed at the corner of her mouth. I know you. Despite having excellent talent, you choose a partner to avoid trouble. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. If you're unwilling, we won't force you to train. Ah, you've seen right through me, but I'm telling the truth, Tao Yu replied, not overly embarrassed. After all, from what these two had done thus far, they indeed seemed to be more inclined toward enticing with rewards, showing a much broader vision than people like Joseph and his group. Stimulating initiative with money. As for the inner city pioneers, they exerted some pressure. Well now, since you've also tamed an alien, I'd like to ask you something. If your information is valuable, there will be a reward, she said. Please go ahead, responded Tao Yu. An alien queen has died nearby, has your alien had any reaction? At this, Tao Yu understood what had brought the two of them here. Even though he was wearing ratty battle clothes that were dirty and ragged, hiding Fei Ji's equipment underneath, Tao Yu maintained his composure as he said. No reaction. I've fought ordinary aliens a few times, but I haven't encountered any lately. Lately, I've been gathering information on a chosen one. While diverting the topic, Tao Yu also began to sell out Jack. This was always his plan to sell to them, and running into them was even better. It was a direct transaction, with no fear of middlemen taking a cut. The chosen one. Indeed, Tao Yu's words immediately captured their attention. Even Sun Shiking, who had been hovering on her floating motorcycle seemingly ready to leave right after the inquiry, also descended gracefully to the ground. She had a set of equipment similar to her sister's but with some differences in style. After landing, she said nothing, just stood aside. Yes, a chosen one, Tao Yu continued. How do you know about the chosen one? Tao Yu had intended to steer the conversation toward this topic, but Sun Xiu's casual question sent a chill down Tao Yu's spine, knowing that the seemingly innocent query might not be easy to deflect. When I first entered, I was with Brother Joseph and his group. Tao Yu reasoned that the truth would serve best in such situations. If the Jilin could so easily tell him, it probably wasn't much of a secret among inner-city people, nor had there been any instruction to maintain secrecy. Indeed, he had also asked Joseph many questions. Joseph. Sun Xiu's pretty face showed a nuanced expression, as if she too remembered the unlucky one who died on their first mission return. She then gazed at Tao Yu with those gorgeous red pupils for a moment longer. You've done well, with good talent and decent abilities, and it appears your luck is also in your favor. I like dealing with people who have good luck. After finishing, she didn't rush to ask about the chosen one but said in an even tone. We like clear rewards and punishments in our dealings, preferring to incentivize through rewards rather than compulsion. The chosen one is a crucial part of the new settlements. You can state your desired reward and demands first. Tao Yu really liked their way of doing things. Of course, being so direct was the best. Similarly, Tao Yu didn't bring up the matter of rewards first, instead, he slowly explained Jack's situation and said with a tone of regret. I didn't realize how important a chosen one was, so feeling that he was carrying too many burdens, I didn't dare follow him. I don't even know if something might happen to him on the way. A military base with a water source? Very good. Sun Xiu then picked up on another piece of intelligence from Tao Yu, her slender fingers lightly stroking her delicate chin, pondering for a moment before she chuckled. A chosen one is not so easily troubled in their world. We'll go there now. All right, you little slicker, say your demands. TCH, it really isn't quite enough to give less. Although Sun Xiu was only 18 years old, an age that should be characterized by innocence and cheerfulness. But as a scion of a great family in the floating city, she had to learn more than just combat skills. From their current interactions, even with the experience of being a corporate drone in his past life, Tao Yu could feel a certain pressure. And although they were the same age, even sharing the same year, month, and day of birth, she still called him a little slicker in a somewhat condescending manner, which left Tao Yu somewhat speechless. But since he couldn't fight against a greater power, especially when he needed favors, Tao Yu could only speak meekly. I'm in great need of Yuan Force, lots of Yuan Force, and it would be even better if there were some skills. For ordinary pioneers, Yuan Forces actually have a limit to their use. Of course, the best were excellent skills that matched one's talents and could form a system with extraordinary effects, followed by special effect Yuan Force items which were also very practical. Like the collection of odds and ends Tao Yu currently had in his clothes. Prioritizing Yuan Force was somewhat unexpected to Sun Xiu. If it were an inner-city person, they definitely wouldn't negotiate for rewards like this. Alright, you outsiders really have less insight after all. Sun Xiu thought for a moment, casually pulled out a magnetic card, then tossed it to Tao Yu. Is 100,000 enough? You probably wouldn't digest more. Taking the obviously high-quality Yuan Force magnetic card and feeling the amount within, Tao Yu's heart also thumped wildly. It felt as if someone was slapping his face with a wad of cash. Jack could actually sell for so much? I've struck it rich. Not personally escorting him was my mistake. However, even though 100,000 Yuan Force was more wealth than Tao Yu had ever possessed, he still spoke softly, seizing this rare opportunity. It would be even better if there were a bit more. You really don't know how to make demands, even after I've reminded you. Sun Xiu wasn't annoyed but instead almost couldn't keep a straight face, and laughed. Yuan Force will be 100,000. If the chosen one and the base are as you describe, then I can grant you one small request. Let's go. After saying that, Sun Xiu agilely leapt up, and the floating motorbike automatically sped over and landed beneath her. She mounted it, waved her hand, and then sped away. Sun Shiking, who had been standing there with her arms crossed, now allowed a faint smile to appear on her previously expressionless face. She glanced at Tao Yu and shook her head. My sister is right, you really are a fool. Having said that, she too mounted her floating motorcycle. For us, even moving your entire family into the inner city is just a matter of a few words. Think it over carefully and make your request again, the opportunity is rare. Though Sun Shiking wasn't very talkative, she actually offered Tao Yu a kind reminder before she followed her sister. Tao Yu absorbed the Yuan Force from the card like crazy and couldn't help but purse his lips as he watched them leave. For him, the use of Yuan Force was indeed no less important than skills. If he had enough Yuan Force, deifying a couple of skills would bring everything together. But since they had already pointed it out, he couldn't be too obvious about it. A normal outsider indeed could not rapidly use up a large amount of Yuan Force in a short time were they all to strengthen the basic breathing technique. Eventually, it would lead to diminishing returns. As for moving into the inner city, Tao Yu thought that with his own abilities, it would eventually be possible, so he wasn't in a hurry. Forcing his way there without sufficient strength seemed like puffing up his face to look imposing. Or should he ask for another skill? Ah, what a rich and beautiful woman! After fully absorbing the Yuan Force from the card and contemplating the unprecedented amount of Yuan Force, Tao Yu suddenly found Sun Xiu to be the most beautiful woman in the world, the #1 rich woman, beyond argument. Chapter 85, Second Deification. Still hanging around here, looking to rob me. Tao Yu looked at the West City trio, whose drool was almost dripping out, and countered directly, even flicking the now Yuan Force depleted magnetic card. It must be said that it deserved to be called 100,000 Yuan Force, even though it was pure and contained no chaotic information, and a dedicated card was used, it still took some time for Tao Yu to absorb it. However, considering that this was the card the wealthy woman had casually drawn out, and she hadn't even deliberately infused it with Yuan Force, it was probably something she carried with her, maybe even just for the convenience of giving out rewards. No, we, the West City Trio, would like to congratulate Big Brother on gaining the favor of a VIP. Additionally, we wanted to ask if the journey to that base is difficult. The West City Trio quickly showed their empty hands, signaling they had no ill intentions, and then the eldest brother ingratiatingly posed his query. For Outer City pioneers, survival during this period was quite difficult. The rainforest was filled with giant snakes and aliens, the prairies were infested with aliens and there was the risk of being infected by black water. When counting everything, the zombie world seemed a bit more friendly to Outer City pioneers. Yet without a gathering spot, considering the average strength of an Outer City pioneer, the pressure to survive was truly immense. They now just wanted to get there early to claim a spot. Moreover, getting there ahead of time might mean some simple tasks were available to take on, such as ferrying goods between the two realms. It shouldn't be difficult right now, but once the aliens arrive, that's a different story. Tao Yu's smirk made the three men's faces change, and after thanking him with a bow, they headed off without looking back in the direction Tao Yu had earlier pointed them. Tao Yu had explained to Sun Xiao with the trio listening nearby, so they had a rough idea of the location. But relying on just their legs meant they would still need to spend more time to possibly arrive there. Tao Yu watched the trio begin to scramble over rooftops to distance themselves, then he walked back to the stairwell and locked the roof access door. Once the dead rose, he would also head there to check in, first to see if that fool Jack had been snagged on the way, and then to look for any suitable tasks. The arrival of 100,000 Yuan Force into his account massively motivated Tao Yu. If they gave so much, it's probably mainly because I'm the first chosen one, later earnings may not be as much, Tao Yu pondered. Now with 100,000, he could focus on sustaining high-intensity training while considering his next steps. Currently, both talents offer extremely cost-effective benefits. If my Yuan Force is sufficient, prioritizing talents would actually be better. However, talents are more about growth, the stronger I am, the better I can utilize them. My immediate combat capabilities still have some flaws. Tao Yu hesitated for a moment. Although having already dealt with several inner-city pioneers including Cao Shaolin, zombies, and the Alien Queen, making him quite experienced. But Tao Yu hadn't become arrogant, his shortcomings and weaknesses were still obvious. So, he didn't continue to hoard the 100,000 Yuan Force, hoping to upgrade his talents with a second deification. Any investment in his own strength was never a loss. While returning to the lobby on the first floor, Tao Yu said to Little Black, "Keep on bringing me more food." Little Black nuzzled Tao Yu, then climbed up the stairs with its backpack. After Little Black left, Tao Yu slowly exhaled and immediately concentrated his mental energy on the basic breathing technique modified. Discounting talents, considering only the investment in a skill's second deification, this one had the highest cost effectiveness. Even the much cheaper basic breathing technique still saw nearly 30,000 Yuan Force poured into it. The originally slightly golden-colored skill orb of basic breathing technique modified was instantly rendered even more dazzling. It wasn't long before Tao Yu felt that each breath he took seemed to have changed. There was a spicy sensation in his lungs, as if breathing fire just by opening his mouth. Even though the weather wasn't cold, Tao Yu discovered his breath formed a white mist. And it was getting thicker and thicker. Sweat was pouring from his body, as if a white mist was emanating from him. It was as though every pore on his body had begun to open and breathe. At the same time, there was a sour and numb feeling coming from his chest and abdomen. Basic breathing technique modified 2, your breathing has undergone an essential change, allowing you to absorb minute amounts of free energy from the air to sustain your life. Breathing is no longer confined to the nose and mouth, you possess a strong resistance to toxins. Significantly increases physical limits, significantly increases chest and abdomen limits, can increase qi blood to strengthen the efficiency of the chest and abdomen. As the level of the breathing technique increases, additional limits can be further increased. Tao Yu felt that his entire perception seemed to have changed. With every breath he took, the pores all over his body seemed to be absorbing and expelling, tiny specks from the pores converging in his chest and abdomen with his breath, then forming a warm current that spread throughout his body again. It's just a pity that the quantity is too small. While experiencing this unique breathing technique, this distinctive method filled Tao Yu with joy but also a hint of regret. He was delighted that he had found another way to absorb energy, in addition to eating and the infusion of Yuan Force. Ugh, but the term minute amount is indeed very minute. At most, it ensured that he wouldn't starve to death if he didn't eat, drink, or have Yuan Force. It was literally just to sustain life. It could only be said that it provided him with a new channel for energy. The main benefit of a second deification was the increase in various limits. The additional limit increases that came with skill level upgrades were indeed quite nice. Spending 30,000 Yuan Force to learn a stronger breathing technique might not be possible, but a second deification was achievable. It might also have something to do with the energy present in the world itself, but minute truly means minute. If I continue to strengthen it, there might be a qualitative change, but the next requirements are too much. Feeling the consumption of millions of Yuan Force for the third deification, Tao Yu couldn't help but feel speechless. The second deification consumed about 200 times more than the first, while the third skyrocketed to 1,000 times that of the second. However, when considering the original gradient of Yuan Force consumption, this seemed normal again. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the second deification certainly wasn't as cost-effective as the first. Still, it was undeniable that the second deification once again caused a qualitative change in the skill. Although the free energy absorbed was only minute, it also represented a path laid out in front of him. Beyond that, the strong resistance to toxins and the ability to sustain life through breathing in water or even airless places greatly enhanced his survival and adaptability. However, it was a bit of a pity that these extreme environments, although life-sustaining, couldn't support his high-intensity physical exertions. After that, significantly increasing physical limits and chest and abdomen limits, as well as increasing qi blood to strengthen the chest and abdomen efficiency, were indeed helpful for the current situation. Now that the Yuan Force had reached his account. Moreover, with the support of the new talent Fist Intent, it was a great opportunity for improvement. He urgently needed to increase his limits. Looking at his more than 70,000 Yuan Force, Tao Yu hesitated for a moment and then turned his attention to Ambush Modified. This was a skill obtained from the alien. The cost of deification was cheaper than the two stealth skills, but it combined the shadow force born from both stealth skills, allowing the first strike after entering shadows to have an extremely powerful effect. Sigh, it's a pity that this skill itself doesn't produce shadow force. Judging by the basic breathing technique, it's likely that a second deification won't increase it either. Although Tao Yu felt a little regretful, if he chose stealth, his Yuan Force for daily training would seem poor. It was a true loss not to convert potential into strength by raising the limits. And if he chose ambush, he would still have 30,000 Yuan Force left over for acceleration. After some hesitation, he decided to go for a second deification of ambush. The next moment, Tao Yu felt a chilling sensation, somewhat similar to the feeling when he used shadow evasion. Most importantly, his shadow started shaking violently, eventually calming down after a while. It seemed to have become deeper. Ambush Modified 2, you can store overflowing shadow force in your shadow and exercise a degree of autonomous control over it. Chapter 86, Unexpected Joy. A bit surprising, actually more practical than I imagined. Tao Yu looked at the wisp of black mist floating around his fingertip, flicked it casually, and then dissipated the sliver of shadow force. On the nearby wall was a scratch, its edges tinged with some black mist that seemed to slowly erode the notch, only to gradually disappear after a moment. The secondary deification of ambush indeed didn't result in a new way of creating shadow force, but it brought Tao Yu the ability to store and control it. Before the secondary deification, ambush improved allowed attacks executed from within one's own shadow to be supplemented with the shadow force that had been accumulated while using shadow evasion. Whether it was slashing zombies, inner city pioneers, or even the alien queen, it had played a tremendous role for Tao Yu. That was also the reason why, once he had satisfied the requirements for the breathing technique, it was the first ability he thought of. After all, the secondary deification of a skill like 5 forms as one was even more expensive than a talent. It was definitely something to save for later. As a result, Tao Yu felt that the enhancement of this ability turned out to be even better than the highly valued basic breathing technique at the beginning. In the past, if he didn't attack while using shadow evasion, the accumulated shadow force would simply dissipate, but now he could store this force within his own shadow. And he could use it at any time and even control it. Although there was a limit to how much shadow force he could store, which depended on his mental strength and the level of the skill. This without doubt significantly increased his flexibility. And even though the shadow force would rapidly decay once it left his body, this new ability still provided the bonus of acting as a projectile, even if its effect was not as strong as that of close combat. Besides that, it also came with a slight increase in the upper limit of mental power as an extra bonus. Ah, there's still not enough Yuan Force. Now that I've stacked 2 deified stealth skills, it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The creation of Shadow Force is still too little. Although very satisfied with the pleasant surprise that ambush brought, Tao Yu directly renamed it to Shadow Manipulation. He still felt the inadequacy of Yuan Force within him. However, as someone from the outer city who had only awakened for 2 months yet managed to gain such rewards, Tao Yu knew he was quite lucky. Under normal circumstances, with his own strength, it would take a very long time to earn 100,000 Yuan Force, which he nearly stumbled upon for nothing this time. Now it seems like all the good opportunities in the vicinity are gone. If I want more Yuan Force, aside from hugging the thigh of a wealthy lady for quests, I probably have to continue hunting aliens. Tao Yu did some calculations and sighed. Taking into account the time for traveling and searching, even if on average he could gather a set of alien skills every 10 days, including the subsidies for hunting aliens, it would still take him half a year to save enough. And that's assuming that the skill prices in the new development zone don't plummet too severely, and the wealthy lady's alien breeding business doesn't take off. Otherwise, the bounty from hunting aliens would soon become dirt cheap. The real income still depends on quests, and on pioneering new territories, but right now my strength is not quite secure. Tao Yu made an evaluation within his heart. Through pioneering, he had obtained a fragmented heart of the world and the corpse refinement skill. Completed a quest, found the chosen one and the right base location, all in exchange for 100,000 Yuan Force. All of these were more solid than the painful process of grinding for aliens. It's windfalls that pave the way to wealth, but windfalls are not easily found. Having digested the changes in his own skills, Little Black came back carrying a bundle of food. And when Tao Yu saw Little Black carrying the food back, his eyes suddenly lit up, spotting a new business opportunity. Wait a minute. Looking at their intent to use that military base as a hub, the hub will need a lot to get started and probably lacks a lot of supplies. How many pioneers are there? Even if they transport supplies back and forth every 5 days, that's nowhere near enough. Transportation. Making money by using trucks for transportation could initially far exceed the income from hunting aliens. A regular handgun in the current world can sell for 100 Yuan Force. If I could transport a truckload over, even at deeply discounted prices I could make a killing. But I also have to consider supply and demand. I need to find goods that won't depreciate too much even if I transport them by truck. With the riding skill, he was fully capable of driving large trucks himself. Relying on transportation to build up my foundation skills and talents to secondary deification should give me enough survivability to pioneer new lands. Tao Yu thought to himself, actually, he could go pioneering right now, but since he had the talent and potential, there was no need to rush if there was a more stable way to make money. The opportunity is now. Once more people gather and transportation becomes more common, it won't be as valuable, and there are Henry and Las Vegas nearby, enough to flood the market with supplies. After that, Tao Yu patted Little Black with a smile and gave him some rewards. The sudden surprise made Little Black collapse on the ground, rubbing his head continuously. Tao Yu tore open 2 more cans to replenish the energy he had expended testing his skills, and he headed to the hotel's garden as the setting sun descended. Listening to the low growls and shuffling of some zombies outside, and observing the crows perched on the garden fence, Tao Yu began the final step of the corpse refinement process. As the sun finally set and stars emerged in the sky, Tao Yu poured out his own blood. And this time, he also plunged 2 fingers into the earth, tracing bizarre patterns upon the mud soaked with his blood. Rise! With a soft command, Tao Yu pulled his fingers from the ground, bringing up bits of soil with them. Immediately following, the ground churned more violently as Cao Shaolin's body broke through the earth, standing erect. Still smelling of soil, the bed sheets were now torn, revealing a pale body with one eye socket oozing blood, presenting a deeply unsettling sight. Tao Yu, however, seemed quite satisfied with Cao Shaolin's corpse. He first checked the fingernails which had grown to half an inch long and were purple-black in color, flicking them emitted a metallic sound. He pried open the mouth to check, and the canines had grown significantly as well. Then, Tao Yu took out a dagger and made a cut on the skin of Cao Shaolin's body. Pity it's just a hastily made product of 7 days, its defense is obviously much weaker than the other ones. Now it's relying on material quality alone. Although it doesn't have the weakness to sunlight anymore, its adaptability has greatly increased. Tao Yu realized that under a 7-day crash course, the strength of this zombie body might not even be as high as Cao Shaolin's was when he was alive. Compared to the intuitive communication brought by Little Black's writing, this zombie, cultivated using Tao Yu's own essence blood, gave him a feeling of being an extension of his own body. Even though it occupied part of his mental capacity, this control was quite convenient. Shadow Fee. Tao Yu intensified his mental energy expenditure, and in the next moment, black tendrils that resembled tentacles emerged from shadowy areas such as the mouth, nose, and armpits of the previously stiff Cao Shaolin. They rapidly enveloped his body and, like melting putty, dragged him into the shadows. Hey! After pulling Cao Shaolin into the shadows, Tao Yu's eyes lit up with a slight surprise. He discovered that the effect of shadowification from corpse refinement improved actually allowed the zombie to continuously absorb shadow force. Especially at night, Tao Yu could feel a flow equal to about 1/1000th of the shadow force he absorbed while using stealth, steadily filling his shadow reserves. Although 1/1000th might seem minuscule, it was the constant accumulation that mattered. At full strength, layering 2 stealths could drain all of his energy in just over a dozen seconds. Ordinarily, it would take Tao Yu 4 or 5 exhaustive efforts to fully store shadow force in his shadow, which was not only cumbersome but also required constant eating to replenish his energy. It felt like a horse pulling a heavy cart. Now, it meant he could automatically fill up each day without doing anything, significantly reducing some of the tedium for him. And this was an unexpected delight he hadn't anticipated, a little surprise that made Tao Yu very happy. If I were to refine for 49 or 81 days, I wonder if this absorption effect would be enhanced. With just one instance of deification skill, who needs anything else? Tao Yu felt an itch of anticipation. However, since this 7-day experiment had already turned out like this, he planned to carefully map out the 49-day upgrade. He needed to communicate well with his family and also find an even better land of extreme yin, as well as prepare ample materials. The shadow force absorbed by the zombie is probably just for its own recovery and nurturing, and is most effective at night and during a full moon. Tao Yu judged using his expertise from ambush, the second deification of shadow manipulation, and the knowledge gained when absorbing with corpse refinement. Recovery? One night isn't so bad. Let it restore functionality later. Tao Yu unceremoniously redirected the shadow force absorbed by the zombie into his own shadow reserves without a care for how much the zombie absorbed, since it all belonged to him anyway. Once the shadow was full, he'd then consider using it for nurturing. The next moment, he brought Cao Shaolin out again to find him some clothes. Otherwise, if he really needed to use him, having a naked man leap out of the shadows to fight every day would be a bit too much for the eyes. Even if his looks were only slightly less impressive than Tao Yu's own, it was still the case. As an upbeat and sunny youth, I can't be labeled as a pervert. Tao Yu muttered, tightening his slightly loose inner scales armor and complaining that it didn't fit snugly enough. Chapter 87, Procurement. The alien's slender tail whipped across a zombie like a steel lash, instantly bursting its head. After Little Black cleared the remaining scattered zombies on the 3rd floor of the mall, it even courteously stood on its hind legs and used its claws to help Tao Yu open the doors of the shops ahead. Meanwhile, Tao Yu was stalking up like a shopper on a spree, his backpack bulging on his back. Besides himself, Cao Shaolin, who hopped along behind him, also carried a large pack, as did the alien, Little Black. Zero-cost shopping can be addictive. Tao Yu began to pick and choose as he entered the store. The shops he selected were mostly still in order. Even though a few months had passed and gathered some dust, it wasn't too much. At this moment, Tao Yu had changed out of his combat suit with burn marks to a set of climbing gear, while Cao Shaolin trailing bouncily behind was now wearing a loose set of sportswear, complete with an eye patch over one eye. Beyond that, they also packed a good amount of daily necessities like toothpaste and toothbrushes, among other miscellaneous items. After returning to the settlement, he planned to add some items to his family's home supplies. That should be about enough. After picking out a set for his mother and sister-in-law, Tao Yu stuffed everything into his backpack. Then, looking at Cao Shaolin with an eye patch covering his face, he felt somewhat regretful. Zombies could shadow fuse and blend into shadows, but only their carried personal equipment would merge, while anything like a backpack would fall off. Traveling between the abyss and the real world, one could bring followers, but the requirements were strict. One must achieve complete control to travel back and forth, and there was only one spot allowed, with size limits too. Huge beasts couldn't be taken, and if there were multiple, one would have to bring them back in separate trips. Complete control essentially meant that if ordered to commit suicide, the follower would comply immediately. Furthermore, if one couldn't meet this requirement and any changes occurred, even if the follower had been brought back, it could not be taken again. Currently, even Little Black had not met this criterion. but Cao Shaolin did. However, Tao Yu usually stashed Cao Shaolin into his shadow, which likely wouldn't take up the spot, nor did he wish to reveal him carelessly. Now, letting him out was more about getting accustomed to control and, incidentally, to have him carry some things. Next, we'll collect goods to sell at the new settlement. The big transport plan starts now. We need to get a truck, preferably one that's ready to go, to save time. They hadn't received an update on the two siblings via radio yet, but that didn't stop Tao Yu from getting into position early. After completing the second deification of the two skills, Tao Yu, who had originally had a fortune of 100,000 Yuan Force, dwindled down to less than 30,000. Although this was enough to sustain his training acceleration for a while, he needed to find opportunities to replenish it at any time. There are too few survivors, the competition should not be fierce yet, goods should be easy to find. Tao Yu contemplated. For outsider pioneers, collecting supplies in a place infested with zombies probably meant moving cautiously in teams like ants carrying food. If it had been the former Tao Yu, he would have had to do the same because his personal endurance wasn't enough, and cleaning up zombies while also finding food was quite troublesome. After all, it was for the sake of earning task money, so it was definitely not worth using Yuan Force to replenish his strength. But now, with Little Black and Cao Shaolin at his side, Tao Yu's pressure from zombies had greatly reduced. Zombies could hardly breach the defenses of these two creatures, so as long as he was cautious and didn't venture into large hordes of zombies, there would be no major issues. Carrying a backpack and walking down the stairs along the halted escalator, Little Black charged ahead, its agile figure and that deadly tail enabling it to deal with zombies without making much noise. Cao Shaolin was playfully hopping along behind, providing the rear guard. This gave Tao Yu, who was walking in the middle, a rare sense of ease. He could even practice the basic breathing method modified to using Yuan Force while walking. Feeling the tumult of qi blood in his body and the tingling sensation in his muscles and organs, Tao Yu took out a can of food and started eating. The corpses strewn all over the ground, some things that required censorship, and the stench in the air, none of these stopped Tao Yu from eating. That military base has many advantages, but in the long run, it also has its drawbacks. The Gobus environment likely doesn't have enough groundwater for irrigation. Tao Yu tried his best to think like a manager, then considered what the base urgently needed so that he could conveniently transport those items when needed. There was no need to worry about food at the base in the short term, they had already stockpiled quite a bit, and with the initially sparse population, it would be enough for a long time. But as more pioneers slowly arrived, along with survivors of this world, there would definitely be a deficit. There was production in the current world, but transportation was inherently troublesome, and it wasn't possible for Starshine City to keep subsidizing it. Las Vegas is the only oasis nearby, 40 kilometers to the southeast is Hoover Dam, they can even supply electricity, but these are still a bit too far from the military base, so what is most needed now? Tao Yu did not consider himself to be exceptionally intelligent. Apart from being fortunate, he felt that his worldly experience from his past life simply gave him a little more knowledge than the outsiders. Essentially, he still considered himself an honest, simple, hard-working, and loyal person from the outskirts. Slap, slap. With two whip-like lashes of its tail and a couple of slaps with its upright stance, alien Little Black cleared the zombies that had wandered to the entrance, and Tao Yu stepped out of the shopping mall's main door. A dozen meters outside the door, there were still some zombies wandering around. But Little Black, already familiar with the habits of zombies, was very cautious and made no noise. Upon reaching the door, Tao Yu took the backpack from Cao Shaolin and hung it on Little Black's tail. As Yuan Force flowed in, the black tendrils that emerged from Cao Shaolin's mouth, nose, and armpits merged back into Tao Yu's shadow the next moment. Then, one man and one alien started heading to a nearby alley and climbed upwards. The most convenient way to avoid the zombie horde was still through the rooftops. After a few leaps, they arrived at an area where zombies were not densely packed. There, a black Jeep Wrangler was parked. Beside the Wrangler lay the bodies of a dozen zombies, which Tao Yu had found for temporary transport. I remember the West City trio, those three guys, seemed to have found a good spot, which is why they were looking for cannon fodder. Tao Yu climbed into the vehicle, let Little Black into the spacious back seat, and threw the backpack onto the seat. The initial rift between the West City trio and Jack was over using some native cannon fodder to lure away zombies from a gas station. It seemed there were some trucks used for hauling goods there. Since he didn't know how to pick goods, it made sense to just take what was already loaded, saving time on both procurement and loading. With the skill riding at his disposal, Tao Yu stepped on the gas pedal, immediately roaring off in the general direction. The gas station should still be quite visible. Chapter 88, Liberation. A black Jeep Wrangler was weaving through the zombie horde with rather tricky maneuvers. Tao Yu was steering with one hand, driving just as well as the veteran driver Jack thanks to the riding skill. Although this Jeep didn't have the modifications like a pickup truck, nor was it welded with any extra equipment. But under Tao Yu's efforts to minimize collisions, it was still a smooth ride in a retirement city like Henderson. Oh ho, gas stations sure do stand out. Through the windshield smeared with blood and flesh, Tao Yu glimpsed the gas station the trio from West City had discovered. It appeared that a truck convoy was queuing for fuel here, with no less than 5 semis, each over a dozen meters long, lined up at this spot. One of the semis had its cargo door busted open, revealing mountains of boxed goods inside. At a quick glance, Tao Yu noticed that the boxes in the open truck were labeled tissues. Yet at the gas station, a large horde of zombies indeed blocked the place, seemingly drawing even the street's zombies over. From the opened cargo container, it was likely that survivors had tried to come here for supplies and then made some noise, attracting the zombies. That's what had caused the zombified crowd. It can't all just be tissues, gotta gamble with the rest of these mystery boxes. Tao Yu quickly reduced the speed, and as he passed the entrance to the gas station, he incessantly honked the horn, immediately drawing the zombies' attention from inside. Even the other nearby zombies were lured over. But Tao Yu didn't seem concerned, nor did he increase his speed. He kept driving forward at a low gear, calmly letting the zombies slowly encircle the vehicle. If these had been normal survivors, getting surrounded by zombies would mean there was no escape, eventually leading to their death trapped inside the car. But Tao Yu was far from tense. He scanned the surroundings, preemptively parking the car in front of a store on the street, then casually got out with his backpack. Little Black didn't even need Tao Yu to take action, it quickly took down a few nearby zombies. Watching the zombies approaching from a distance, Tao Yu and Little Black climbed onto the car roof, then, backpack in tow, leaped to grab the shop's sign next door. Amidst the creaking sounds of the supports, they quickly clambered over, leaving the abandoned Wrangler to be slowly surrounded by zombies. Meanwhile, inside the gas station's convenience store, several figures were stealthily observing the outside through the glass window. A tall, dreadlocked black man was also speaking in a hushed voice to a tattooed Hispanic man next to him. Someone's drawing the zombies away, now's our chance. On the other side, another Hispanic man suggested to the tattooed man. Big bro, must be others after these truck resources, and since they're taking such big risks, there's likely a team coming soon. We need to act decisively. Yeah, been trapped here for months. Those 2 chicks are almost played out, and the food is getting scarce. I can't take it anymore. The tall black man complained again and took a glance towards a storage room, which was slightly ajar, revealing 2 more figures inside. Shut up. You want to deal with the remaining zombies outside? Or shoot and draw them back again? The tattooed Hispanic leader hissed in a low voice. The reprimand made the tall black man and the other Hispanic subordinate shiver. Then they both lowered their heads in silence. Get those 2 chicks out, I'm bored of them anyway. Let them run, then we'll take our own car. The Hispanic leader's tone was calm. They had trucks and even better vehicles here. But searching for the keys would be a waste of time. Better to stick with their own familiar vehicle, for which they had the keys. Boss is smart. Where do we go next? Surely it can't be these things all over the world now, can it? Just as they were getting ready, and the Hispanic subordinate was getting up to drag out the 2 human baits, they all suddenly fell silent. Because they saw a figure with a backpack climbing over from the side of the shop's sign, then sliding down the waterspout. The movement was so quiet it didn't attract the attention of the less dense zombie crowd. That direction, isn't it where the car just went? Is it the one who led away the zombies? Just one person. The 3 were surprised. Impressive, to get out of that many zombies and carrying a gun, a big gun at that. The tall black man noted the assault rifle on Tao Yu's back and raised an eyebrow. You think it's still like before? Nowadays, carrying a big gun is normal. Be careful and don't make a sound. What do we do now? He didn't take his car, does he want one from here? He's not planning to drive away in a truck, is he? Make sure the noise isn't too much later, find a way to do him in without shooting. The Mexican boss made the decision without a second thought. And his underlings didn't have any objections either. They had done this sort of thing plenty of times before, did they need a reason to take someone out now? Better to cut through the mess quickly than to negotiate patiently and explain. And so, the Mexican underling stopped what he was doing and, at his boss's gesture, went to the window and started waving his hands, apparently trying to attract the attention of someone outside. The tall black man had already hidden a dagger at his waist where he could easily reach it and moved toward the door. Wait for the right moment, and he could complete the task cleanly. And the figure outside in the climbing gear saw their signals and headed straight over without suspicion. He treated the few remaining zombies as if they were non-existent, skirting them with ease. The tall black man too had a smile on his face as he pushed the door open, ready to step out. "Hey, brother." But his words, uttered in a low voice, had barely come out, and his hand hadn't even touched the dagger behind his back when he was surprised to see the other man pull out a dagger first. "What the heck?" Pfft. With an accelerated step, Tao Yu casually slit the black man's throat. Avoiding the spray of blood, he then kicked the man back toward the zombies following him and walked through the door naturally. At this point, the two Mexican men inside were finally on high alert and ready to draw their guns. They'd act without a word. Was this guy a psychopathic killer? They hadn't even made a move yet. Now they didn't care about the noise from the guns, they had to deal with the target first. The other party had a gun, too. But Tao Yu gave them no chance to react. One man had his throat slit by Tao Yu up close, and another had a thrown dagger embedded in his eye socket, all in one breath. Tao Yu even had the presence of mind to step over and grab the collar of a falling corpse to prevent it from hitting a shelf and making a noise. Within 7 steps, a gun is fast and accurate, sure, but that assumes you are ready and the opponent has reaction time. Scum! Extracting the dagger from the corpse's eye socket, Tao Yu shook off the blood on it and wiped it on his wrist before sheathing it again. Little Black had been arranged to handle nearby zombies, and Tao Yu had just come down when he sensed the malice here. He had walked over, pretending not to know, simply because firing a gun would make too much noise. With the skill bullet time, Tao Yu wasn't afraid of a quick reaction contest. With exceptional vision, he had glimpsed the situation inside the storeroom with just a casual glance. There were 2 raggedly dressed women, both looking in very bad shape right now. It was a scene that would need mosaic censorship. That's why he was so decisive in his actions. The 2 women inside, who seemed to have been waiting for death, became aware of the situation outside only later, and began to whimper, seemingly trying to say something. But they couldn't speak with dirty underpants stuffed in their mouths. Because the assault didn't make much noise, the zombies outside were relatively calm, and Tao Yu simply went over, then again drew his dagger and said in a calm tone. "I've avenged you, you can rest now. I'll bring you relief, may there be no." Wait a moment. A woman with originally golden hair, now a sticky mess clumped together, with a dirty face, struggled with all her might, managing a difficult yoga move to free her mouth from the gag. She had tapped into the full potential of life. "That, I don't want to die yet, please don't relieve me." After removing the gag, she spoke with a slightly hoarse voice, then turned her head to help remove the gag from her companion's mouth. I don't either." The other woman, presumably Eurasian, weakly spoke up after removing the mouth gag. No matter how beautiful a woman is, the strange odor and clumps of hair from not grooming for months, as well as the terrible ordeal of those months, would make her look more exaggerated than a beggar. To Tao Yu, these 2 were just 2 blurs of mosaic, and they even smelled bad. "Tisk, so what do you want to do now?" Tao Yu put away the dagger. He wasn't any devil. Seeing they didn't want relief, he couldn't force it, that wouldn't be right. Chapter 89, Reciprocation. Sizzling. The high-pressure water jet for washing cars hissed as it sprayed against the silhouettes of 2 women, and although their skins turned red from the force, neither of them made a sound. Instead, they continuously applied soap, leaving foam in places the water hadn't reached. This guy is truly a killer. Whatever happens, they must not show any sign of being troublesome. Those 3 beasts were killed off like chickens by him, not to mention, had Judy not managed to remove the gag from her mouth in time, they would probably have been liberated as well. Although the past few months had been hellish, the bullies were finally dead, being alive was still better. Tao Yu yawned as he held the water gun, and he also noticed Little Black stealthily dealing with the remaining zombies nearby. Then he turned off the switch and tossed 2 sets of clothes over. The women gratefully accepted the clothes and quickly changed in broad daylight. The worst had been seen, so they really had no other concerns right now. As for Tao Yu, he was unfazed by their nakedness, although the women were not ugly, having seen them in their filthy state, he already had a filter in place. These were 2 female adventurers rescued from a goblin's nest. "Thank you for giving us a new life, we don't know how to repay you," they said. "I've cosplayed, I can be a maid," one of them offered. Still with damp hair, they dressed in the casual clothes Tao Yu had thrown at them and looked somewhat more human. Tao Yu was indifferent to their words. They were saying nice things, but it was all pretense, what they really wanted was to cling to a powerful figure. But since he was already heading to a gathering point, taking them along didn't really matter. "Our company is setting up a gathering point at a military base in the desert, and I happen to be going there. I'll give you a lift, but once we arrive, earning your keep is up to you," Tao Yu casually stated. The company's policy wasn't to support idlers, the women would have to work for food, but like Tao Yu had said before, a basic order would be maintained. Even the worst order was better than no order at all. The base was in dire need of people at the moment, and times were relatively better. With an average of 200 newcomers each day, divided evenly between the old and new development zones, the survival rate in the new development zone was still below 50%. Even though the call for pioneers to gather via the radio had begun, the numbers wouldn't be large for quite some time, incorporating the indigenous population was a necessity. The 2 women, once tormented by hell, nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grains. In such a world, being alive and able to fill their stomachs through work was enough. I know the warehouse code, if you need to transport anything, I could try to unlock it," said the freckled, mixed-race girl, timidly raising her hand. "I can drive a truck and fix minor issues," declared Judy, who had showcased her ability by managing to spit out the object in her mouth. She was quick to demonstrate her value. This genuinely piqued Tao Yu's interest, his eyes lit up slightly. "You can drive a truck? Can you handle one like these?" he asked, gesturing to the heavy trucks parked nearby. All were Peterbilts, same model as Optimus Prime, with cargo boxes stretching over 15 meters. "One of them I drove here," Judy replied with a bitter smile. Her convoy had come to refuel, she went into the store to buy some things, and suddenly chaos broke out, ending in their current predicament. "Good, I'll drive one and you follow me in another." "That won't be a problem, will it?" Tao Yu's expression, previously a bit impatient, became much more pleasant. She wasn't that unattractive, after all female truck drivers were indeed rare. Tao Yu had been planning to start a transportation business soon, and now he'd have an extra driver effectively doubling the transport capacity. This meant that the profits would nearly double as well. Escorting one truck was just that, but having 2 wouldn't really add much trouble. "I can do it. On a truck, I'm not afraid of zombies," Judy said, as if to pep herself up. "No worries, I'll arrange for my pet to follow you, it will protect you." Tao Yu beckoned to Little Black. Even though the 2 of them had seen Little Black before, the sight of it running over quickly still made them unable to suppress their fear. The first time they met, if they hadn't already crawled out of hell, they would have screamed. But having survived such inhuman experiences, the mentality of the 2 women was indeed quite resilient. Watching Little Black acting obediently by Tao Yu's side, Judy even managed to force a smile. "I used to take my dog with me on deliveries too, a German Shepherd, but unfortunately..." After finishing her sentence, she even braved her fear to ask, "Can I touch it?" "Sure." Tao Yu indeed started to see these 2 in a different light, their strength after suffering was truly rare. At least compared to the survivors Jack took good care of, they exceeded most. Bang! A heavy truck forcefully plowed through a broken-down car on the highway and continued steadily forward. Following this heavy truck was a tanker. The occasional zombies appearing on the road posed no threat whatsoever to these massive vehicles. Driving the leading heavy truck, Tao Yu even honked the horn, emitting a low rumble. "Feels powerful." With riding, Tao Yu picked up the handling of this Optimus Prime model truck quite fast. Behind him were Judy and Jessie in the tanker, with Little Black lying on the roof of their vehicle. This tanker was something Jessie had managed to get from a gas station garage, and the sudden switch to a truck and tanker was mainly because Judy, as a former member of the cargo team, knew there was one truck loaded with 20 off-road motorcycles. After finding out the variety of cargoes, Tao Yu decisively chose the tanker and the truck with the off-road motorcycles. The motorcycles were already loaded, which saved a lot of loading and unloading time. Noticing there were some empty spaces left, Tao Yu also packed various other daily necessities, filling up every usable space. Plus the fully loaded tanker behind, these should be exactly what the current settlement needed. Good deeds result in good karma. Tao Yu held the steering wheel with one hand, feeling very satisfied with the haul this time. Of course, the primary reason was the strong will to survive and self-save in the two women who had just crawled out from hell. Soon, Tao Yu could see the outlines of Las Vegas in front. The previous time, Tao Yu and Jack had taken the route through the Gobi to the military base. They took a detour around the city, avoiding the horde of zombies in Las Vegas. But this time, the two large vehicles might face some trouble. Jack had a cargo truck before, but it only carried a few people, almost the weight of an empty vehicle. With proper tire protection, they probably took the Gobi route. Tao Yu glanced at the side of the desert road, pondering for a moment. Now, with his two nearly fully loaded vehicles, taking the Gobi might indeed be troublesome. While driving, he unfolded a paper map, on which Judy, the experienced driver, had drawn a red line. Hope there won't be any trouble on the road. We'll have to get used to this kind of distance for future deliveries. Las Vegas is a city on the edge of the desert, famous as an entertainment capital, but its total area is not big, only 340 square kilometers, with a population of just over 2 million. The roads inside form a grid pattern, and the city itself is divided into distinctly separated zones, making it an artificial oasis thanks to nearby water sources. Therefore, in theory, by taking the furthest ring road, the density of zombies they encounter should not be too high. Now with the new settlement needing development, these 2 truckloads of goods are worth at least a few thousand Yuan Force, maybe even tens of thousands. After establishing a transport route, directly using the resources from Las Vegas, Tao Yu tossed the map aside and continued driving along the highway without hesitation. Ordinarily, the value of goods from 2 trucks might not be so high, but a truck of off-road motorcycles and a truck of gas are crucial resources in the early stages. Not every scavenging run would yield such finds. Isn't this more profitable than hunting aliens on the grasslands? And a lot safer too. This could become a good business, running back and forth in the short term. With their current strength, hunting aliens on the grasslands could lead to being ambushed, with the resulting use of Yuan Force leading to a loss. Chapter 90, Hidden Danger. Didn't raise it for nothing. Driving the truck at around 25 yards per minute on the outer ring road of Las Vegas, Tao Yu watched Little Black occasionally dive down to distract the zombies and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. So far, this route was quite good, with fewer zombies than expected, just many broken down vehicles on the highway. Some could be rammed open, others circled around by the sidewalk, relying on his superb driving skills to navigate around them. Although the speed wasn't fast, the 2 vehicles were still bumping along, making their way on this outer ring road. But aren't there too few zombies? With the height of the truck and his own eyesight, Tao Yu could easily plan the road ahead. The steering wheel in his hands was incredibly flexible. He handled the 10-meter-long vehicle with ease. Las Vegas is getting closer, and there's definitely a lot of good stuff in there. If we include the time for stocking up, we could complete a round trip every 3 days, and the income would be quite substantial. Tao Yu thought cheerfully in the cab of the truck. He then checked the time and, realizing it was past noon, turned on his watch radio, waiting for today's updates. Sun Shiking's voice started coming through the radio. We've preliminarily determined the location for the settlement, choosing the Zombie 01 fragment. The specific location is. Although Tao Yu also felt there was a great possibility it would be chosen here, when he got the official response, he still let out a sigh of relief. At least the goods from these 2 trips weren't in vain. Now, whether you're new or already a pioneer in the abyss, you can head to the settlement. Meanwhile, we will also issue some new tasks. First, for indigenous survivors, you can receive 100 units of Yuan Force for every indigenous survivor brought to the settlement. There in the radio, Sun Shiking, the beautiful youth, updated each of the tasks one by one. And indeed, they followed the path of rewarding with money. Since there were not many people now, they were also concerned that the pioneers to come might not choose the new development zone. That's why they hadn't enforced any conscription, and it was foreseeable that they probably wouldn't until the new settlement was properly established. It was all about spending money to willingly get people to complete tasks. 100 units of Yuan Force were quite a tempting reward for each indigenous survivor. Bringing just 3 would equal the monthly income of Tao Yu's parents combined. Although the risks were indeed greater, normally saving the indigenous residents would be incidental, and it was possible to concurrently transport some demanded goods. The opportunities in the new development zone were indeed greater. Right now, most of the greenhorn's strength doesn't compare to Dad's. As Tao Yu listened to the broadcast on the radio, he also contemplated. Now with 2 vehicles at his disposal, and his own strength combined with Little Black's cooperation, he could carry out such actions alone, monopolizing the team task rewards. Persuading Judy to stay and help wouldn't cost much in wages either. He could keep transporting the high-price goods as long as possible. Pandora planet actually has potential too, it's just a pity that the flying mounts there probably won't adapt to the air of other worlds. Tao Yu was quite envious of the motorcycles flying around the floating city twins. He didn't have the money for such things, but with his riding and taming skills, getting his own flying mount should be possible, right? He might not be able to become a phantom knight from Pandora, but perhaps he could capture a young one? Thinking about the general physique of avatars, along with the sheer strength of the creatures from Pandora planet, Tao Yu fell silent for a moment. When he'd fully tapped into the potential of his second stage deification breathing technique, he should be able to handle it. As he thought about this, he also flipped another can of beef into his mouth and chewed continuously. The canned beef wasn't the best for nutrition, but it was the most cost-effective for him right now. As Tao Yu was driving around a corner, he suddenly paused, then picked up the nearby walkie-talkie and said, "Slow down, there's something up ahead." While speaking, he also began to decelerate, and Judy, the female truck driver, followed suit, slowing down behind Tao Yu's vehicle. Right around the bend, just at the next intersection ahead, a mountain of corpses was piled high, like a pyramid, blocking more than half of the entire crossroads. Tao Yu slowed down, not because the road was impassable, in fact, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get through given his driving ability. The gap left was sufficient. Man-made. Tao Yu discerned the origins of the corpse mountain that resembled the Imperial View Garden and then furrowed his brows. Pioneers? That didn't seem right. The inner-city pioneers like the lizard Kiran shouldn't have arrived much earlier than himself. Those who reared aliens should not have the spare time to engage in such showy acts. Was there a pervert among the pioneers? It was likely that it wasn't the pioneers at all. In an instant, Tao Yu thought of Cao Shaolin, who lurked in his shadow, and then picked up the walkie-talkie to say, "I'll have Little Black stay to protect you. Wait for me for a bit." Having said that, he squeezed through the truck's window and climbed onto the roof. With one stride, he covered the 3-meter distance, grabbed the edge of a nearby roof, and began his increasingly proficient climbing. He swiftly ascended to the rooftop, then ran a few steps towards the direction of the Imperial View, continuously comparing his thumb to objects as he went. There's no mistake, someone is purposely creating a corpse breeding ground. With his corpse refining skill and after his deification, Tao Yu was adept and quickly formed his judgment, then he stopped, swiftly clambered back down the rooftop, dove into the truck, and took out the paper map. He saw the somewhat square distribution of Las Vegas City. Then he pointed at the spot where the Imperial View was located. If this is true, then I should encounter another one on my route, and I can confirm it on the way. Tao Yu didn't plan to spend too much time digging to the bottom of things. If it really was someone's grand scheme, it wasn't something he could handle at the moment. But verifying it on his way was not a problem. If he couldn't handle it, he would just report it as a task for the 2 from the floating city, pretending he had learned a zombie skill and knew some geomancy. If it's the skill I've learned, there's actually a limit. Even if they used an entire city or even the whole world to breed zombies, it wouldn't be too exaggerated, the law of diminishing returns would be obvious. The person behind this is truly mad. Tao Yu had the corpse refining art himself and had even undergone deification. He was very precise with the details of the skill, so he knew that zombies had a limit. The person was simply stacking materials and corpse breeding grounds, trying to forcibly raise that limit, reaping minimal gains for maximum effort. As long as they could achieve the slightest improvement, they wouldn't care no matter how many people died. Fortune thief. Tao Yu thought of Cao Shaolin's twisted character and then thought of the tragic world, realizing that the fortune thieves were truly a bunch of maniacs. The abyss favors madmen. Temur makes sense. While pondering, Tao Yu took up the walkie-talkie to tell the others to keep following, then he resumed his skillful driving to bypass the Imperial View up ahead. Judy and Jessie, trailing behind, although they had clawed their way out of hell and were mentally strong, still couldn't help feeling a bit of fear at such a sight. The only thing they could do was to nervously drive and follow Tao Yu around the area. No wonder the zombies had decreased on the road, they were all concentrated here. Sure enough, it's a man-made corpse breeding ground, tisk. As night fell and the darkness set in, driving the truck back onto the desert highway with the headlights on, Tao Yu didn't feel much excitement despite having left the Las Vegas urban area. He had intended to keep coming back to Las Vegas for supplies recently. Now, it seemed there might be some trouble. He wondered if the two from the floating city could resolve this issue. Thinking this, Tao Yu shifted gears to accelerate and picked up the walkie-talkie to say, "We've left the city. Find a spot with fewer zombies to rest, and try to stay in the truck. If you need to leave the vehicle for a break, go to Little Black." "Okay, thank you, boss." Judy and her companion were sensible, with no complaints throughout the journey. After Little Black had cleared the zombies, it would come back and perch on their rooftop. Over time, the ferocious-looking alien became their guardian in the women's eyes, and oddly enough, it offered them a sense of security. Then the two trucks stopped on the edge of the highway, a road that, in this new world, scarcely saw any traffic, so parking on the roadside was inconsequential. Chapter 91, Humiliation. Roar. Like a tiger's roar resounding next to one's ears, it was accompanied by gusts of strong wind sweeping through. Tao Yu, who could only practice his breathing technique while driving, started to train relentlessly in the myriad stream's 5 forms on the Gobi Desert beside the highway at night. The vigorous energy inside his body, with the enhancement of qi blood from the second deification of the breathing technique, also received better improvement and transfer, complementing each other. Every pass through the forms induced a tingling sensation throughout the body, making it addictive and hard to stop. Even to prevent his strength from tearing apart his clothes, and since it was already dark, Tao Yu simply practiced shirtless under the starlight, wearing only a pair of sports pants. The strength belt and the inner scales armor, along with other equipment, were stuffed onto Cao Shaolin, who had been summoned for guard duty. Hu! Slowly exhaling a breath of warm air, Tao Yu felt like every pore in his body was breathing in and out, with white sweat steaming off him continuously. Who knows who created myriad streams 5 forms, it's indeed profound. It's possible that it came from a skill passed down from some world fragment in the old development zone. Now Tao Yu's myriad streams 5 forms had undergone deification and he had his own unique understanding of it. With every practice, and with every bit of improvement, he experienced a novel and different sensation. He checked the skill levels. Subtly, each of the 5 forms had officially reached level 3, and even 5 forms as one had been lifted to level 2, clearly augmenting the qi blood-induced vigor significantly. The fist intention talent truly adds an excellent boost to this kind of training, otherwise, even continuous investment of Yuan Force wouldn't have achieved such speed. Now, the bodily enhancements that came with Tao Yu's 5 forms as one hadn't been fully assimilated yet, and together with the second deification of the foundation breathing technique, he had truly entered another period of rapid physical quality advancement. However, the human physique is ultimately lacking somehow. Right now, my absolute strength is comparable to that of Little Black. Tao Yu had already stacked up quite a few abilities that increased his upper limits, but even so, without digesting his potential, he was only barely equal to a typical alien. Succeeding in suppressing Little Black was mainly due to the mental shock mingled with fist intention. When he grabbed Little Black's tail and was dragged around, it actually reflected his inferior strength, and now, to rapidly go from being inferior to equal in such a short time was terrifying. Even now, if he didn't use deified skills and relied solely on his physical condition to face Little Black's type of combat weapon head-on, he would indeed lose in a physical clash. All the sophisticated techniques would be useless because the creature would simply come at him with its claws, mouth, and tail all at once, impossible to defend against. But if he really wanted to kill it, it would just be a matter of one strike, to use a second would mean he had slipped up. Alien implantation and mechanical augmentation sure are shortcuts. Tao Yu thought again about the deceased Jessie and the now missing Wino. After taking drugs, Wino used to lift an alien by its tail and swing it around like a meteor hammer. That was just a rookie who had just entered the abyss, and even his awakened talent was rather ordinary. But relying on alien implants and a massive initial investment of Yuan Force, he had formed such strong combat power in a short span of time. This made Tao Yu involuntarily turn his eyes to Cao Shaolin who was by his side. I wonder if this guy could be modified. Tao Yu himself was definitely not interested in mechanical augments and alien transformations, but a zombie wouldn't mind. However, it's a pity. It's too expensive. I don't have enough Yuan Force for myself. Next time, if I come across some extra materials that are hard to deal with, I could give it a try. Tao Yu thought of the self-destructing Jessie, the lizard scales full of poison, and the one from the alien nest that self-destructed. Tisk, finding a way to control self-detonation is pressing, they really are a bunch of bomb maniacs. His breathing gradually steadied, and Tao Yu also felt a recovery of physical strength. The lung and organ enhancement from the second deification of the breathing technique is truly a comprehensive strength boost. The recovery speed of my physical stamina is much faster. While wiping the sweat from his body with the white towel taken from Cao Shaolin, Tao Yu was also quite satisfied with the robust feeling of his body at the moment. Physical strength was recovering in between breaths. Since all his deified skills were major energy consumers, this was undoubtedly a compensation. Looking at the breathing technique, all aspects of it seem mundane, but that hexagonal bucket strengthening method really does bring small surprises from time to time. Under the night starlight, Tao Yu's sweaty silhouette and the streamline of well-proportioned muscles seemed to reflect the starlight, looking quite stylish. Hum hum. However, just then, a vague rumbling sound came their way. Tao Yu tossed the towel back onto Cao Shaolin's face and ate beef from a can while drinking a sports beverage. He grabbed his clothes and looked toward the source of the sound. Several beams of light came from the direction of Las Vegas, and Tao Yu's night vision clearly saw the situation ahead. It was a group of bikers. All riding heavy motorcycles, many of which had anti-zombie modifications with a lot of metal spikes welded on. Although they were two-wheelers, as long as the riders were skilled, clashing with zombies wouldn't be a problem, provided there weren't too many. Hey, a survivor! After swallowing the beef in his mouth, Tao Yu began to methodically don his equipment before pulling on his clothes. By the time he had finished and returned to the side of the truck, the motorcycle gang was already close to the two vehicles. Little Black had already jumped beneath the shadow of the tanker, utilizing its alien instinct to lurk, while Judy and Jessie in the cab had nervously taken out the handguns Tao Yu had given them for self-defense. Witnessing the roaring approach of the bikes and hearing the occasional strange cries, the two of them were reminded of some unpleasant memories. The two large vehicles stood one behind the other on the roadside, and although they didn't have their lights on, their intact appearance and standard parking still caught the attention of the motorcycle gang. Someone shone a flashlight towards the cab and spotted the two women inside. Oh snap, boss, there are women. Goods in two vehicles? There should be people in the front one too, right? Are they making deliveries after receiving a radio message? The chaotic conversation filled with heavy accents continued as the flickering lights of the bikes added to the confusion. Tao Yu, now fully clothed, stepped out from behind the truck. Oh? Radio? Did your radio also receive a message? Judging by the accent, they must be native survivors who used to live in Las Vegas. Tao Yu had already confirmed to Jingguan, but according to his corpse refinement knowledge, forming that kind of dead zone would require 24 similar sites. Therefore, the zombie density in many areas of Las Vegas was likely even lower than in Henderson. It's just that many people outside of Las Vegas were wary of the zombies within the city and dared not enter rashly. This group of guys might be living quite comfortably. However, Tao Yu suddenly speaking up gave the bike gang a scare, and immediately someone was ready to draw a gun on him. But just as they were lifting their weapons, bang! Tao Yu fired first, knocking the opponent's gun away. The sound of the gunshot spurred more members of the gang to think about firing back. But without exception, with Tao Yu prepared in advance and reacting much faster than them, those who were attempting to draw their guns didn't pose any threat whatsoever. If it weren't for the fact that each person represented 100 Yuan Force, and the motorcycles beneath them, as well as their weapons, could probably sell for a good price, Tao Yu would have chosen to shoot them in the head. Bang bang bang! The continuous gunfire was quite leisurely. Tao Yu even had time to reload his magazine in between shots. The enhancements to his shooting ability from bullet time, combined with one proof forever proof ensuring he wasn't bothered by any unfamiliarity, made his basic shooting modified, despite practicing very little, reach level 3. Now, Tao Yu casually reloading, along with the pained cries of those who attempted to retaliate and got their hands shot, instantly quelled any thoughts of resistance. Tao Yu was quite accurate with shooting, but knocking guns away and injuring hands wasn't something he could guarantee uniformity in. Those who were shot in the hands just had to accept their bad luck. He wasn't about to waste his mental energy correcting the trajectory for these little karamis. I don't really like it when people point guns at me. Tao Yu methodically finished reloading, even taking the time to refill an empty magazine round by round, all the while wearing a smile on his face. However, the rhythmic sound of bullets being pressed into the magazine made the bikers break out in a cold sweat. Understood, we were in the wrong just now. It seemed to be the head of the biker gang, a burly man wearing a denim jacket with metal studs, who was nodding like a pecking chicken. What is this? Just like in the movies, this is so exaggerated. We have over a dozen people here. Boss, boss. It's us. Save us. After Tao Yu had directly suppressed the entire scene, a somewhat familiar voice called out, taking Tao Yu by surprise. After all, with over a dozen motorcycles, Tao Yu hadn't inspected each one. Now he noticed that attached behind the last 3 bikes were large dog cages, with actual people locked inside. The West City trio. Tao Yu was a bit bewildered when he saw them. What the heck? Caught again? What's going on? Why didn't they run? But it quickly dawned on Tao Yu that these 3 had only just recently arrived, then set off the same day attempting to make some money at the gathering spot. And now, not even 5 days had passed, not enough time to go back to reality. Man, this was even worse, locked in dog cages. Truly a disgrace for pioneers. Chapter 92, Another Local Person. Thank you, Big Brother, thank you. Just order us around if you need anything in the future. We, the 3 heroes of West City, may not be strong, but we can certainly run errands. The biggest hero, who had just crawled out of the dog cage, was also overflowing with gratitude. He still reeked of an indescribable stench, which made Tao Yu keep his distance. Take watch tonight, and keep a close eye on them. Tao Yu had the 3 men pick up their guns, then confiscated the weapons of the motorbike gang and whistled for Little Black to make an appearance. The sight of the aliens' terrifying appearance immediately filled the dozen or so motorcyclists with dread. Even though they had been baptized by the zombies and were quite adaptable, the sight of Little Black still let them feel its power. Anyone who tries to sneak away will die. We leave first thing tomorrow morning. I'm also going to the base. Yes, yes, we'll go with you. Then come over, 2 at a time, I'll take turns asking questions. If anyone lies, I'll just shoot a limb off first. The words that followed from Tao Yu made the biker gang's leather-jacketed boss shudder, nodding over and over. Understood, understood. You come here first. What's been going on with your radio? Tao Yu issued the inquiry and gradually came to understand the situation. It seemed that the survivors in the military base or someone among Jack's group had helped to broadcast messages. The 2 from the floating city had hijacked the original frequency band of the Las Vegas radio station and informed the survivors about the existence of the base. Safe, with food, restoring order. Each of these promises was enough to stir the hearts of any survivor who received the message. Therefore, this motorbike gang, which had always operated on the outskirts of Las Vegas, decided to head there directly. Actually, we went to that military base before, but the zombies were too dense and we eventually gave up. To have cleaned it up, someone must have really strong combat power, and safety is indeed assured. The leader of the motorbike gang honestly recounted his thought process. You seem to be thriving, is there any danger in Las Vegas? What's the deal with those capitals? Tao Yu asked about the things he was keenly interested in. Inside the city of Las Vegas, it's actually not bad. There are more than 20 capitals, so the zombie density is still manageable. At this point, he hesitated slightly before continuing. We've always operated in Las Vegas, so we know those capitals were built at the start of the outbreak, with the zombies piling up on their own. As he spoke, his face showed fear, that bizarre imagery still vivid in his memory. Had it not been for the abundant food inside the city and a water source nearby, they really would not want to stay there. Moreover, through our interactions with other survivors within the city, we know that although the overall environment of Las Vegas is good, people actually disappear every night. In the past few months, 3 from my team vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Tao Yu fell into contemplation. People disappearing every day? Then, information about corpse refinement surfaced in his mind. The zombies in this man-made hell had awakened and were hunting every day. It was only because they were still in the process of cultivating the zombies that they hadn't annihilated all the survivors in the city. Every survivor in Las Vegas was actually their blood meal. How long did they plan to cultivate? The upper limit of Tao Yu's own corpse refining technique was roughly 81 days, and now here it's been 7 or 8 months and they're still cultivating. Even if there's indeed a limit to this corpse refining technique, continually piling on like this is troublesome. Tao Yu gazed towards the pitch-black area of Las Vegas, his heart somewhat heavy. Perhaps not just Las Vegas, but this infection that has impacted the current state of the entire world, it's uncertain how many such areas will emerge. Blindly using a single zombie for cultivation becomes less and less efficient, it would be better to spread out and create more zombies. Just as the kill radius only doubles with every 10-fold increase in a nuclear bomb's yield, the destructive power of multiple warheads far exceeds the sum of their yield. For the person behind the scenes, the zombies in the city are already like multiple warheads, but how is he controlling so many zombies at the same time? The mental burden should be overwhelming. Each zombie requires a portion of mental capacity, and this is precisely why Tao Yu wanted to refine premium ones, at most 1 or 2. However, there are quite a number of cities on a global scale similar to Las Vegas, so there must be some other method unknown to him at play. Using a tool to control them? The morning sun rose slowly, shedding its light upon the Gobi Desert. The highways, strewn with sand by the winds, occasionally had an abandoned vehicle anchored at the roadside, but overall the road conditions were much better than inside the city. At this moment, a convoy centered around a truck and a tanker was steadily moving along the highway. Due to the sand and gravel on the road, the truck's speed was not increased to prevent skidding, while the motorcycles flanked it like guardians. The dozen or so members of the motorbike gang that Tao Yu had captured on the spot were now obediently following along without any thoughts of fleeing. The mental shadow that Tao Yu left them by suppressing them single-handedly with a gun the previous night was too profound. To flee would mean getting sniped from a distance and they'd only have themselves to blame, right? Since they were heading to the base anyway, they might as well follow. Because the base was not far, even with the slow speed of the vehicles, they could already see the situation at the base before noon. From afar, black smoke could be seen rising from the base, and a burnt stench filled the air. Using the height advantage of the truck, Tao Yu had already made out the situation over there. Several piles of corpses were being burned. Although the smell would be terrible in the short term, it definitely needed to be dealt with, better than the long-term stench of decay. I waited for the corpses to rise, spent time shopping, added the delay from taking the truck through Las Vegas and a night outside, so it's normal if other pioneers from around here arrived earlier. Tao Yu went over the timeline in his mind. Undoubtedly, there weren't many pioneers at the base now, the main force should be the locals. He even saw the old lady who had brandished a cane to hit someone in Jack's team, now trembling as she toiled in front of the pile of corpses. The company doesn't keep idle people around, and they certainly aren't as easygoing as Jack. Beep beep. Tao Yu honked the horn, and the large convoy immediately drew attention from the base. Everyone there involuntarily looked up. Then Tao Yu saw 3 motorcycles speeding towards them. One of the motorcycles was distinctly different in style from those on Earth, having a punk feel to it, probably brought over from the present world, which seemed to be close to the limit in terms of size that could be transported. Inner city pioneers. Tao Yu quickly made his judgment. Having the Sun's siblings' little request on him, Tao Yu was not intimidated upon seeing the inner city pioneers now. After having killed several of them, beheading was still a death sentence, so there was nothing to fear. Are you survivors? Coming to the base. Immediately upon arrival, one of the riders on the Earth-style motorcycle, wearing a helmet, loudly inquired in English. Tao Yu also sensed that the pioneer had chosen willpower translation, for he could understand English, so that's how it sounded to him. Seeing the excitement on the other person's face, Tao Yu guessed the fellow must have thought that this was an unclaimed group. So he honked again and poked his head out the window to say in the common tongue. Big brother, local, pioneer. As soon as Tao Yu revealed himself, the helmeted man with the excited tone stiffened in his movements. Though wearing a helmet, Tao Yu had the vague impression that the man muttered a few swear words under his breath. Chapter 93, Business. Bro Panda, bad luck, it's a pioneer. The motorcyclist who came over with a helmet to ask questions pulled a sharp turn and returned to the punk-style heavy motorcycle, his words also laden with some gloom and complaint. The heavy motorcycle had rather wide and thick tires, which meant it didn't need a stand or foot support even when stopped. By now, a hulking man over 2 meters tall had casually stopped his motorbike to the side and was leaning on it while smoking a cigarette, disinterestedly. He didn't need his underling to reply because he had already heard Tao Yu's somewhat dopey voice and then chuckled. Are you dumb? How many of us pioneers have come in total? Could we possibly form such a large group? This made the helmet-wearing underling pause, and then he looked back at the cargo trucks and motorcycle brigade that began to slow down. He saw that many of the motorcyclists' hands were wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, lots of them were riding one-handed, with others seated behind their comrades. This, captured natives? Still, being able to capture more than a dozen adult males, the overall strength of the pioneers wasn't weak, though it was unclear exactly how it was distributed. It was only then that Panda, the man from the inner city with a height of 2 meters and 30, flicked away his cigarette butt and got off his bike, taking the initiative to walk towards Tao Yu. After seeing a fuel tanker at the back, he raised his eyebrows and said to Tao Yu, who was leaning out of the driver's cabin. "Is that in the back carrying oil?" "Yeah, I've also got more than 20 off-road motorcycles in this haul, along with plenty of daily supplies, and about 20 guns, plus the motorcycles they were sitting on." Tao Yu, while talking to the outside group of the motorbike gang, rubbed his mouth without much concealment. The base was in dire need of development now. It's entirely possible that those two from the floating city were looking for an opportunity to make an example of someone. Tao Yu didn't think anyone would be foolish enough to rob them at the gate of the base. After all, he had registered with the Sun's siblings, even if they wouldn't show favoritism, he still had a place to speak. If his judgment were wrong and he did encounter a robbery. Tao Yu's gaze began to assess the equipment on this burly man. It wasn't the kind of mechanical modification that would explode, and it was uncertain which pieces were Yuan Force equipment. Causing a bloody mess at the gate of the base wouldn't be too pleasant, right? "Well now, you got lucky, I don't recognize your face, bro." From the outer city. Panda didn't mind that Tao Yu hadn't come down, using one hand to prop himself against the side of the truck while his gaze lingered on the injured motorbike gang members, as though he was evaluating something. "From the outer city, Grade A dynamic vision. I'm the one who found this place and reported it to Miss Sunday." As Tao Yu spoke, he also rested his hand on the window, revealing the mission watch on his wrist. "You can't hesitate when it's time to show your strength, it's best to nip some thoughts in the bud, and that can save a lot of trouble. Once the other party entertains the idea, and even acts upon it, the effect of pulling out these cards later would be much less, after they've invested and committed to their course. Even if the other party decides to back off, a feud would have been established, and it wouldn't be worth it." As a former corporate drone in his past life, Tao Yu was very clear about these things. Now, with his current utility value and demonstrated abilities, he shouldn't make an inner-city pioneer do anything undignified. And Tao Yu's hints indeed made Panda's expression stiffen slightly, followed by a somewhat dissatisfied response. "The way you talk, bro, makes it seem like I'm the type to steal others' prize." "Big bro misunderstood, I just like to show off a bit, my apologies." Tao Yu wore a smile full of cheerfulness. As for whether he wanted to cut in, only the other party knew. If they really had no intentions, they wouldn't have come over specifically. "Got nothing better to do, hey? Hey, kid, you're quite interesting. Grade A dynamic vision, right? You might be coming into the city later. Let's get to know each other in advance, I'm Panda." Panda flashed a grin, looking up at Tao Yu in the driver's cabin and stretched out his hand upwards. With a towering height of 2 meters and 30, even with Tao Yu sitting in the elevated position of the truck's cabin, Panda's hand could reach directly up to him. Tao Yu also reached out the window and shook hands with him, with no sign of getting out of the truck. "You flatter me, big bro Panda. It's all thanks to the reward from Miss Sun for completing a mission in advance. There's still a long way to go before I can enter the city. Sell me these goods, all together for 20,000 Yuan Force, I'm not letting you suffer a loss." Panda's offer immediately brought a smile to Tao Yu's face. He then opened the vehicle's door, jumped down, and ended up looking up at Panda. "How can I not sell when big bro Panda wants to buy? Not including the 2 big trucks in the price, of course." Panda's eyelids twitched, but he still nodded and said, "If you're willing to sell the goods and these people, including both vehicles, for a bit more money, we can agree on that, but you have to teach us how to drive. I'm not selling the big truck for now, but you'll be the first one I consider when I do." In reality, Tao Yu had made some estimates, having just plundered this group of the motorbike gang. Each living person was worth 100 Yuan Force, plus more than 20 guns averaging 100 each. The dozen or so motorcycles could also be averaged at over 100 each, and packaging them together could amount to around 7,000 Yuan Force. The goods in both his vehicles combined, considering the current shortage, should be estimated at about 10,000 Yuan Force as well. The other party was willing to offer a total of 20,000, which was a bit of a premium. This was the opportunity of a new development zone, a new gathering place. Danger and reward coexisted. Tao Yu knew that if the other side was willing to pay a higher price, they would certainly have ways like credits, goodwill, or retailing the items individually to make a return and certainly profit from it. But for Tao Yu himself, quick monetization with a premium was a clear gain. The time wasted retailing by himself was better spent making another trip. How do you want to handle the payment? Just to let you know, there are 2 indigenous women that I'm keeping. Now that Tao Yu had grown a bit taller, he still appeared petite in front of Panda's towering stature of 2 meters and 30 centimeters. Upon hearing Tao Yu's words, Panda glanced at the 2 indigenous women, who in his view were only moderately attractive, and couldn't help but feel amused. Those bumpkins from the outer city had no experience, but if they were lascivious, future deals could cater to their tastes. All right. As he spoke, Panda took out a magnetic card and began to imbue it with Yuan Force with his eyes closed. He clearly didn't have the wealth of the Sun's siblings to carry preloaded magnetic cards, and 20,000 Yuan Force was still a significant amount to him. It was only because his talent was decent, and his family saw the potential for development here, that they provided additional sponsorship. However, he knew that this investment and transaction would not result in a loss. Leaving other considerations aside, the group of able-bodied men, with some training, could start to create value. Regarding the goods, sorting out the useless for credits and distributing the useful ones, plus selling some easy-to-sell items separately, would certainly yield more. In a new gathering place where everything was yet to be built, for him, the importance of materials far outweighed Yuan Force. With these materials, it would be convenient to set up his own crew. A win-win situation. Thanks, Brother Panda. Where should I unload the merchandise? Tao Yu took the magnetic card and absorbed all the Yuan Force, then handed the empty card back to Panda. He had a magnetic card with a maximum limit of 100,000, so there was no need to keep taking so much. Let's go into the base first. I'll get some oil drums, and you can just put the goods on the ground for now, as the warehouse has been requisitioned by the 2 big shots, Panda said while motioning his underlings to make way and then turned back to Tao Yu. What do you think, little brother? Interested in joining my team? You can drive, and we could work together transporting goods to grow stronger. I'm used to being wild on my own, I'll try my luck solo first, and I'll come find you if things don't pan out. Tao Yu listened to Panda's untechnical pie-in-the-sky talk with no intention of engaging further. If he needed to transport goods, he could do it himself, why involve someone else without a tangible benefit? Perhaps ordinary pioneers from the outer city would get excited about connecting with the inner city, but having already encountered the Sun's siblings, Tao Yu was indifferent to it. If he truly needed to seek a patron, it had better be a worthy one. Strapping on the seatbelt in the truck's cab again, Tao Yu watched Panda leading the way on his motorbike. A wave of emotion stirred within him. The first time he encountered Joseph and Wino from the inner city, he was practically groveling. Even his assassination of Joseph was a matter of opportune timing. Now, even openly, he could deal with people from the inner city in broad daylight. In secret, he had already taken out several of them. The abyss was indeed a miraculous place. Chapter 94, Interest Demands. If you get more good stuff, remember to come to me first. After spending half a day, Tao Yu's goods were also successfully handed over. Actually, the main task was filling oil drums, and although the military base had plenty of those large cylindrical oil drums, filling them was still somewhat troublesome. Sure thing, it's been a pleasure working together. Tao Yu and Panda shook hands. Pleasure's mine. As Panda shook hands, he also cast another glance at Jack standing beside Tao Yu, his estimation of Tao Yu's importance rising once again. Jack's identity hadn't been made public, but as one of the few inner-city pioneers present, Panda had received special instructions. This was about a chosen one extremely important to the settlement, judging by how the other party interacted with this person, perhaps the chosen one had been found by Tao Yu. Considering the magnanimity of the sons, the reward was likely to be substantial. Having both a grade A talent and such a hefty reward, plus being under the wing of the Sun siblings, it's no wonder he had the confidence to face off against me, different from the other outer city bumpkins. With one last look at Tao Yu and Jack, Panda turned and left. Having taken in all these goods, it was time to translate them into greater benefits and to perfect his own team. Kid, you've gotten your hands on quite a haul, nice work. With such a reward, you should treat me. Jack waggled his eyebrows at Tao Yu. Seeing Tao Yu arrive at the base made Jack feel a lot more relaxed. Although the Sun siblings who flew over directly had been kind to him and even given him some protective gear, Jack still felt more at ease in Tao Yu's company. Sure, I'll treat you to a can of beef. Tao Yu tossed over a can he had on him. Forget it, I'm sick of it already. Jack made a long face, making the scar on his large nose even more prominent. You seem to be a lot more relaxed. What, you dropped the burden? Seeing Jack refuse the can, Tao Yu didn't hesitate to rip it open and started munching away. I said I'd bring them here to end things on a good note, what happens next is up to your company. Jack then turned his head toward several piles of zombie corpses, where at this moment, many of Jack's former team members were bustling about. Both the weak and the women were no exception. If you don't work, there's no food to eat, and that's literally no food. In this regard, the company was truly impartial. Now it's just Tommy and Senke who are still with me, and your two pioneer big shots are definitely strong. They arrived before I even managed to lure the zombies away. When Jack said this, his face showed his amazement. He couldn't believe these were fellow humans. The slaughter of zombies was as simple as mowing grass. Big shots from the floating city should be strong, yes. Do you know where they are now? I have something to discuss with them. Tao Yu casually inquired. He mainly wanted to discuss some issues related to Las Vegas, and also bring up his own little request. After all, the stronger these two were, the better for him. They went out for a bit, probably planning to have a look around nearby, said they'd be back in a couple of days. Jack said offhandedly. You seem to be quite informed. They asked me to temporarily manage the base, so of course I'm informed. Jack gave Tao Yu a look, which actually took Tao Yu by surprise. But he soon understood. Chosen ones were critical after all, special treatment was the norm. Moreover, given the chosen ones' relatively positive character and reputation, they indeed were more likely to be trusted and given responsibilities. Besides, the indigenous people themselves did not have strong exploration capabilities, but entrusting them with logistics and construction was far more cost-effective than using pioneers. Plus, even chosen ones couldn't secretly absorb Yuan Force items or fill their own pockets with them. You're the manager and still letting your former people do these tasks? They don't have complaints. Tao Yu raised his eyebrows in curiosity. I'm just acting as the manager, the supplies aren't mine. The survivors at the barracks have exchanged food and shelter at the barracks for some clerical work. Jack spoke calmly, then continued. The tasks that need to be done are laid out here, and the number of supplies distributed for completion is limited. If they don't do it, others will have to help, or else everyone goes hungry, so there's no choice. Ultimately, Jack was ex-CIA and not some blind idealist. He'd taken the risk to bring everyone here merely to fulfill the duty he had as their leader. With his responsibility now shifted, he'd focus only on his current role. He had his principles of conduct, but he wasn't one to make unnecessary concessions. When are you going to teach me the fist technique? I think my stance skill is about there. They crippled a bunch of zombies for me to set fire to a lot of them. Jack then turned back to Tao Yu with an inquiry. As a chosen one, he could strengthen himself through Yuan Force, and by killing Yuan Force creatures, he could gather Yuan Force more efficiently without the need to dig up Yuan Force items. However, the downside was that he couldn't actively absorb Yuan Force items or skills, nor could he selectively enhance anything. It was a general improvement across the board. Sure, if there's time we can learn now. I could do with some practice myself. They won't be back for a while, so I'll go and haul a load of cargo. When the time comes, lend me Tommy, he knows how to drive a truck, right? Tao Yu was unfazed and simply agreed. After all, he had promised to do so. He then remembered Tommy who knew how to drive trucks. I'll talk to him, but not today. I need to go give a hand, otherwise, they really won't have anything to eat. Jack waved his hand to indicate he didn't have time that day, and then walked toward the corpse-burning team composed of the frail and the sick. Tao Yu was startled momentarily, then revealed a hint of a smile. This guy, although he was harsh and merciless, and certainly stuck to his principles, was indeed willing to help within his capabilities in his own way. Everyone had to work to earn their food and had to complete tasks to receive their corresponding shares. He wouldn't unfairly reduce anyone's workload, but he would take the initiative to help out and do whatever he could. However, it's a pity, I don't know if he'll appreciate your kindness. Tao Yu shook his head but didn't mind it, as it seemed that Jack's personality didn't really care about these things either. Just like Tao Yu himself had launched an overnight raid on the alien hive without expecting anyone's gratitude. He simply wanted to do it, his thoughts were clear. I save you, what's it to you? Boss Tao, Boss Jack asked us to follow you on the job. Tommy and Senke, having changed into a set of base's individual combat gear, greeted Tao Yu with big grins on their faces. They had considerable respect for Tao Yu's abilities and considered him one of the most familiar pioneers. "We're transporting cargo to Las Vegas, but we won't stay overnight in the city." Tao Yu smiled when he saw the two of them. With the situation in Las Vegas still unresolved, Tao Yu wouldn't stay overnight there. Who knew if he would hit the jackpot? However, with the control provided by the corpse refining technique, Tao Yu could determine that even if the zombies could withstand sunlight, they would definitely despise it and wouldn't come out during the daytime. The drawbacks of the ordinary corpse refining technique were quite obvious. Only after his own deification had he erased this defect. Now, just casually hauling some cargo around the outskirts without wasting time waiting was reasonable. The 2 truckloads of cargo last time netted 20,000 Yuan Force. Although the quality of the goods and the motorbike gang selling in bulk played a part, now with 3 trucks, wouldn't it be easy to mix in and make 7 or 8,000 at once? Just loading up some supermarket supplies should be enough. With hardly anyone scavenging for goods right now, one could just load them up indiscriminately. No time should be wasted. Beep beep. Tao Yu's 2 cargo trucks, along with the one Tommy had initially driven over, left the base one after the other, attracting quite a bit of attention. Panda, who was in the midst of training the motorbike gang he wanted to recruit, also eyed the 3 departing trucks with envy. 3 trucks now, good lord, cargo's everywhere, and each runs a bloody fortune. After grumbling, he turned his fierce gaze back to the gang. "You bunch of good-for-nothings, are you even worse than a woman? Can't you even drive a damn truck?" Panda had initially thought there would be plenty of drivers for such trucks, but to his surprise, not one of these motorbike gang members knew how to drive them. Some could drive standard cars, yes. But an ordinary driver managing to handle a truck under complex road conditions wasn't something that could be achieved in a day or 2. Now, he could only watch longingly as Tao Yu cheerfully drove off with 3 trucks loaded with cargo. "Boss Panda, he's just a bumpkin from the outer city, just got lucky with a little reward. You think he's really caught the eyes of the big shots from the inner city?" At this moment, one of Panda's subordinates, a burly man who stood around 6 foot tall, hurried over and spoke in a hushed tone. The prior transaction of the 2 truckloads of cargo had cost Boss Panda 2,000 Yuan Force, and this guy, watching enviously, wished he could just rob them and take it all for himself. The development zone was way too lucrative. But now, without trucks and relying solely on manpower, even if they drafted all the motorbike gang members from the outer city, it wouldn't match up to what 1 truckload could bring. And Panda had let such a deal go, which was beyond this man's comprehension. Panda gave the man a mockingly amused look. "Ha, idiot, stop following me from now on, you're an annoyance." This remark instantly paused the strong man's expression, his face then flushing red in no time. But seeing Panda's hulking figure dwarfing his own, he didn't dare to speak out. He continually apologized while bowing his head, then hastily left. "Look sharp, and if you can't grasp the current situation, get lost right now. Don't stay here causing me trouble." Panda used the man as an example to assert his authority, dousing the other underlings with his scolding. As one of the few inner-city pioneers that had arrived at the base, just by putting out the call, he could recruit a bunch of outer-city underlings. However, it could also lead to a mixed bag of recruits, and this was a good time to purge and reorganize. Meanwhile, the man who was kicked out couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Damn it, just lucked out being born in the inner city, a freaking moron. Leaves the meat right before his eyes uneaten. What a timid softy, what a waste of that big frame. Fuck." Thinking of his own bootlicking over the past while only to end up with this outcome, Peng Xiong's face turned a dark shade of green. At a height of 6 foot tall and coming from a not-too-bad family in the outer city, he couldn't take being slighted like this. Humph, he's not the only big shot from the inner city, he just had a head start, that's all. Peng Xiong pondered with a calculating gaze. But why look to the big shots of the inner city for a larger slice of the pie? The kid was alone, at most with a few native locals. How much of a threat could he possibly be? So what if he's got a grade A talent? How long has it been, and how many skills could he have absorbed the Yuan Force for? Even if he's lucky and gets a reward from a mission, in such a short period, how much could he really improve? A calculating flicker passed through Peng Xiong's eyes. If he let this chance slip, there would be no other opportunity. If he let that kid digest the rewards he had received, he really might become hard to handle. "If you won't do it, I will. 3 trucks, hey, if he can haul, why can't I?" Having thought this, Peng Xiong glanced at the sky and quickly started to rally his brothers from the gang. "Bring him down." Chapter 95, Tough life. Peng bro, are you sure about the intel? Really from the outsiders? A rooster-crowned dude on a motorcycle, who was never far from his beloved ride, questioned Peng Xiang. Positive. I've heard of this guy, he's one of our own from the Southern District, a grade A dynamic vision talent, seems like he even landed himself a partnership role. Grade A talent and he's settling for a partnership? The new development zone is desperate for people now. Another blonde kid sneered at that. A grade A talent and he's too chicken to compete? Doesn't dare to fight for it and instead of joining a company division, goes for a partnership? What a wuss. Right, it's even better if he's one of our Southern District people. Got any background info on him? I've only heard a bit, but what kind of background can he have? If he had any, why would he choose to be a partner? Idiot. Peng Xiang was utterly dismissive. Should we go back and do some digging first? Dig what? Back and forth takes 5 days. What if someone else snags him? Use your brain. Hat, why bother digging? So what if a few die in the abyss? So what if he has grade A talent? Even the big shots from the inner city die. The rooster-haired guy gave a cold chuckle. If we recruit a grade A talent into the gang, that'd be quite the merit, wouldn't it? Merit? Waiting for him to rise and kill your whole family. Grade A talent? Even more reason for a grade A talent to die. Otherwise, what, wait around for revenge? Let's just be us brothers, too many people make it hard to share. Alright, play it safe. I'll go say hi in the open, you guys get ready to take him out with a sneak shot. He wouldn't dare attack us first. It's getting close to evening now, I reckon they won't be entering the city. We can totally keep up if we leave now. Meanwhile, Tao Yu was humming a little tune, singing along as he, alongside 3 cargo trucks, arrived outside Las Vegas. It was already afternoon when they left, and the afterglow was about to fade when they reached this point. They could actually have driven into the city and rested there since the trucks were safe enough. But upon seeing the city gates, Tao Yu still chose to slow down ahead of time and picked up the walkie-talkie. We'll handle it outside tonight, sweep for goods early tomorrow morning. Let's start with what's nearby, grab anything useful, focus on speed. Okay, we all follow Boss Tao's orders. There are fewer folks to compete with now, loading up should be easy. I wonder if there's an arms store around, those goods should be worth more. The group chatted idly over the walkie-talkie for a bit. Besides the team of Judy and Jessie, another truck had Tommy and Senkei, and in addition to those two, they had brought a few adult men from their previous gathering spot to serve as laborers. They didn't ask for wages, payment in canned goods was fine, just has to be better than what you'd get for cremating bodies. Driving trucks and just moving goods around the outskirts with highly capable individuals leading the operation, this was still doable. But just as the 3 trucks parked to the side, Tao Yu, through the rearview mirror, noticed several motorcycles approaching from a distance. This made Tao Yu's eyebrows lift involuntarily. Is that Kid Panda playing dirty? Well, can't blame me then. Tao Yu rubbed his hands together. The foreign implant wouldn't explode on its own, but he wondered if it could yield something good. You guys stay in the truck, I'll go check things out. He didn't want the folks in the truck to suffer any losses, so he hopped out of the vehicle after opening the door. Using symbiotic instinct, he had little black lie flat under the truck, waiting for his command. But after taking a closer look once he got out, Tao Yu was somewhat surprised to see no trace of Panda in the approaching group. Only one was a little brother who had followed Panda before, the other faces were unfamiliar. They looked down on me that much? Or did this little brother have his own agenda? Seeing no inner city pioneers, Tao Yu's interest waned by more than half. All these outsiders, dirty pockets if not dirty faces. Tao Yu's expression went sour. Shouldn't wrong people, eh? That malicious intent ain't mistaken, though. I'll ask them if Panda was involved. Tao Yu didn't immediately go on a shooting spree. Just outsiders, with instinct and bullet time and stealth combo, he had enough margin for error. Nevertheless, Tao Yu still put on his tactical helmet afterwards. Strategy may be despised, but tactics must still be given serious consideration. On the other side, Peng Xiang's face broke into a smile as he watched Tao Yu come down alone. Just as expected. This kid has no backup. An outsider without any backing, daring to swallow such a huge profit all alone? He's not afraid of biting off more than he can chew. Peng Xiang rode up on his motorcycle, stopping directly in front of Tao Yu, and sat on it audaciously, looking at Tao Yu with a laugh and said, "Kid, I know you. You're the partner from the southern district with great dynamic vision, right?" "Yes, I didn't expect to be so famous already." Tao Yu grinned with a smile. An outsider with grade A battle talents does have some value, just like that lone wolf from the Wild Wolf gang who rose up the ranks." Peng Xiang spoke with a natural air of pointing out the lay of the land. "Oh? The Wild Wolf gang reigns supreme in South City. Brother, you look down upon them so casually, it seems you must have an impressive backing, is it Lord Panda?" Tao Yu asked indirectly. "Humph, don't pry into things that aren't your business. I don't mind telling you, I'm from the Skull Gang. Our gang is even older than the Wild Wolf gang, and my father holds an office in the Skull Gang. Since you're a South City local, you should understand what that means." "Lord Panda isn't involved?" Tao Yu asked persistently. He also knew about the Skull Gang, considered one of the cancers of South City. The public security forces of the outskirts only took care of certain red lines and didn't have the energy to handle every little detail. In many areas, gangs maintained a different kind of order. However, owing to some connections with Uncle Hu, his own family usually wasn't harassed by gang members. These guys coming after him now probably didn't have the time to investigate him, or perhaps they couldn't be bothered to. They had already made up their minds to silence him by killing him. Panda, is that all you know? Did you not understand what I just told you?" Peng Xiang, recalling the humiliating way he was chased off by Panda, felt a surge of annoyance. Seeing the slight break in his demeanor, Tao Yu couldn't help but smirk. God damn, it wasn't that guy after all. "If you're from the Skull Gang, we can still be friends. How about I sell you the fleet for 3,000 Yuan Force? Not too expensive, right? It's tough to find truck drivers, you know." Tao Yu was growing increasingly impatient. The price did indeed tempt Peng Xiang. 3,000 was doable. He might not have that much Yuan Force on him, but pooling resources with others might just make it possible. However, Peng Xiang immediately grew furiously embarrassed. "After I take you down, all of this will be mine. I don't believe they aren't afraid of death." As he spoke, Peng Xiang drew his gun and signaled his people to start moving. So what if he has grade A talents? A man gunned down by our random fire is worthless. Damn it, still aiming for a free meal, how rude. Tao Yu's gaze grew deeper, and the scenery before him suddenly slowed down. Bang, bang, bang. Several preemptive shots, along with dodging bullets by tilting his head, Tao Yu reholstered his gun, walking past the bodies as they fell one by one with headshots. Moving toward the last one, who was pinned down by Little Black and being continuously bitten amidst screams. "Hey, brother, really no instructions from Panda? Not even a hint? Save me. Let me go. I really don't know anything, ah." Peng Xiang misspoke and was chased off by Panda. "Save me." The words from the man being torn viciously by Little Black caused Tao Yu to click his tongue. God damn, this guy sure had a tough life. Afterward, he didn't bother further and turned to get into the car. "Clean up and arrange the motorcycles properly. Then pick up all the weapons and such." With his back to Little Black, he casually gave the order. Little Black whipped its tail and pierced through the screaming man's skull, then tossed the body aside. It's not just a few deaths in the abyss that go unnoticed in this apocalyptic world. Death is an everyday occurrence, just some extra food for the stray dogs at the roadside. Back at the base, by the bonfire, Panda was cooking a hot pot for himself, eating and sneezing at the same time. This flavor is really strong, but delicious. After another sneeze, he pinched his nose and then scooped up a few slices of tripe and stuffed them into his mouth. Chapter 96, Requirements. Bro, this batch isn't up to snuff, I can only give you 8,000 at most, I gotta make a profit too, right? Or you could try handing it over to the mission hall, but they definitely won't offer as much as I do. Panda was inspecting the 3 carts of goods that Tao Yu had hurriedly pulled in, apparently making an estimate. 8,000 it is then, bro. Didn't you have a little brother before? Why isn't he with you anymore? Tao Yu watched as Panda handed him the magnetic card to infuse with Yuan Force and asked casually. Just an idiot, don't bother with him, and don't give me face if you see him again. Panda infused the Yuan Force into the card as he spoke, then handed it back to Tao Yu. Fair enough, it's been a pleasure doing business. Taking back the magnetic card, Tao Yu began to arrange the unloading of the goods. Then he looked around. Although just one day had passed, there were some noticeable changes to the base. The zombie corpses had been cleared out quite a bit, but there was still that charred stench in the air. At the same time, he also saw Jack helping to burn the bodies, so he walked over. "Hey, do you have time to learn today? If not, I'll be off moving goods again." "I'll learn. They should have enough to eat by now." Jack patted his hands, covered in stench. And at this moment, an ant who was resting nearby hurried over again. "Jack, you can't just leave me in the lurch. How am I supposed to finish the rest of the work?" After speaking, she looked towards Tao Yu. "And you, boy, young people should be diligent. Help your aunt out with some burning." Although Tao Yu had anticipated this, it still made him roll his eyes internally. A little sunshine does indeed make things brighter. But Jack wasn't the type of person to please others by helping mindlessly. His help was for his own reasons and didn't have much to do with the ant. "Just do as much as you did yesterday, and you'll finish. Today's the last time I'm helping. If you can't adapt, you'll starve." Jack was blunt, then he left the ant's reaction behind and followed Tao Yu away from there. "Crane form is mainly about lightness, your movements are too forceful." By now, the military base had been swept clean of zombies, leaving plenty of open space, yet the air was still thick with that burnt smell. Meanwhile, besides Jack, Tommy and Senkei were also practicing their stance skills nearby. They might not be able to harness Yuan Force, but practicing to improve physical fitness was still beneficial. It's gotten much harder, definitely not that simple. Jack was already familiar with the stance skill and had killed quite a few zombies, so he had the basics down. Plus, he had a natural talent for movement. But even so, mastering just the entry-level crane form was somewhat bumpy. The movements are almost there, just need to work on getting the feel for it. Tao Yu demonstrated the crane form with Yuan Force acceleration once again in place and then slowly exhaled. Just then, a whooshing sound from the sky drew his attention, and he looked up to see the Sun siblings descending on a floating motorbike. "I've got something to discuss with them, you guys keep practicing. Go ahead, come back later to check on me, would you?" Jack was still trying to get the feel for the crane form. The noise of Tao Yu jogging overhead also caught Sun Xiu's attention, who stopped the motorbike and waited for a moment. "Have you decided what you are going to ask for?" Sun Xiu was quite pleased with Tao Yu, the chosen one, and his choice of location were commendable. The place was a bit desolate at the moment, but what mattered was safety. The Gobi Desert served as a natural barrier, which was an essential element against the abyss. The existing water source underground and the base's defense measures would save a lot of trouble. The neighboring city could serve as a supply point once it was cleaned up, and the oasis could be turned into farmland. There was still a lot of preparatory work needed. Even with the resource support from Starshine City, it might take years to establish a sizable operation. Pioneers needed time to accumulate, and there weren't many natives for now. If there's anything systematic involving supernatural skills, that would be ideal. Tao Yu presented his small request, which made Sun Shiking, who was curiously observing, couldn't help but laugh. From one extreme to another, hey? There aren't many ready to use supernatural skills, and many have severe mental contamination. Some even have prerequisites without a suitable foundation, they might be too much to handle. Tao Yu really wanted to say he was willing to take the risk, but he still suppressed the urge. After all, such things required cautiousness. Who knew the extent of the mental contamination? If it was too severe and he couldn't convincingly act the part, that could be problematic. As for his core secrets, he definitely needed to keep them secure. Teaching is fine too. I've mastered the Myriad Streams Dojo's Myriad Streams 5 forms, and after investing some Yuan Force, I've achieved 5 forms as one. It's just a pity I don't have the corresponding breathing technique. I'm not even sure if there's a conflict between the basic breathing method and the Myriad Streams breathing technique. Tao Yu wasn't picky. If he could truly complete the set with a matching breathing technique, that would be great. The cost-effectiveness of the first deification of a skill was extremely high. Having already acquired the other skills, only this one was missing, which would certainly have a complementary effect. It was better than simply learning a mismatched one. The basic breathing method is almost universally compatible with any breathing technique. It can even provide a certain enhancement. I've practiced it, and there's no problem. Sun Shiking said with a smile, waving her hand dismissively. This beautiful young man wasn't as aloof in private as he was on the radio. To Tao Yu, Sun Shiking seemed quite approachable. Myriad Streams 5 forms. I have some impression of it. Although the myriad stream's 5 forms were incredibly powerful in the outer city, to Sun Xiu, they were just vaguely familiar. Alright, if you want to learn that breathing technique, I'll make a request for you. I also have access to superhuman abilities that can be learned. However, I don't have much time. If you're patient and willing to extend the learning period, you can come to me and choose for yourself. Sun Xiu tilted her head, pondering for a moment, and then gave Tao Yu 2 options. If convenience was the priority, then continuing to learn the myriad streams breathing technique was the obvious choice, and it would be a complete set. But without any hesitation, Tao Yu said, I want to learn from you. Why hesitate when there's an opportunity to get closer to an important person? After all, it was all about deifying skills. Fine, let's do it now. I'll teach you the meditation technique to focus your spiritual power. For someone with dynamic vision like you, this can improve your reflexes and reaction, allow your brain to keep up with your eyes, and it won't conflict with abilities from other bodily systems. It will also enhance your learning capabilities. Sun Xiu's proposed solutions were quite suitable for Tao Yu. There was no need to say much about the breathing technique, it was systematic. And she also suggested the meditation technique, presumably considering that Tao Yu's physical condition was already decent, but lacking the mental capacity to fully utilize his grade A dynamic vision. Sun Xiu's intention was to focus on Tao Yu's grade A talent of dynamic vision and, given the current need for people who could stand on their own, Tao Yu did have potential to be cultivated. With a straightforward background, exceptional talent, good fortune and ability, and handsomeness, Tao Yu indeed had value for cultivation. But upon hearing what she planned to teach, Tao Yu's eyes lit up even brighter. He had plenty of abilities to raise his physical limits, but most that enhanced the mental aspect were incidental, such as shadow manipulation, and his new talent, fist intention. There wasn't anything systematic like the breathing technique that integrated qi blood to martial spiritual power. Now, the meditation technique was perfect. It would fully leverage the advantages of fist intention. Then Sun Xiu slightly turned her head toward Tao Yu and sniffed in front of his face before wafting her hand in front of her nose. How long since you've bathed? There's a sour smell. Go take a bath first, then come find me. With that, she turned and walked toward the interior of the military camp, even stretching her arm while walking, which drew Tao Yu's gaze involuntarily a few times more. When she had leaned in to sniff earlier, Tao Yu's heart had indeed sped up a few beats, catching a hint of a subtle fragrance from her nose. Well, I guess having a good body can also be a problem, Tao Yu murmured, pinching his nose and exhaling. That must be youthful vigor. Actually, the feeling of youth was quite nice. Moreover, he always felt that the young lady seemed to have some talent or skill that enhanced charm. Although his mental immunity allowed him to ignore some mental influences, natural reactions, like pain, were unavoidable. However, Tao Yu found it a bit odd that Sun Xiu had decided to teach him personally instead of having her brother do it for her. Either her brother wasn't skilled at it, or, well, she probably didn't see him as a potential suitor at all. The inner city residents looked down on outsiders, and this floating city bigwig probably saw no difference in gender when it came to him a suitable tool person. Shaking his head, Tao Yu then turned back and headed towards Jack's place. After a continuous stretch of hauling goods, he hadn't settled down yet, so he'd borrow Jack's dormitory to take a shower. The military camp had its own underground water well, which was one of the important reasons for its value. Chapter 97, Visualization Diagram. An actual bath for the first time in 18 years. Tao Yu scrubbed the soap, wishing he could crush the entire bar and smear it all over his body. The past 18 years were hard to put into words. Every day he dealt with farming and wouldn't dream of having these toiletries. If he ever got too dirty, he'd just resort to using charcoal powder. It was cold water all year round, and those who weren't physically strong just wouldn't bathe in the winter. Last time I returned, I was stinky and rusty and just had a cold rinse. I was almost pickled in my own sweat. But the outer city smelled even worse, and after I arrived there, I was walking through streets full of zombies, with rotting smells everywhere, so it didn't matter much. Now that I finally had a place to temporarily settle down and some daily necessities, Tao Yu wouldn't mistreat himself anymore and scrubbed vigorously, using all his strength when it came to exfoliating. The refreshing feeling made him almost want to call Jack in to scrub his back. Refreshing. After thoroughly washing himself inside and out, Tao Yu truly felt like he scrubbed off several pounds of dirt. The environment at the base isn't great either, but it should get better after all the bodies are burned and we continue cleaning up slowly, it'll at least be better than the outer city. After dressing himself, Tao Yu pondered a bit. At least the base had a complete sewage system, much better than the outer city which didn't have any sewers at all. Cleaned up, it's time to find the wealthy lady, and while learning, I'll also mention the floating city matter they must have noticed by now, and there will surely be corresponding task rewards. Tao Yu looked at his savings of over 50,000 Yuan Force and felt a bit inflated. The chosen one and the site selection rewards could be considered windfalls, but the rewards for transporting goods were hard-earned. Although I can't guarantee that the profits will be as high in the future, it seems like moving stuff for a month could earn me 60 to 70,000 Yuan Force. If I miss this chance, there won't be another. The goods from Las Vegas hadn't been moved much yet, and there were few competitors. It was practically like picking up money. 60 to 70,000 Yuan Force a month, I couldn't even dare to dream of that before. But that's assuming I can solve the hidden dangers in Las Vegas, otherwise, I wouldn't dare stay in the city overnight, unable to go deeper. After changing into fresh clothes and tidying up, Tao Yu spontaneously dabbed on some cologne. It must have belonged to some soldier who stayed in this dorm. When going to see a wealthy lady, one should make sure to smell nice. What did you put on? It's so strong. Tao Yu found the temporary residence of the Sons, the commander's suite in the barracks, which thanks to the solar panels during the day, could still keep the lights on, one of the few places in the barracks where this was possible. But as he knocked on the door with a smile, he was greeted by Sun Xiu's voice tinged with a hint of disdain. Sun Xiu frowned her prominent nose, waved her hand in front of it, leaving Tao Yu speechless and choked up. Maybe the shampoo is expired, I'm really sorry. Jack, that guy, really, he picks up everything and tosses it into the house, sigh. Tao Yu didn't even blink, directly passing the blame onto the expired shampoo and Jack. It's fine, much better than before. Sun Xiu could stay in places overrun with corpses, so it wasn't unbearable for her, she just preferred a nicer environment when resting. Come in, change your shoes. At that time, Tao Yu also glanced at Sun Xiu's home attire, an oversized t-shirt that was stretched out by her voluptuous figure, even distorting the cartoon image on the chest. The shorts were covered by the long shirt, revealing only a pair of indescribable beautiful legs, and below that, a pair of brown puppy slippers. Inside the house, Tao Yu could also see Sun Shiking in a similar outfit, slouched on the sofa like a sloth. The room must have been specially cleaned, looking very tidy. However, Sun Shiking didn't have the same figure as his sister, wearing the t-shirt too loosely. Because of his looks, at first glance, he resembled a flat-chested girl, quite a pleasant visual effect. Tao Yu switched to a pair of disposable slippers and followed Sun Xiu inside. Sun Shiking seemed to be flipping through a comic book, with an opened bag of chips beside him, occasionally crunching on a chip. Noticing Tao Yu's entry, he casually raised his hand in greeting. Tao bro is here, my sister's got meditation down, I won't be of help. Mr. Sun, you flatter me. Having the guidance of both of you is my privilege. Although the Sun seemed much more approachable than the inner-city nobles, Tao Yu wasn't about to get carried away just because of their friendly attitudes. They had only met a few times, all thanks to the grace of being a chosen one. But he could use this opportunity to further consolidate his knowledge. Chosen one and this base are very important, saving us a lot of effort. You deserve this. Sun Xiu walked ahead, flip-flops clacking, then pulled out a yoga mat from a cabinet and laid it out on the floor. Let's start now, first memorize some positions for me. Sun Xiu pulled out a stack of A4 paper with abstract stick figure drawings on them, which seemed to have been freshly drawn. Tao Yu's mouth twitched, and then he sat on the side with a straight posture, listening seriously as Sun Xiu earnestly pointed out the numbers of the designs, explaining some of the principles. The scent of his own cologne mixing with the fresh fragrance from Sun Xiu made it slightly difficult for Tao Yu to concentrate fully, and his eyes uncontrollably slid downward from time to time. The essentials of the meditation technique are these: you have a foundation in breathing technique and have also learned some boxing moves, mastered your qi blood, so this shouldn't be difficult for you, she said. While Sun Xiu explained, she maintained a steady and unhurried tone, and Tao Yu quickly nodded and said, I've already memorized it. Indeed, just as Sun Xiu had said, even though Tao Yu hadn't been able to focus entirely, he had already memorized these essentials. However, if it were only these, the meditation technique would have already spread to your outer city long ago. The reason it hasn't is that it lacks the most core step, the visualization diagram. As Sun Xiu said this, her expression suddenly became stern and serious. We haven't restricted the spread of the breathing technique, even those advanced breathing techniques in your outer city that have remained limited are due to your own cherishing. But the meditation technique is different, we've truly implemented restrictions, and you can't teach it carelessly either. Hearing this, Tao Yu also refocused, pulling back the evil glint from the corner of his eyes and looked up with a hint of surprise, asking. Are there any hidden dangers in this? What should I pay attention to after learning it? Indeed, there are serious dangers, mainly concerning the object of visualization. Remember, you can only visualize the visualization diagrams I have taught you. If you encounter anyone promoting other visualization content to you, you must report them no matter who they are. May I know why? Tao Yu, realizing the severity of the consequences, also tensed and cautiously confirmed. If she didn't speak up, he would not question further, as it seemed the topic was sensitive. Because our orthodox meditation technique involves visualizing a visualization diagram split from the world will's orthodox divine spirits, which shelters our world from being eroded by the abyss, whereas there are also heretic god followers born from the corruption of demon gods from the abyss. Sun Xiu didn't conceal the truth, but her expression grew grave. Divine spirits. Heretic god followers. Tao Yu was beginning to glimpse the hidden secrets of this world, as expected of someone of stature from the floating city they knew so much. Indeed, they can be considered divine spirits, but those protecting us might not have a physical form, perhaps not even a distinct image or self-awareness, likely formed from the Yuan Force we've gathered. Sun Xiu didn't resort to mysticism or display much piety, simply stating bluntly as if our divine spirits were merely tools. There's no need to elaborate on the demon gods of the abyss. Those heretic god followers have extinguished the flame of civilization and caused the destruction of cities. They are enemies of all. After absorbing this information, Tao Yu formed a mental outline. The so-called divine spirits must be incarnations of the world will, dedicated to the protection of all beings, and there might be more than one, categorizing the collected Yuan Force. Yet, as these matters involved the world itself, Tao Yu guessed that Sun Xiu herself only had snippets of information and could not be certain of its accuracy. In plain terms, how much could a company know about the abyss? It would just be a summation of experiences. As for the heretic god followers, thinking of the hellish environment in the outer city, Tao Yu's mouth twitched again. It would be odd if they weren't there. It was a situation of their own making. Obviously, he couldn't voice these thoughts in front of the two of them. Maybe the floating city leadership didn't want the outer city to end up like this, but people implement policies, and it's not always possible to achieve the intended goals, as those on the ground find ways to misinterpret them. I understand, and I will be careful. Good, close your eyes, clear your mind, and I will impart the visualization diagram to you. Sun Xiu nodded, then signaled for Tao Yu to clear his thoughts and close his eyes. This made Tao Yu's heart skip a beat. Wait, wasn't I supposed to look at some diagram directly? Tao Yu hurriedly collected his thoughts, suppressing himself. Then, at that moment, he suddenly felt her slender fingertips touch his forehead. Soon after, a magnificent light and shadow emerged in his mind. Under the golden divinity that filled the skies, the vague figure of the statue from the plaza, which had an unclear face, appeared. Only, this time the details were much more thorough. It seemed to be firmly imprinted in his spirit. Since it was not an attack, Tao Yu found he could choose to endure and not shatter the incoming imprint, so he was somewhat relieved thankfully. But in the next moment, Tao Yu felt a suffocating sensation wash over him. Mixed sensations of softness and pressure came upon his face, and as he struggled to inhale, a refreshing fragrance entered his nostrils. Upon opening his eyes, even Tao Yu with his extraordinary eyesight felt darkness before him, then he vaguely saw the cartoon image on the chest of Sun Xiu's t-shirt. What's going on? I'm only 18 right now, don't hit me with such a stimulating scene. While Tao Yu's heart pounded, he involuntarily opened his mouth. Sun Shiking, who was eating chips on the side, also gaped in shock as she saw her older sister suddenly collapse onto him, spilling her chips in fright. What in the world? Chapter 98, Settle Down. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sun Xiu squatted on Tao Yu, propping herself up with one hand on Tao Yu's chest and the other covering her head as she raised it. Her face turned pale from the sharp pain, and she kept sucking in cold air. Meanwhile, Tao Yu lay there somewhat dazedly on the ground, staring up blankly. Delicious. Does transferring a visualization diagram hurt so much? Nearly sent me off to the other side. Propping up on Tao Yu's body to stand up, Sun Xiu staggered a bit, kept knocking on her head with her fists and then glanced down at Tao Yu without forgetting. Sorry, haha, I've never transferred it before, no experience. She then found her slippers that had fallen off during the fall, barefoot, and after slipping them on, she tapped her toes a few times. No need to apologize. Tao Yu let out a slow breath, his eyes somewhat glazed. Does it feel unpleasant? I didn't feel it when Mom passed it to us. By this time, Sun Shiking had also stood up, came over, touched her older sister's forehead, then rolled her eyes at her. It's not that you haven't fully mastered it, right? I told you, I'm not even at level 6 yet. How could you advance so quickly? Didn't you trick yourself into thinking you've reached level 6? Looking for a beating, hey? Sun Xiu glared at Sun Shiking, and in an instant, an invisible force of telekinesis burst forth, causing her hair to fly about. And mockingly, Sun Shiking was pushed up against the ceiling by an invisible force. Thump! A little dust fell from the ceiling. I was wrong, sis, I was wrong. Ask him first, see if it worked. Sun Shiking, pinned to the ceiling, with disheveled hair and clothes in disarray revealing her belly button, hastily begged for mercy, indirectly bringing up Tao Yu. Ahem, it should be effective. The visualization diagram was very clear, like the statue in our square. Oh, so it was successful. Upon hearing that, Sun Xiu released her little brother immediately, letting him fall onto the sofa with a thump. This made Tao Yu involuntarily shrink his neck. Having seen the weapons they carried, Tao Yu had some guesses about their capabilities. Even the power used in jest was strong, truly befitting of the term chosen ones. When Sun Xiu angrily attacked Sun Shiking earlier, Tao Yu had truly felt a daunting sense of threat. If she wanted, that force from before could have snapped his neck. Just think about it, performing myriad streams 5 forms on the spot with might and main, then having your neck twisted from afar, hiss. Well, that's all right then, just lacking some experience. Slowly with time, forget it, I won't transfer anymore. From now on, whoever wants to transfer can do it themselves. Sun Xiu pouted and continued to hold her head, seemingly in pain. Tao Yu and Sun Shiking both sat obediently to one side, nodding their heads like pecking chickens. All right, that's it for today. Go back and practice well, combine the visualization diagram with the previous steps, see if you can get the hang of it. If not, come find me again tomorrow. The headache seemed to make Sun Xiu somewhat irritable. She gave Tao Yu a sidelong glance, prompting him to get ready to flee without another word. But then he remembered his other objective and quickly said, I have some intelligence, about those from the capital. Tao Yu's words made Sun Xiu, still holding her head, pause, then she nodded. You're really lucky. Coordinate with him on that, I'm off to rest. She said this while continuing to pat her head as she walked towards her room. Only after Sun Shiking saw her sister firmly close the door did she breathe a sigh of relief, then turned back to Tao Yu giving him a thumbs up. Brave man, Tao Yu. Not at all. I still have to thank you for passing on such extraordinary skills, Tao Yu humbly gestured with his hands, but before he could finish, Sun Shiking interrupted him. What I mean is, during your learning, you sneaked peeks at my sister's thighs 7 times, chest 13 times. Did you know, last time someone went after her they ended up with a broken leg? Sitting on the sofa with a cushion in her arms, Sun Shiking snickered mischievously, her face actually quite beautiful, very much like her sister's, yet Tao Yu found her smile so annoying. Thinking one thing but his body acting another, he immediately put his hands together in supplication. I don't want to break my legs. Haha, you're really funny. Being an outsider but lacking the sense of hierarchy, although you act with respect, you wouldn't dare do this if you really felt it in your heart. Rocking happily with the cushion in her arms, Sun Shiking sat cross-legged on the couch and swung her legs. But it's a pity, you just lack talent. Otherwise, with a clean background and good looks, you wouldn't be without a chance. Actually, my dynamic vision is max. Tao Yu gave a dry laugh, which instead confused Sun Shiking a bit. Really? Max? It's quite rare for any skill to reach max, even non-combat skills have unique effects. It's true, you can test it. This answer, instead, made Sun Shiking's expression turn odd. This guy didn't really want to become her brother-in-law, did he? Although dynamic vision was on the weaker side, if it was at max. Cough, tell me, what's the intel you have? Tao Yu's mouth twitched at this sudden change of topic, but he quickly suppressed the idea of taking shortcuts and started focusing on the immediate benefits, saying earnestly. I've been to this place before with the Chosen One. Yeah, I know, and you killed a corpse king, right? Got any skills? Despite her youth, Sun Shiking was quick on the uptake, given the standing of her family. It's a corpse refinement skill. With the right materials and conditions, you can create that kind of corpse king and control it. Having experienced their strength before, Tao Yu didn't think much of it for such a skill. What else? As expected, Sun Shiking was more interested in the follow-up. Later, when I was driving past the city, I confirmed that those scenes were man-made, with the intention to create a breeding ground for corpse refinement. It's even possible that the disasters of this world were caused by it. Having an above-board skill, it made sense for Tao Yu to come up with these speculations. Corpse refinement. Man-made. Sun Shiking furrowed her brow, thinking hard. If they had already come to this place, they would have learned from the researchers that the Corpse King was the source. It was certain that there was a significant human element involved. But a post-apocalyptic world wasn't anything unusual, the old development zones also had their share, with all sorts of inexplicable reasons, even illogical ones, leading to the end of the world. They hadn't paid much attention at first, the abyss, after all, was normal. But now, a logic had suddenly emerged within, which couldn't be ignored and required deep thought. I got it, you can go back first. I'll discuss with my older sister tomorrow. Don't go wandering off. Okay. Tao Yu certainly wouldn't take decisions upon himself. To be blunt, there was a huge gap between himself and them, both in terms of status and strength. Even though their current communication was pleasant, he absolutely shouldn't get ahead of himself. No place to stay, you're not going to turn me away, are you? Tao Yu knocked on Jack's door. The sky had darkened, and he couldn't be bothered to fuss anymore, so he decided to bunk there for the night. Just stay here, it's a double room anyway. Jack didn't mind and opened the door to let Tao Yu in. As a chosen one, Jack did get some special privileges, his dormitory was much nicer than the others. Thanks. What for? It's a good chance for you to tell me more about fist technique. Jack clearly seemed somewhat addicted to the myriad stream's 5 forms. As someone who could passively utilize Yuan Force, his bodily sensations were much stronger than Tommy's or Senkei's. Alright, go get cleaned up first, you reek. Tao Yu waved his hand in front of his face in disgust at Jack. Jack sniffed himself on the left, then on the right, and then said somewhat puzzled. I don't stink though. Hurry up. Oh. After going through some key points with Jack and dealing with that, Tao Yu returned to bed to begin integrating the meditation technique. Although Sun Xia's drawings of the little figures were abstract and Tao Yu's mind was somewhat elsewhere, the important parts were clearly expressed. The visualization diagram was also successfully imprinted in his mind, and all the conditions had been fulfilled, there was no reason it wouldn't work. The slightly troublesome thing was that even now, Tao Yu found it hard to quiet his mind. His head was full of those cartoon drawings. Chapter 99, It's done. I've done it. As the dim light of dawn filtered through the window, a look of joy emerged on the bloodshot eyes of Tao Yu. Meditation technique had succeeded. So it's about completing the mental construct and binding the scattered thoughts with the visualization diagram at its core, indeed an excellent method. I had been on the wrong path all this time. Because Tao Yu had some memories from a past life, he initially assumed, based on those preconceptions, that meditation technique must also be some form of practice involving energy circulation. Moreover, the colorful cartoon images in his head certainly had some influence. But in reality, meditation technique was more like a form of self-discipline. Although it involved visualizing a divine spirit, it was merely to subdue one's own chaotic thoughts. It's very difficult for anyone to keep their mind highly focused at all times. Getting distracted and having wandering thoughts are common occurrences, and one might even harbor evil intentions while also thinking kindly thoughts, creating internal conflict. Meditation technique seems more like a form of self-correction. Tao Yu took a deep breath and glanced at the skill light sphere of meditation technique. Meditation technique LV1, by using a visualization diagram to subdue one's thoughts, it passively increases attention, mental resistance, and adds a certain level of perception and spirit perception, response and thinking speed, mental recovery rate, and mental capacity. It can also be actively used to guide thoughts according to a certain structure for wandering and training, increasing mental capacity further with proficiency. Note: long-term suppression of thoughts with a visualization diagram will cause the individual to be influenced by it. Feeling the information transmitted by meditation technique, Tao Yu was pensive. Though the name of the visualized divine spirit was unknown, it must indeed be a righteous deity, protected by the will of the world, thus, the influence of the visualization diagram was likely positive. However, Tao Yu was exempt from this influence, so he was not entirely certain. It can be speculated that if the followers of the evil god from the abyss were to visualize a demon god, they would indeed develop severe personality problems. Antisocial personalities, madness neither were out of the question. Thinking of the oppressive environment of the outer city, Tao Yu shook his head. Many are probably forced into it. People pushed to the limit in the outer city might just join the cult for a bite to eat. Is it a matter of right or wrong? As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Tao Yu was in no position to judge. But he and his loved ones lived there, so he had his own stance on the matter. Some things can be understood but not accepted. I understand you all, but who understands me? Then Tao Yu stopped dwelling on these issues, and looking at the 1,000 points of deification consumption, he wasn't particularly surprised. Meditation technique was indeed an extraordinary ability, even though it seemed to lack a particularly outstanding enhancement, it added too many things. Deification. An electric shock sensation sprang directly from his mind, as if he had been subjected to a mild electric jolt. Despite this tingling state, Tao Yu felt his mind clearer than ever before, the tiredness from staying up all night vanished instantly, like he had caught up on sleep and woken up naturally, full of energy. A profound sense of comfort from his soul made him somewhat reluctant to stop. Meditation technique modified LV1, as before, with oneself as the deity, it refines one's thoughts and purifies the spirit. In addition to various ability enhancements from the original meditation technique, the extra refining of one's thoughts and purification of the spirit made Tao Yu understand the new use for meditation technique post-deification. Previously, although I was immune to various mental shocks and unafraid of backlash, the quality of my mental power was just ordinary. In the encounter with Cao Shaolin, I only managed to distract him, without affecting his movements. Tao Yu quickly drew comparisons in his mind and thought of his fist intent. To some extent, the talent of fist intent also enhanced the spiritual pressure associated with his punches and kicks, converting mental power into a tangible will, greatly strengthening the effect. But the refining of one's thoughts and the purification of the spirit could stack with fist intent. With the purified mental power forming fist intention, the effect would only be better. In layman's terms, these were two separate multiplication zones. Exciting! Not just the fist intention between punches and kicks, but even the impact on bullets could be strengthened. However, the prerequisite was to continuously operate the modified meditation technique modified to complete the refinement of mental power. And refining thoughts was also a step in purifying mental power. It was as if thoughts were the hammer, and spiritual strength the steel, with thoughts following the trajectory of the meditation technique, striking and grinding, not only purifying the spiritual strength but also forging one's own thoughts. If thoughts are strengthened to a certain extent, perhaps one could even control objects at a distance without physical contact. Tao Yu pondered in his heart, but for now, his meditation technique modified was just at the beginner level, still bare at LV1. Then Tao Yu refocused his attention on his visualization diagram, falling silent upon seeing the image within it. For now, the figure that originally belonged to the plaza statue had changed, although its facial features were still somewhat blurry, Tao Yu could vaguely see his own likeness within it. To envision oneself as a deity. However, having godhood within him seemed to make sense. In addition, the added effects that increased the speed of spiritual recovery, when combined with the concentration necklace, also brought about a nice practicality. It was an unconventional way of enhancing endurance. Later, I still need to find the rich ladies and gentlemen to probe the situation. I'm not sure when they'll take care of the hidden dangers. Only by resolving them can I more conveniently transport goods. An income of tens of thousands of Yuan Force a month, once this opportunity is gone, there will be no other shop. If the hidden dangers are not resolved and one continues to avoid staying overnight in the city, the choices of places available will be much fewer. The longer one delays, the more competitors there will be. Others are unaware of the nighttime dangers, they just rush in. Even if they suffer casualties, they will still continue to take away things from the inner city endlessly. It's a loss either way. Wow, you almost scared me to death. Jack had woken up early and was practicing his stance in the living room. Seeing Tao Yu come out, he was startled. What, do I look that scary? Tao Yu retorted. It looked like your eyes were shooting lasers just now. Jack always spoke his mind. That did make Tao Yu pause for a moment, and then he offhandedly said. Take a good look at your eyes, now there's even lasers in them. Jack seemed to realize his own words were a bit far-fetched and appeared somewhat embarrassed, but he still clamored. Really, anyway, your eyes do look much brighter now. My talent is dynamic vision, isn't that normal? Tao Yu immediately hit where it hurt, causing Jack, the chosen one who had no talent manifestation, to turn away without speaking while he continued to hold his stance in silence. Meanwhile, Tao Yu himself went to wash up, using toothpaste which he hadn't had for a long time, and also looked up at his own reflection in the mirror. Indeed, his eyes were much brighter. The eyes are the window to the soul, and this was not just an empty saying. Tisk, I was planning to pretend I hadn't learned it. Tao Yu thought about some of the benefits from yesterday and muttered a couple of complaints in his heart. A woman who is both beautiful and wealthy, and whose personality is not unacceptable, it would definitely be lying to say he wasn't moved. But currently, there is too great a gap in status and strength between them. To openly pursue her, not to mention her reaction, would certainly bring endless trouble. Gurgle, gurgle, pa. After rinsing the foam from his mouth, Tao Yu placed his toothbrush opposite Jack's, distinctly separating them. He then dried his face with a towel. But with the stakes so high, it's hard to come at this directly in the open. It's worth a shot to try something more subtle. In the newly developing zone, there are only some nobodies from the inner and outer cities. That's my greatest advantage. So many people entering the inner city, there's probably also some harboring intentions. Considering Sun Shiking's tone, some might be hoping to marry into wealth. A clean background, good talents, and decent looks, that's me she's talking about. Women may slow down the speed of drawing a sword, but a wealthy woman won't. Chapter 100, Cooperation. Stepping out of the dormitory and looking at the rising red sun, Tao Yu couldn't help but stretch lazily. However, he didn't start practicing boxing first but went over to look at his two vehicles. Seeing Little Black still obediently staying in the driver's seat and that there were no signs of damage on either vehicle, Tao Yu nodded in satisfaction. Hang in there a bit longer. Once we're out of the city, I'll take you to eat some zombies. Tao Yu comforted Little Black a little, stroking its head as a reward. Because of Sun Shiking's words, he felt it wasn't good to go out on transport runs until he had an answer from her. As an alien war machine, Little Black's endurance was quite high. It could go without food for 10 days to half a month without any problem. It wouldn't care about missing 1 or 2 meals. After being rewarded by Tao Yu, Little Black immediately relaxed in the driver's seat, unwilling to move any further. After ensuring his property was safe, Tao Yu began to slowly practice his boxing routine on the spot. Since he had enough Yuan Force, naturally, he couldn't waste time. It was too early now, and it wouldn't be good to disturb them right away. As time passed, the base's residents also gradually started to come out. The survivors began another day's work, and a few pioneers also appeared. A few of them even saw Tao Yu practicing boxing, with some looking on and even secretly imitating the moves. Tao Yu didn't care about these onlookers and just focused on completing his own routine. If learning the myriad streams 5 forms was as easy as watching, then the skill wouldn't be so expensive to learn. Myriad streams 5 forms? You must be quite skilled, Brother Tao. Have you practiced it before? A somewhat familiar voice reached Tao Yu, who then saw Panda, an inner-city pioneer. By now, a crowd had gathered around him, including pioneers but even more members of that motorbike gang from last time. Brother Panda flatters me too much. Tao Yu greeted Panda with a slight smile, but his movements remained uninterrupted, and even his speaking didn't affect the rhythm of his breathing. I wouldn't praise without cause. From the way you're practicing, it seems like you're about to grasp the 5 forms as one and capture the Qi blood. Perhaps you've already done so. Panda hesitated a bit, uncertain. Many abilities weren't so easy to identify just by looking, and he could only tell that Tao Yu was very skilled because he knew people who had practiced the form before. It's all thanks to Miss Sun's generous rewards, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so smooth. Tao Yu's response didn't surprise Panda, considering that the new development zone's first batch had only awakened their talents 2 months ago. If it weren't for some unexpected windfall, outsiders couldn't progress that quickly. Taking advantage of these early days, we're planning to have a look around Las Vegas. Are you interested in joining us, Brother Tao? Panda glanced over at Tao Yu's 2 vehicles. After buying goods from Tao Yu twice, he knew those 2 vehicles were real treasures. And he coveted them immensely. There was another vehicle that seemed to belong to a friend of the Chosen One, and the income from that was so impressive that even as an inner-city pioneer, he felt a bit envious. No thanks, the young master's son has something to ask me today. Tao Yu's words made Panda's heart skip a beat, realizing the young man truly had caught the attention of the 2 higher-ups. It wasn't just a one-time task and reward, there had to be more if the young master's son was still taking an interest and wanting to talk to him. Definitely, there were other matters at hand. It seemed necessary to treat him as an equal now. The difference between the inner city and the outsiders was significant, but it was nowhere near the gap between the inner city and the floating city. If Tao Yu really got their favor, a single word from them could solve many issues. Ahem, it's like this. I've already discussed this with you last time, Brother Tao. I'm actually interested in acquiring some trucks, but these vehicles are different from the ones we use inside the city, and they are quite troublesome to operate. With a decision made in his heart, Panda spoke candidly about his purpose for coming, so Tao Yu understood why he had come. This time, Panda's main intention was to negotiate about Judy's vehicle, not to poach but rather to borrow and drive it into the city first and then to train his people to drive trucks in the meantime. Rest assured, the compensation won't be meager. I'm willing to pay 2,000 Yuan Force per day. The reward Panda offered was quite sincere. A single trip out to Las Vegas plus loading and a round trip would take at least 2 to 3 days, amounting to a payment of 4 to 6,000 Yuan Force. Considering the 8,000 made from 3 trucks yesterday, the cargo 1 truck could bring back wouldn't cover the costs. It seemed the main goal was to learn the driving skill and then exchange for some scarce materials. Looking at it that way, I'd be training a competitor, wouldn't I? Tao Yu gave a wry smile and slowly started to conclude his routine, exhaling deeply. But then he changed tack. However, Brother Panda is a fair man, so let's consider it making a friend. I agree personally, but I'll go and ask for her opinion. Haha, thanks, Brother Tao. You can also come to me directly if you ever need anything. A look of surprise flashed across Panda's face. When he first heard Tao Yu mention competitor, he was quite disconcerted. Considering their interests, Panda knew he couldn't really complain if Tao Yu refused him. He also thought that this rare opportunity was something he wanted to monopolize for a bit longer. Teaching someone else was essentially nurturing a competitor. But to his surprise, after the other party had selected an item, they also agreed to the request, which was indeed a favor to be acknowledged. After all, the other party was somehow related to the 2 members of the Sons, one could not consider them just another ordinary outsider pioneer. Tao Yu had actually given it a lot of thought. Truck driving as a skill was difficult, but also common. In the future, he would definitely be able to find others, it was not something that could be monopolized, and competitors would only increase. It would be better to cooperate and empty Las Vegas of its resources before more people arrived. I have no problem with that. I make my living by driving trucks, and this is much better than moving corpses. Judy didn't hesitate, after all, it was all about driving. Although there were some risks, she knew she would still be protected for the time being. Good, the earnings from this trip. I don't need Yuan Force, the earnings can all go to the boss. Judy cut in before he could finish, causing Tao Yu to take a few more glances at her. He pondered for a moment and then nodded. Okay. Tao Yu didn't make any promises, but there was no doubt that he would offer her protection at the base in the future. At this moment, Panda also spoke up with a smile. A very wise choice. Holding on to Yuan Force that you haven't absorbed is risky even within the base. For ordinary people like you, safety is the top priority. Since Tao Yu had given him face, he certainly didn't mind speaking up for Tao Yu at this moment. That's what I'm thinking. Having witnessed the darkness of the world, even if this base claimed to maintain basic order, Judy also wanted to latch onto a strong leg. Truck driving is not a rare skill. It's just that there are few people at the moment, so take the opportunity to get as much protection as possible. Take good care of those 2, and stay in the cabin if nothing needs to be done. Once everything was prepared, Tao Yu also made arrangements for Little Black. Apart from Judy, Tao Yu also found Tommy again. Since the truck was empty anyway, why not haul an additional load now that they were fetching cargo? For Panda, guarding an extra truck or several didn't make much difference in difficulty. His original intention was to organize a convoy, so he naturally agreed happily. Little brother Tao, how about this, let's cooperate and before more people come, let's move out all the valuable stuff from Las Vegas ahead. After calling Tommy over and arranging for Little Black to act as their guard, Panda seemed to have made up his mind and approached Tao Yu to continue discussing the details of a deeper cooperation. Last time, his offer to Tao Yu was to have Tao Yu follow him and join his team. But this time he directly mentioned cooperation, which obviously put them on equal footing. This piqued Tao Yu's interest as he raised an eyebrow. What kind of cooperation? If it meant joining him, forget it, he had no interest in taking on another boss. But if it was to cooperate in speeding up the transportation of valuable items, Tao Yu really had no objections. The high-value materials in Las Vegas were limited. And with the other party being an inner-city pioneer, his ability to call to action far exceeded his own, making many things much simpler. Your current 2 trucks and the 2 drivers you've hired will be considered your initial investment, while I recruit more hands to form subsequent convoys and take charge of the day-to-day transport. When brother Tao Yu is free, you can join in as well. Panda thought for a moment, then extended a fist. I guarantee that you will earn no less than 100,000 Yuan Force in the first month, and no less than 50,000 in the second month. Hearing this, Tao Yu formally looked at Panda. This guy, he's got some skills. Even if Tao Yu were to work on his own and keep borrowing Tommy, it would be very difficult to earn 100,000 Yuan Force in a month of hard work with an additional truck. After all, the efficiency of this no-investment commerce would only decrease as materials dwindled. According to his proposal, Tao Yu could still attend to his own matters when busy, allowing for more flexibility. Panda making such a commitment obviously meant he wouldn't incur losses. He planned to rally pioneers with his inner-city pioneer status and tame the motorbike gang, eventually forming a large convoy of more than 10 trucks. Here, each haul could be far more efficient, truly allowing for seizing the opportunity to clean out Las Vegas's high-value items at once. As an outsider, Tao Yu inherently couldn't compete with Panda in this aspect. If they were to compete and both tried to form teams, he wouldn't be victorious. The longer it dragged on, the more pioneers would come to share the spoils. That's why the first month's commitment was a guaranteed 100,000, and only 50,000 for the second month. Agreed. I'll ask young Master's son to act as a witness. He should also be pleased with the increase in supplies for the base. Tao Yu would not foolishly trust any verbal promises, but he trusted Sun Shiking's influence. It was also convenient to discuss the matter of corpse refinement and the report recently submitted. This coincidental yet beneficial matter for the base was something he definitely would not reject. Great. Panda had no intention of going back on his word, because according to his estimates, he could earn even more. The base's location had been determined, and these were the nearest cities, with high-value goods and limited amounts. The money wouldn't be as easy to make thereafter, requiring long journeys. This wealth was certainly a substantial income for Panda, an inner-city pioneer. Such is the opportunity of the new development zone.